Hello again, internet traveler. My name is Mallory Metroidvania, and welcome to day 2 of the marvelous Menagerie of Metroidvanias. It is the second day of our weekend special here on the GDQ Hotfix, where we manifest mastery of myriad Metroidvanias, mention more, and maybe make mild mockery of the monsters who master them. In today's melt me. In today's showcase, we have 7 more wonderful games to show off for you all today, starting with a trio of recent indie Metroidvanias, one of which is actually 3 indie Metroidvanias in a trench coat. Then we will, as best we can, explore the third dimension in a pair of 3D Metroidvanias in Pseudoregalia and Metroid Prime 2, finally closing as we opened with a back-to-back handoff of Metroid and Vania in the form of Metroid Dread into Castlevania Order of Ecclesia to shut the whole menagerie down for now. This is some of the most fun I have on the internet. Thank you so much for being here with me. And without further ado, I think it's time to kick off today's edition of the Menagerie with not 1, but 3 games. Please welcome to the stage, running UFO 50's Metroidvania Triathlon, the one and only Spoody.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm here today to show off the Metroidvania trilogy in UFO 50. So, UFO 50 is a collection of 50 retro-style games, released 2 years ago. But we only care about these 3 right here. My commentary friends would like to introduce themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, I am Zachary20XX. I'm here on behalf of the Golf Aria portion of this, though I am also, legally speaking, world record holder in this until probably this run that we're about to watch, because Spoody may have some fun new tech to show off that I don't have in that run that we'll see at the end of this. Kick it over to Goose.
Hello, I am Goose, and I am here representing the Porgy section of this run. I am currently, wait for it, 2nd place in every single Porgy category. Let's go. Legally 2nd place. That's not going to change this run, but I'm looking forward to an exciting run. And I'm going to kick it over to Keeney.
And I am Keeney. I am the Vanger expert. I am one of the people who found the tech Zachary was talking about that Spoody's going to be showing off today and breaking Zachary's record with.
Yep. More on that when we get there, but we're about ready to get started. I believe Golf Aria timing starts when the UI shows up, which will be starting the game and then resetting it to skip a cutscene. I'll kind of give you a cue when to start the timer. Go ahead and start timer in like 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
So first thing we're going to be doing is hitting this checkpoint twice just to block this one point to the flag rather than the hole, because it's kind of slow to get out of the hole.
And this is Golf Aria. It is a golf-based Metroidvania.
Great start.
Top left, you have 20 strokes to use, and you can refill those strokes by hitting enemies or grabbing extra pickups. But we will be mainly beelining it towards all the major upgrades early on here.
Yeah, absolutely. First upgrade we're heading for, as you can see, movement in this game is a little tough, so we're heading directly for the brakes immediately, which is going to make moving around the game viable, really, in any way. First starting with a nice little pixel lineup setup here that you can mess up by hitting up or right. You want to only hit left or up or down. You only want to hit left or right there to kind of slide by everything, which is very helpful because, again, we're on our way to the brakes. We don't have the brakes. Moving through that section is awful the normal way.
Currently, there is no way to control yourself once you've taken your shot.
Yeah, it's kind of counterintuitive, but until we have the brakes, it's actually, you want to try and end on terrain that slows you down, because it shortens the amount of time until you can make your next shot. So yeah, you gotta go slow to go fast. But there we go, there's the brakes. And throughout the run, we're going to be avoiding checkpoints so that whenever we get something valuable, we can just reset back to the starting checkpoint, because this is very centrally located to everything we need to go get.
Yeah, basically every time we leave,
whenever you pick up anything, so we can immediately reset to go straight back to our latest checkpoint with the stuff we just grabbed.
yeah,
Getting stuck on that. Yeah, this is this is not in the record route. I'm going out of my way for a little bit of safety here, grabbing some clubs, essentially our health upgrades here. Every club gives you a few more strokes to use. Okay. Before you run out of strokes and respawn at the last checkpoint. This club I'm going for actually shows off a little bit of tech. This hill we're about to go up is meant to be one way the other way, but with a pretty precise lineup, we can just barely make it up and grab this club out of sequence.
The other nice thing the clubs do, and we'll see it once we head out for a different major upgrade later, is they immediately refill your strokes to maximum. So that's very helpful to use them as like a little micro checkpoint if you're doing a longer section here.
Or shot a bit there.
This game is really chaotic and hard to control, but I'm glad that they give us so many options with how to charge the power of our shot. You see there's like...
Well, Goose.
Look, wow. It's gotta be at least
That whole bar.
a couple dozen, right?
Oh, I actually did not release full power there.
No.
Recently discovered by the world record holder in all the categories here. The shots actually have a weird system under the hood where they like divide and round. So there's really only 4 different powers of shots in Golfaria.
That was not far enough to the right.
Tap, there's a small to medium, then like a near full and a full, basically. Like when the bar turns blue, that's your actual full power shot.
I think this should do it.
I think.
Oh, nope.
Oh,
Okay, I gotta lock in. We're almost out of strokes here.
what?
Oh, I'm gonna be subject to a random
We get the
bounce.
lucky bounce.
Yeah, let's.
Stuff like that, it randomly bounces in a direction, and
Never any
fortunately it bounces.
All right, I'm gonna take the safety birdie here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We need it. All right, so that's another way to refill our strokes. We can find hidden little birdies and eagles. Golf reference. And those will refill your strokes a little bit and give us just enough time to reach that next major power up, the Blockbuster. We can now bust blocks, those orange little blocks here. If we are moving fast enough, we can just roll right through them.
Those blocks got busted.
But yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, you're not really meant to go to scale this front side of the temple like that. You're meant to go inside and like follow this spirally path to get to the roof. But yeah, if you're better at Golfaria is definitely my weakest game of the 3. If you're a little better about it, you can get that a little more consistently. Another kind of sequence
Speaking of
right
things,
here.
Yeah.
You need to bounce off the wall, and you'll end up right on the edge of the water if you get the right angle.
Yeah, it's
There we
kind
go.
of hard to see, but
Nice.
we're on a slope right now, and we're just barely able to not hit the water and do another shot from on top of the slope.
And yeah, that is another sequence break. You're meant to have the water roll to get that, but yeah, there's just a tiny little lip you can land on there if you get the exact right angle.
And that's our first T piece. You'll see on the right, we need 4 T pieces to open the final boss door. So that's our main goal in Golfaria, and to do it, we're going to need all 4 of the power-ups that are on the left there. We have the brakes and the blockbuster, and we're on our way to our 3rd power-up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the sand.
step into this cave for safety club. Yeah, I shout outs to Violet, who's the world record holder. Violet does this entire run with no club pickups whatsoever. It's ridiculously
Skipping that one is so
tight.
scary.
It's like none of these are necessary to beat the game, but for marathon safety, I'm absolutely collecting every bit of extra strokes I can get without going to. Oop, that clipped the corner. Haven't seen that before. Okay, there we go. These water droplets are being unpleasant.
Yes, these are all RNG, and if they are in your way, there's nothing you can do about them aside from just hit them to make them go away and take another shot.
We're skipping. There is a.
We're coming up on the true final boss here. Don't let the game fool you. These mosquitoes are the true final boss of Golfaria.
the mosquitoes will try and attach to you, and they will stay attached to you in leech strokes every time you do a hit. So it takes off 3 or 4 strokes every time you move, which is awful when you're trying to get through this on
All right, well,
low number of clubs.
we did it. We beat the true final boss. Everything else from here is smooth sailing.
Yeah.
We're gonna do
We can
a
get
full
by the
side bosses at the end.
Yeah, there's
Better safety. We are still we have less strokes than the game expects us to have by this point by a good margin. So a lot of those mosquitoes will just drain all of our small number of strokes and cause a reset.
Yeah, so we got the sand roll, which gives us the ability to roll on sand, but not just that, we can also jump once per stroke while we're on sand, which gives us a whole lot of extra mobility options.
That guy we just talked to will be important later.
Yeah, most likely. He's another bit of safety. The green ballsy rescue will come and help you and give you extra strokes during the final boss. If everything goes well, I don't need it, but it never goes well for me, so.
We also
All right.
Yeah, in a marathon setting,
TP.
absolutely.
Sorry?
Yeah,
Here,
That's a
Right,
nice
right
easy
angle.
T-piece.
skipping
You need,
over
like,
the water
metaphor.
here to reach the 4th and final upgrade.
There we go.
Normally you have to go through a really, really long section through a bunch of different caves, but we can just skip right to the end here.
And in the lore of UFO 50 as a game overall, what year was Golfaria released? Does it justify being this hard?
It's like
It was
86.
Okay, yeah, that's
I
still arcade brutality.
Yeah, these are all 83 to 89. Or 82, I think, is Barbuda.
And this is the first Metroidvania
I triggered the Parbot.
chronologically.
If you want the game's lore, you can go and hunt down the Parbots and destroy them for bits of journal entries to understand why we're even in a world of golf. I don't know. It's something. It's like a post-apocalyptic thing, and it turns out
we're playing as Geo.
we're one of the scientists that invented the sentient golf balls or something.
Yeah.
Wow, this is even more of a Metroidvania than I thought.
Yeah, no, it'll get you. You think, haha, funny golf game, and then it's even weirder than that somehow.
Okay, and so we're while we're grabbing the water roll, which lets you roll on water, the mountain is here and it has one of the T pieces, so it's pretty convenient to grab it right now. Using the sand rolls jump. Oh, okay. Maybe not full power. Yeah, that should be good.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, we need both the blockbuster and the sand roll to get this T piece coming up here. And then we'll reset back to the central, and we've got to grab the 4th and final T piece before we can reach the final boss.
Yeah, and this is a pretty chill one, but now that we've got all of our movement upgrades, you can get to this one quite fast from the start.
Yeah, the brakes again,
All the
once you have the brakes, the thing I was saying about you want to try and land in rough or in sand traps, once you have the brakes, oh, come on.
Golfaria moment.
Yeah, you can launch yourself on that bumper to save some time getting down here towards last T-piece, but I got hit by the bug in the bushes. Oh. Classic Golfaria.
yeah, and all are
Worth noting that while you're in water, you cannot use the brakes. So, and if you get popped up at all while you're in water, you will just splash into the water. It's only the water only lets you roll across water. You can't just freely run, do whatever on it.
Yeah. Can't hop.
Okay, so we have all 4 of the T pieces, so we can access the final area, and we're ready to go fight the final boss. He's not a mosquito though, so he's generally not that bad.
I don't think we've said so. Chat, any bets on what our final boss here is in a nice golf game?
A golfer.
No, there are humans in this. We won't see them though. They're a little Easter egg hidden in here somewhere.
So yeah, we'll be grabbing one last safety club. Since we have the blockbuster, we can grab this one real quick. And a little bit of safety, I'll be hitting this checkpoint now, because this is right outside the final boss. If you're going for world record, if you're a gamer, you can skip that checkpoint. But for today, I am just playing a gamer on TV.
Yeah.
It turns out once you start doing multiple UFO 50 games, it gets hard.
I'm going to predict that the final boss is an alien that is mad at us for polluting the ocean.
It could be. You're so close, Goose. That might be a different game, though.
Oh, damn.
Almost worked. All right, so this is the final area. There's 3 switches you need to hit to open the door to the final boss.
Okay, I get excited.
A lot of strokes, and it's
like a little slower.
quite a difficult section. Fortunately, we can just skip all that, though.
Okay, no, I should just do a full stroke here and not jump, I think. Yeah, there we go. So we're going to do a little bit of a setup here. We're going to want to be like kind of against the southern edge of this ledge here. And then we're going to fall off to get a proper spawn point, and then something like that. Yeah, there we go.
Nice. That's canvas skip.
So yeah, you're meant to, like, you know, it's meant to be the classic test of like, oh, you got to use all the abilities to hit all these levers to lower this barrier. But the only thing that matters is the sand roll. So here's the final boss, the Cyber Gopher. We need to hit him 5 times. We can only hit him once. When he stands up like this, you can't. He becomes invulnerable and does this. Oh, that's unfortunate. I overshot a little bit. He does this this bomb attack, which costs you 3 strokes every time you get hit by it. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, so he moves between these 3 locations, never back to the same one. So he starts in the center always, and then he'll either go left over here, which is nice to get. Right side's a little here. Annoying.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I think that was our first time seeing it. So if you kill any of the bugs, you get a few strokes as well.
All right, so we're hoping to see him like in the center again here. There we go.
Nice. This is great. Yeah, you love to see him just go left, center, repeatedly.
So I have a question. In real life, when I'm playing golf, if I hit a bug with my golf ball, do I get, like, extra strokes?
Yeah, you get 3 free strokes.
You don't want plus 3 strokes in regular golf.
Actually, yeah.
I see. That's a good point.
Okay, so there's the green ball we rescued, giving me extra strokes since I started to run low.
Yeah, the power of friendship to get plus 10.
I hate these beetles. Okay, sometimes they run off the edge like that, and okay, I'm just getting free strokes all over the place. Sure. A lot of times the bugs just kind of throw themselves off the ledges and give you free strokes, and it's nice when that happens. Are we just gonna get another center location here? That'd be awesome.
I hope so. Actually, having to navigate to the right, you just
like avoiding in the run is him spawning on the right over here, because you have to go all the way over here and then all the way back.
There we go. That's Golfaria done, and now we move on to Porgy.
GG1.
All right, now Porgy is basically a game about diving down for as long as you can, getting stuff, and then going back to the surface. So you see we have a fuel meter on the left that is almost empty, but we grabbed an extra fuel tank with that dive so that now we can go a little bit further on our next dive. And that is essentially the gameplay loop until we eventually get enough stuff to get all the way to the bottom and defeat the final boss.
That's Iku Torso. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, speaking of the non-final bosses, the other ones are just like roaming around. There's 2 per section, and yep, we're seeing both of them in the top level.
Okay.
Thanks for making an appearance, you 2.
Yeah, so we don't want to fight any bosses other than the final boss, so just kind of try and hide and avoid them if we happen to stumble into any of the other ones. Okay, so now, a little bit of interesting speed tech. You know, you can dash. Dashing does cost a little fuel. It's a little less fuel efficient than moving normally. Yeah, okay, you know what, that bullet's fine.
Yeah.
Luckily, so dashing is less fuel efficient, so you can only really do it when you are not on a dive where you need to use every bit of fuel. So we're not going to be dashing much on this dive, especially since I took that bullet trying to dodge Lamia. But you can also dash more frequently than intended if you shoot. If you're just holding the shoot button, the dash cooldown just is non-existent, and you can just kind of chain them together. So that's why I was spamming torpedoes, even though there was nothing to shoot for much of that.
Like a good Metroidvania, this game expects you to have a number of different upgrades in order to progress, especially in the last area. But we're actually going to be seeing some tech later with an item that we are specifically going out of our way to get right now. which skips a lot of the normal progression gates.
Yeah, there are 10 upgrades in this game, and we are only going to be getting 2 of them.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I dash over that hermit crab up there because if you don't, then it likes to do its like bouncing attack, and you just kind of gotta wait for it to stop doing it. But if you're underneath it, it usually doesn't bounce around. But yeah, so this missile system is the most important part of the run, arguably. We're gonna dash past this. Yeah, the hermit crabs love to do that, and it's a huge pain in the butt. So gotta be careful.
There's so many lovely enemies in the ocean here.
And yeah, you absolutely cannot touch these urchins. These urchins do so much damage. If you ever touch them, you don't have the fuel to make it back. So yeah, the world is divided into 3 layers. There's the surface, we're in the ruins now, and then there's the abyss further down. The abyss, you need to do some wiggling around in the ruins layer to get the spotlight to be able to see down there. That's too much effort. So we're not going to bother with the spotlight. Who needs to see anyway?
I hear the abyss has
Playing
cool
a
music. You're gonna get to
Metroidvania
hear that,
blind.
right?
Huh.
Is this the first game in Menagerie that has had dark rooms? I think it might be. I'm honestly stunned it's taken us this long to get them.
Oh, wait until you see what happens in Danger.
Yeah,
All right.
Playing a Metroidvania blind is a little ridiculous.
Yeah, surely no one would do that.
Oh, hi, Lamia.
Hi, Lamia.
All right, we're getting our second upgrade here, but first we're going to show off some tech. Using the missile system, we can hit the enemy, and the explosion will clip beneath us and open up a secret fuel tank in the floor. Usually, you need an item called the depth charges.
Yeah, you're meant to use the depth charges, but with a close... Oh, I hate these seahorses. Dude.
That's... When the seahorses break containment to that area, that's... yeah.
Okay. I should be okay. Although, like, having to cut down on dashes on this dive is really sad, because this is such a short dive, you should be able to just spam dashes the whole way.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're grabbing the Buster Torpedoes, which is another essential upgrade. It increases the power of your basic attack, but more importantly, it makes them blue.
They're blue for a very special reason.
So if I was going for world record now, I would just go to the final boss at this point. But for marathon safety, I am going to take another loop around the surface area to get some more fuel. We're going to grab 6 extra fuel tanks just to make sure that this run completes on its first attempt. In theory. Who knows? Sometimes the anglerfish or Zerzaz like really have it out for you, but these 6 extra fuel tanks really should be enough for me to get through. We'll find out.
Unfortunately, the last area and the last dive of this run is extremely RNG heavy. There are a lot of different creatures that
They hide the spotlight,
do
by the way.
crazy stuff. Hi, Spotlight.
Hi, Spotlight.
Yeah, and enemies in the
basically-
final area, they do a ton of damage, and we have very, very little fuel compared to how much you're intended to have by that point.
These torpedo upgrades
So, yeah,
don't
the
really
extra
do
fuel
a whole lot, but I just want to show you guys a really big snake.
I like Big Snake. Extra fuel means the more we get hit, the more we can just keep going. We're probably going to get hit a lot, because this is Porgy. But if
The world
we
record
don't,
strat
it'll be really
is
funny.
Just don't get hit.
A surprisingly common world record strategy in Metroidvanias.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going across the bottom left area. The depth charges are kind of around here, but you do kind of have to go a somewhat roundabout way to get them. Oh, I did not notice you were there. Hello.
Thank you, Ikuturso.
So yeah, with the missiles, we can grab this fuel tank that's right by the first dock that we weren't able to get before. And we've got an impressive
That'll
7-link snake chain here. Oh, Clownfish thinking about stealing something.
You got a little lucky there. If you had aggroed Ikuturso and then gone up into that crevice to get the fuel tank, you would have gotten trapped.
Yeah. That's one of his
Like,
favorite
I can
spots.
spam dashes here. So yeah, now we have an exorbitant amount of fuel. Heck, we'll grab this one too.
Have fun with it.
And there's one more fuel tank we'll grab on the way over this way. Need to hit this and this.
Ikuturso.
Oh, Ecotorso's over there. I didn't notice.
But yeah, those blocks that we just shot are why we need the Buster Missiles. Those can only be activated by the Buster Missiles.
We told you they're blue for an amazing reason.
All right. So now that we've done that extra loop, now we'll actually go to the final boss. Now that we've got 6 extra fuel tanks and some torpedo upgrades. Again, the torpedo upgrades probably won't come into play because we're mainly going to be using the missile system to... Iku Torso just wants to say hi one more time. This is the most I've ever seen this guy.
Well, he knows it's a big appearance. He's trying to get shown off a little.
Everyone wants their time on Hotfix.
And maybe we'll even... we haven't seen any of the Ruins bosses. There are 2 bosses here, too. Bakunawa, the giant eel, and Neptune, the Nautilus.
Now, as we approach the Abyss, we are going to be hearing one of my favorite tracks in all of Loop 50. Which is what I would say if
we had the light.
Track actually played.
Instead... we since we don't have the light, we just get the sounds of waves on the beach and the ocean floor.
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
Spotlight's a radio wave extender too. You don't get music this far down without it.
So yeah, you do have like limited vision. You can see background art. Oh, Snake is hitting me. You can see background and kind of use it as a guideline, but you can't see walls. So you kind of got to know what you're doing here. These tube worms are unfortunately, the missiles just pass right through them, so you do kind of just gotta go back and forth here to push them back. So there's a...
good setup.
We're doing another thing that we did back with the, that fuel tank by the buster torpedoes. There's a breakable wall below me here. We just need this guy to get right above me,
nice.
And I can use a missile to blow a hole through the floor. And these anglerfish are the worst.
Torpedoes.
When the anglerfish dart around super unpredictably and spam bullets everywhere, they are the reason that I'm getting all this extra fuel.
Yeah, you pretty much just...
those ones behave pretty well, though. Like, I would have actually made it here to the boss without all the extra fuel. And here's our final boss. It is going to be the most riveting combat you've ever seen, where we sit in this semi-safe spot and shoot missiles until he dies. Oh, that's close.
Oh.
Yeah, I need to move away.
We are incredibly under-equipped to fight this boss right now. So we are using a cheese strat where we kind of hide in the corner and spam the same move over and over again. Usually,
I don't know what you mean by under-equipped.
Run around and dodge attacks.
Yeah, so I'm kind of... you can't tell because you can't see the walls, but I'm kind of sitting in a corner. So the wall, like... a wall tile, like, up right of me catches most of the bullets that come at me. You can see them hitting something right above me. And, like, 90% of his movement options after he finishes a movement sequence and says, oh, I'm too far, I need to teleport to the player. Like, 90% of them land him far enough away that he just teleports again and doesn't shoot, doesn't land any bullets at any tricky angles on the way. We did get hit by a bullet back there, but we still got plenty of health to spare. But yeah, strap in. We are sitting here doing this until that health bar at the bottom is empty.
If you are really practiced with this fight, you can manipulate his every movement with careful positioning.
That's too close.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So you can choose where he teleports. So we moved down there to get him to not attack us because he's really close, and he ended up teleporting down there. If you're fast, you can move down to get him to teleport, and then move back up to get him to teleport there specifically. But that's all very tight and tricky. We've got plenty of fuel. We can kind of just sit here and blast him.
We can just kick it, yeah.
And yeah, like, you might think it would be good to go chase after him to, like, shoot him with the torpedoes, but that costs fuel. So, fuel that we don't really have. Okay, we are getting close, though. He's only got, like, another, like, 10 or so missiles. And when he's off screen, when he's in the middle of teleporting, his name at the bottom turns gray. So if you just release a missile a little after that, you'll hit him as he teleports in.
Oh, yeah. I always go off the audio cue.
I also go off the audio cue.
Yeah, the audio cue also works, but sometimes it gets eaten by a different audio cue, like by your torpedo sounds or something. Oh, and there he's dead. And there we go. That's Porgy. And now we're on to Vanger, which if you tuned into HDQ just last month, you may have seen it there as the cherry category. To be clear, in UFO 50, every game has a gold clear condition and a cherry clear condition. The gold is generally just going to be like any percent, and your cherry is going to be your 100% or deathless or something similar. So this is going to be a gold run, unlike the cherry run we saw at SGDQ. And you might expect that this will just be a lot like it, but we skip optional health pickups and weapons. And if you guessed that a few months ago, you would have been right. But that's not the case anymore.
Yeah, if you were maybe, say, restricted on which glitches you could do, that might be true.
A little bit of a damage boost there to skip having to kill that crawler on the wall. I'm going to take a health refill there, though, since I did take an extra hit there. We got a little glitch here coming up. If you pause, it's frame perfect. You can despawn everything in this room. Just like that.
That's called Peeny Skip,
cool.
named after Keeny Peeny Weeny, who is in commentary booth right now.
So we grab the heat mod here. So
That we're doing.
there are 4 major upgrades called flexi mods. They're basically like an elemental module that you can equip to one of 3 slots. So the heat mod's the first one, and one of the most useful ones. We're gonna go for a skip here. Oh, I got it.
Nice.
Oh,
That
nice.
is perfect right there.
Yeah, if you dismiss the menu frame perfect, you skip the animation of the module being installed. So we just equip it to the gravity flip because burner flip just makes us shoot out these fire waves whenever we do a gravity flip, and there's no limit to how often you can do it. Just how fast can you push the button? And that lets you kill that real fast.
It's worth noting that the flexi mods, you technically can beat the game without any of them, but it's really, really difficult and RNG heavy.
The final boss is much harder.
At minimum, the one we just got is the one that we get for a world record attempt at the speedrun, and the next one we're getting is for safety against the final boss.
It's also the set you get in the no major glitches version of this.
Another skip coming up here. We are going to be going through these spikes from the opposite side. These are.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing something real quick here. I didn't get the spawn point
have
reset.
their orientation based on where you're flipped, what your gravity orientation is. So you're intended to only be able to go through these spikes coming from the top downwards with the other flip orientation, but we are doing 2 quick flips right next to each other to start the spikes to flip to the other, like, non-lethal side, and then
Jeez.
lethal
I was just a
side.
little, okay.
And
I
then,
believe that's just going to respawn me at the start of the area.
yeah, just at the teleport.
Unfortunate, the chances of world record are slipping away.
You might have one too many modules for that.
Okay, so something I was trying to do was flip as I go through this door, because that'll reset the spawn point to the floor there instead of the ceiling, which will be a little more convenient. That was too early. I'll give it a couple more tries, and then I'll fall back on the old red robot strat if I can't get this. Okay, there we go.
Nice.
Hey, there we go.
There we
Nice.
go.
Yeah, it's very particular. There's another one right there for the fans. Like you have to flip twice, like within like 2 frames or something, and like within a frame or 2 of before you touch the spikes. It's pretty tight.
Yeah, that is the biggest reset point for me for my runs with this game.
Yeah, the previous version of that is
fun there.
just take that red robot, bait him up there, and damage boost through.
Yeah, it takes a while though, but it would have been faster to just do that rather than die at it like 5 times. But I was somehow off the floor as I went through that and flipped instead of jumping.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Spikes are an instant kill for us right now. They do 100 damage.
Yeah. Can't survive any spikes, so we gotta make sure we're not hitting them. I'm out of extra lives too, so I gotta be careful getting to the force mod here. Should be able to avoid damage here though. So yeah, we grabbed level 2 access, which lets us go through that flashing blue door. And we're just gonna kind of cruise our way through here. And then we've got like kind of the infinite stairs section here where we gotta kill these green drones here. Oh, went a little too far. Not the cleanest kill, but it's really hard to control heat flip spam because like you're constantly having to deal with your momentum shifting up and down, and like the amount of time between each flip is going to change how much momentum you have and how much you swing vertically. So it's really hard to hold steady when you're trying to mash heat flips as fast as possible. So
he has 2 jump buttons and 2 shoot buttons, so you mash on 2 different jump buttons to do flip spam.
yeah. So thankfully, whenever we pick up a new module, that is a save point, so I just reset there to refill my lives and health. Because we are going to want to do some damage boosting on the way out, so...
And we can unfortunately only equip Flexi mods at a save pod, which there's none around here, so we're just going to be carrying this Flexi mod in our inventory for a while before we can actually use it.
Yeah, and it would be really useful to be able to equip it because the force mod is got the most broken ability in the game. Doing a little cheeky flip through the door as we walk through that, so we don't have to climb that the whole way. These rooms with the X backgrounds, you cannot gravity flip while you're in front of those X's.
As we begin to make our way out of Verde Sector here, it's worth talking about what you normally need to do to beat this game.
Yeah, true.
So normally, you need to get 4 things called key codes, which you get by defeating the 4 major bosses before the final boss of this game.
Big intentional death there. Normally we need to kill 4 bosses, but we're not going to be doing any of that. I am going out of my way slightly here. We're going to use the gravity stomp from the force flip there to clip through the electricity and grab that health upgrade. Just a little bit of safety. And
we're going to go ahead and start making our way to the final boss door, or the final area door. Which is strange because we haven't defeated any of the bosses, so surely we can't go into the door.
And pay attention to the path here. It's going to be quite a long trek. We're going to be jumping through or flipping through every door because the way doors work in this game is when you touch their door pad, they open, and you touch their door pad on the other side, they close. And if you don't ever touch their door pad on the other side, they just don't close.
Yeah, they visually close, but they don't reload their collision until a fully open door sees the player leave the pad. So if you're just off the pad before the door is fully open, it never reloads collision. And we're going to be setting up some shenanigans with that.
Yeah, what could you possibly need all of those doors open for?
And we are moving through these heat rooms here too that are draining our health. We do have the heat armor technically, but we need the heat gun for the tricks we're about to be doing.
Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and load in. There's the elevator to the final area. We're going to take a death to refill health. And now, this is where the fun begins.
I'm gonna get in there.
There's a frame-perfect jump I can do here. I'm going a little too late. Yeah, that was a little too early.
Yeah, you can see either side of it. If you get it one timing or the other, either you bonk against the door or you go through it.
Yeah, too early means you can just go through. Too late is you get pushed back. But if you hit the exact sweet spot between the two, it exists, I swear.
Let me try. Hit the exact sweet spot between the two.
That was meant to be the lead-in to me getting it.
Are the devs counter-hacking us?
No. It's if you hit the exact sweet spot between the two.
Can I try one? Oh, I thought I was there. When you hit the exact sweet spot between the two.
Oh man. Come on.
As you said, frame perfect. It's a real weird.
Yeah, it is frame perfect. There's like kind of a rough visual cue you can kind of try and follow, but it's still really tough to get. Although this is the longest it's ever taken me to get this. Oh man, I keep going too early.
I fear this is just how marathons work.
Yeah.
Almost all the
unfortunately.
time, yeah.
Yeah, keep being like a frame too early, or a frame too late.
Chat is holding.
And any second now. There it is.
Yay!
Oh my god!
Okay,
At
so
least
I
you
need
get a little
quiet
visual
now.
treat here.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. Flip. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7. Alright, flip at 6, 7, 5, hold left, right at 53, jump at 50, wait for a spike. Jump. 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 We're out of the heated room. 1 and 2 and 3, jump. Split. Left, hold left and shoot. We should be through the barrel now. We're on top of the red platforms. Flip to the ceiling, jump. Flip back to the floor. And 4 and 5. 1 back to the left. Flip to the ceiling, jump through the red platform, flip to the floor. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. Shoot the barrel out from beneath. Okay, I flipped. I shot the barrel. Flip again. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. Okay. Okay, there's a flip. I shot the barrel underneath me. Flip back to the floor. 1 and 2 and 3. Okay. All right. 5, 6, 7, 8. Flip to the ceiling. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7, 8 and 9 and 10, 11, 12. That should be far enough. 1 and 2 and 3. Flip to the floor. Jump and go to the right. Okay, that should be far enough. I should be able to go left and hit spikes and hold right. And we should be at the elevator we came to Verde through, and there we go. So when you use an elevator, the game only checks what elevator is on screen. So we just walked all the way back to the elevator to Verde, completely blind, and took the elevator. And now we're in central control. It's that easy.
It's just that easy.
Absolute
It looked
nonsense.
it's exactly as easy as it looked.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
just
we
open
are
a bunch of
pretty
doors and
lightly
run.
equipped here, but we thankfully have Force Mod on the gravity flip, which is the most broken ability in the game. Gonna be taking a little bit of a shortcut here.
In Vanger versus a unsafe heavy RNG run is just one pickup, and it's this force mod right here.
Yeah, the record does not get Force Mod, but it makes the last phase of this final boss like a huge RNG roll.
Because yeah, you can just get inside a boss and flip him.
Yeah.
So yeah, we just kind of turn Hooper here into a pogo stick with the Force Mod flip. And that's phase
We
1.
unfortunately can't shoot him in phase 1 because he has armor, but phase 2 is where we can start shooting him and force flipping, which resets his invulnerability timer to the flip, which means we can do a lot of damage really quickly. Phase 1 and phase 2 have the same amount of health, but phase 2 goes so much faster.
I'm down to 5 health. I might take a death here. We'll see.
I believe.
Oh yeah, I got shot there. It's fine. We do retain some of the damage we dealt to him, although unlucky lightning bolts.
Yeah. Time is coming up at the end of this phase here.
Well, when you see the cutscene for the ending,
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Not quite yet.
And yeah, wait for the gold icon in the bottom right. Yeah, there we go. That's time.
GG.
GG.
Absolute nonsense. That blind movement, ridiculous.
Yeah, the entire community kind of had to come together and lab out how to do that blind walk. There was a point where I think it was you, Keeney, posted a video of you had made a Stepmania chart. And you were
So I
just
can do it on
following
the dance pad.
You were just following the Stepmania chart as you do the blind walk. But eventually I was just like, you don't have many cues, but if you hold the shoot button, you still get an audio cue. You get a metronome. We can just use that. And so yeah, we've got a few rats, but That's been the fun thing that's happened to Vanger speedrunning in the last half year, is figuring out this door clip and how to deload door collisions, and that you can just use a different elevator to get to the final boss. So it's fun times.
Yeah, that's the culmination of a bunch of different small tricks we found in the community over the years. The way to get door stuck to load a different room, the way to go through doors in a way that doesn't load their collision, and using teleports to teleport to other locations that you're not intended to get to.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no,
Well, I see why the triathlon is run in that order. That's some nonsense. If the four of you have any shout outs you'd like to give, or else let people know where you're at on the internet and what you're up to.
Yeah, I just want to give shout-outs to the general UFO 50 community, because, game's been out for a couple of years, and we're still going just as strong, especially the bingo scene. We've got a bingo league going, where you play for goals from all 50 games, and it's been a lot of fun. Shouts to Matt in particular for organizing and running that, and also organizing Cherry Rush, which is coming up, a UFO 50 specific marathon. That's going to be a lot of fun. And
last weekend in August, you'll see probably a lot of this crew game.
Anyone else on the couch got anything they want to close with?
Shoutouts to Flick, who is, if you want to see more UFO 50 speedrunning, he is on European Speedrunners Assembly in, I think, about an hour, running Cyber Owls, Pin Golf, and Mooncat.
That is very exciting.
Yeah, always happy to see more love for UFO 50. But I think that's all I got.
Incredible. Chat, make some noise one more time for the Metroidvania Triathlon to kick us off. Thank you so much, Spoody and crew. We are going to accelerate all the way out of the pretend 80s and into the very real 2020s. When we come back from the break, we are going with the most recently released, I believe, Metroidvania in the whole menagerie, Neo Memories in Orbit. I will see you there. Hello, Internet Traveler. My name is Mallory Metroidvania, and you are still watching the marvelous menagerie of Metroidvanias. We are in the middle of our recent indies block here on day 2 of the menagerie, and as the UFO 50 crew that just preceded us mentioned a whole bunch of upcoming events in that community, so too does the GDQ community have a truly staggering number of upcoming events for you all on this Twitch channel, including but not limited to Gamescom GDQ, our first European event taking place from August 28th to 30th, live in Cologne, Germany. The schedule for that event is already out. You can check it out at gdq.gg/schedule/Gamescom. But to continue our recent indie hits block, a game that I think caught a lot of people's attention out of seemingly nowhere and completely gorgeous. Please join me in welcoming to the stage, running Neo Memories in Orbit, any percent ATI ending, TFC.
Hello, thank you, Mallory. As she said, welcome to Memories in Orbit. This is Mio. We do have about a minute and a half to get into the run, so we're just going to go ahead and get started, and we can do intros from there. So we're ready on timer. It can start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. My name is TFC, and I'm joined by my lovely partner, who is actually right behind me. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Prin. I've also done a couple of runs of this game. I'm mostly here for supportive commentary.
So, Mio takes place entirely on a spaceship. The spaceship is looking to colonize a new planet for humanity. There's just a few problems with that, namely that all of the humans on board of this ship have kind of died, and it's been that way for a couple hundred years. So the mission still needs to go on, but it turns out all the robots who are keeping the ship running are also dying off slowly, and that's a bit of a problem because if everyone's gone, then the mission can't succeed, right? So So it's our job to fix the issues and keep the ship running so that we can eventually hopefully succeed. We'll have control here in just a moment. One of the things that really caught my eye about this game, this run especially, is that the movement system is very progressive. So like each trick that you get just kind of adds on to each other, one after another. We start very basic and we get more complicated as we go on. So our starting movement is just running and jumping, but we can still speed ourselves up a little bit in the intro. We are mainly going to be looking to mantle any ledge that we come across that is in the same direction as travel. A little bit of platforming to start out here during this like dream sequence. There we go. We've got a platform skip coming up. I'm gonna kind of go into the. I'm gonna miss that. You want to go into the air stalls?
So in Mio, we have a lot of different ways that we can stall in the air. One of those is just doing the 3-hit combo, gets us a little bit of horizontal distance, and using that, we can skip a whole platform in the intro. You'll see a lot more air stalls coming up later in the run.
Yep. The dream sequence is over, so we're now more in the actual meat of the game, but there is still a little bit left in the tutorial. Before we're really inside the ship itself. So the main things we're going to be doing movement-wise are still the same, but there are a couple other things we can do as well, namely on sloped surfaces. So anything that is sloped upwards we can jump into to give ourselves a forward boost, and then anything that's sloped downwards we can get a frame-perfect jump on, and that will also give us a boost forward. First example of that is here in just a second. Stealing right here. So we got a little forward boost right there. Now, luckily the game starts us off with a really nice healthy amount of health. Oh, wait, hold on. Scratch that. The game takes away one of our pieces of our protective coat to start. So even though we start with kind of 4, it's actually more like 3 health. I know it shows 2, but you can take 1 hit once they're all depleted. So this is one of those things that shows up later on in the game if you're you make it further and explore a little bit harder. But luckily this is the only time we're going to have our health taken away in this run as it is. Ooh, actually got the slip boost there. I like
Very nice.
Rarely get that. Right, one last little hallway and we are out of the intro if I can get into it. Okay, these are the Nexus gates. They can be thought of like benches in Hollow Knight. They're kind of save points as well as fast travels. We can just sit at that to connect it to the network. And then we are going to do a bit of platforming to get towards the first boss here. Trying to use any of the movement that we had previously.
Coming up here is my favorite bit of elevator tech, because when you press the interact button, Mio takes time to like reach out to the buttons. You can actually press interact before you've selected the floor that you want to go to, which saves us a little bit of time.
The platform skip there. You can actually use a downwards pogo to kind of bounce yourself up onto that little lip. It's fairly precise and saves just a couple seconds there. No big deal if we miss it. Down dashing is also the fastest way to fall in this game, so anytime there's some vertical space below me, that's pretty much going to be the way I move, as well as anytime that there's ice physics that I need to rapidly change the direction of, we're going to use attacks to kind of stop ourselves in our tracks. One other major thing to mention is that enemy placement is all random. So occasionally they'll be in really good spots for you. Sometimes they'll be in really bad spots for you. We're really just gonna need to react to where they are throughout the run. Like if that guy's in front, like further to the left, you can actually just kind of get past without taking a hit. Since I already took one, I'm just gonna kind of keep my health safe here.
Yeah, it's worth noting that the healing system in this game is quite punishing, so FC is being pretty careful here. Essentially, you can only heal at basins that are scattered throughout the map, and they do take like currency. You can see a basin we're passing right there.
Oops. Really quickly, we're going to be grabbing our one and only combat modifier for the run. It's going to be kinetic thrust, which is the modifier that improves the third hit of our combo. It is already the hit that does the most damage, and now it does even more. A little bit more platforming here. Hopefully we get some good positioning on this next room. There's a lot of platforms and a lot of weird spots. I think I can make this work. Yeah.
Nice.
It's very rare that I can skip all those platforms there, so thankfully that guy cooperated.
In this game, you have a lot of aerial maneuverability. Every time you hit something, your double jump refreshes.
Use that a lot here on our first boss, Aegis.
For this boss, we're pretty much going to try to stick to the air as much as possible because they like to attack, straightforward, pretty typical first boss behavior. But they do have that attack, which can really trip you up.
Ooh, I am surprised I didn't take a hit there. Not complaining.
All right, and we've got him to the second phase now. They're gonna do 3 combo attacks in a row.
Followed by this taunt. Should be almost there. Nice, there it is. All right, we'll be seeing 5 bosses throughout the run. That is the first and by far the easiest. All right.
So as we move away from that, can you talk a little bit about what distinguishes ATI ending as the tag on any percent in this category?
Yes. It is basically the good ending versus the bad ending, where the ATI ending has the least amount of requirements, and the good ending, as it were, has a lot more. You're supposed to go get an optional upgrade, but technically you can do it without it. So believe it or not, the speedrun times between both categories are very, very similar. The only difference basically being which final boss you end up fighting. So we'll be fighting the bad ending boss here in a little bit. So this is our friend Samsk. You already got to see him once. He is what will be giving us our upgrades. We start out by getting the hairline, which is basically the grappling hook. The energy bar down at the bottom is what we need to be full to be able to use it. And then we can use it for a couple other pieces of tech later on as well. So you'll notice Neo gets kind of flung and accelerated. If you let go, I think it's 3 frames before you actually make it to an enemy, you won't get the deceleration and you'll actually be able to fling yourself using that. So hopefully I'll be able to show that off later. We are going to be getting, I think, 3 upgrades. Each one has a tutorial section like that. This is the only one that we won't be skipping, actually, because that cutscene where Sam runs around you and turns you off for a moment. That will play every single time if you do save quit past this first one. As well, the save quit here would take you all the way back to the Nexus gate, which is very far from where we want to be. So it's very convenient that the first one is one that we don't really want to save quit on anyways.
Right, now we are maneuvering our way to our first attack upgrade.
Yep.
And we'll be getting a total of 2 throughout the run, which isn't a lot. It's very
What is that
close.
mosquito doing? They're probably like the most annoying enemy in the run. Like to be in just random places. Everybody say hi to Mel. We won't be talking to her. That is the game's shopkeeper, and we will be completely ignoring everything she has, unfortunately. As much as I love her.
Bye, Mel.
Best character.
Just missed that ledge. The ice physics is really hard to control. And especially when we're so reliant on enemies to be in the right places to get grapples off them. Oh, nice. Actually got the downward pogo like clip up thing that I was trying to do at the beginning. You can do that again right here. That is the damage upgrade that Brennan was mentioning, and we are going to now quickly run off to our second boss, ACAT, who has one fight arena right beforehand, but we're going to use another clever use of ice physics to skip that. Because doors like to close after they visually close in this game, so I need a little bit more speed. Just gonna kind of zip right on through and not have to deal with those enemies.
Arenas are pretty slow. All right, here you're going to see FC play a game of The Floor is Lava. If we manage to do that successfully throughout the whole boss intro, we get to spend that time attacking.
All bosses do have armor during their kind of intro, though, so you do less damage, but everything adds up.
This boss has a lot of really cheeky places that you can stand to not get hit.
Yeah, we really want to see that overhead slam as much as possible.
Yeah. We're using hairpin occasionally to iframe when we need it.
I don't know why I jumped. Fine, just make it close,
Nice.
right?
Exactly. Put on a show. Also seeing a lot of love in chat for the music in this game generally, and especially the boss themes.
It is
and
so
I
good.
agree.
I think
this slaps.
I think this boss specifically was kind of the moment where my eyes were open to what this game was, what was possible in this game. All right. I'm taking a little bit of a safety heal here. Being on 1 HP is a little spooky. But we are going to head on down to the Metropolis, which is kind of the former kind of living quarters for all the people that used to be alive here. Unfortunately, it's not quite suited for human life anymore, but, you know, it's fine. It's still a very beautiful area, especially the shader that this game uses. I honestly am just obsessed with it. It looks so good. We are going to actually do a little bit of a skip here that doesn't really look like one. We're supposed to come back here once we have an ability called Harvester, which will refresh our energy every time we hit those purple flowers. But if we just do some clever double jumps, we can get over here anyways without it. That skips 1 to 2 bosses and a lot of backtracking. Very convenient that you can just barely do that. Nice. Actually got the hairpin fling there. Yeah, once you reach an enemy, you lose all of your momentum. The goal is to cut it off as quickly as possible. Little arena here. Luckily, the hazards that are on the floor are hazardous to enemies as well, so we're going to try to use that as much as possible to knock enemies into it. Nice. Clean.
I love combat arenas like that, where you just push everything off a cliff.
It's so unfortunate too, because everything takes 4 hits. So if everything just took 3 hits instead, you wouldn't even have to try, but it's just all about those little time saves. Right. We're going to equip that modifier that we picked up earlier. That is the only time we will ever equip, which we do have to do at a gate. We can't do that just like out in the world. But we are actually on our way to our 3rd boss now, which is honestly one of the scariest in the run. Oh my, that's so rude.
Surely you can do Atmos with 1 HP.
We'll figure it out. It'll be fine. He's just a friendly snowman anyways, right?
Yeah.
Right?
So this boss, we're going to see FC use the hairpin more to to get iframes and keep up the aggression. Let's see, during this attack especially.
Unfortunately, he's rather slippery and likes to avoid your hits. That's fine. That is less fine. All right. So now I guess we can talk about the money routing in this game, because the rather unfortunate death there.
We're doing a save quit to skip the cutscene. That takes like 10-15 seconds.
Yeah.
Plays every time you die until you actually watch it fully. But we're picking up a little extra money here because we do need a total of 300 droplets, and unlike other games, like weird bug Metroidvanias, you can't pick up your money after you die. You just lose it all. But we're gonna need about 300 right after Atmos in order to wake up She, that is gonna help us progress the main quest.
Yeah, so unfortunately, because that gate doesn't actually send our drops to the network anyways, we will have to make up everything we lost, which I think was like 170, something like that.
Yeah. This is the attack we want to see.
This one's not bad either, because he'll just kind of stand still and let you hit him.
It should be phasing soon. There we go. And we're just gonna float around him while they spin in a circle here.
Nice. All right. You know what? It's at least a clean second try. Can't have a perfect run now, can we, right?
That
Have
phase
some
2
drama.
just staying in the air is nonsense.
Honestly. It's so much fun once you actually nail it, though. All right. A little bit more money that I can grab, and we're going to climb up to our next upgrade, which is honestly like the... I don't know what you're going to call it. The... It's the coolest ability in the run. Probably breaks the most. It's the most fun to use. It's faster than moving normally. It is what's going to let us walk on walls as well as dash later on. We're going to kind of platform through these wind sections. Use the air stalling to get out of that current, because they're of course trying to push you into the hazard areas. Right. So unlike the hairline, we're going to talk to Samps right here and quit out once the game has actually registered that we've gotten the upgrade and skip the tutorial entirely. Conveniently, the game does put a temporary checkpoint right here so that we're not going to be sent back to a place that we're not prepared to. Technically, we probably would want that in this case, but it's at least not somewhere that we don't want to be. Just end up right outside where we just were. So quick backtrack using this spider climb ability.
We're staying really close to the hazard there in order to sneak past the wind currents, and we're going to do a down dash here, really precise to get through.
Backtracking right to where we were because there's this hazard area that was off to the left. We're just going to kind of climb over. Turn on a big fan. And then this game is actually going to clear that temporary checkpoint that we just got on its own after we break through all of these like breakable blocks with our, with our head. As you do.
Seems uncomfy.
And
A little bit. It's fine. It's a little head trauma between friends or something.
you may have seen her wait there for a little bit. That's because this game actually runs on a 5-second autosave cycle. It doesn't save per event. So we're using an auto splitter to track the save file updating in order to know when we can actually quit out.
Yep. Unfortunately, quitting out too early is a constant fear in these runs. That's fine. You know what? I didn't want that help anyways. You can have it. So next up, we are going to be actually progressing the main story quest instead of getting any upgrades from here, which is kind of funny because we're getting it before that we've actually been given the main quest. So getting the Strider ability lets us get past these air currents. And we are going to go into the arena of the Blood, or Liho, who is kind of the curator of this area. Can I please get through? Thank you. And it is actually the main reason that we are running using Russian voice lines. This section slows us down whenever Liho is talking. So we actually need to use the fastest language purely and explicitly to make this walk up 2 seconds faster than the slowest language. We're also using simplified Chinese text, and that is not necessarily because mashing is any faster, it's because fewer text boxes generate in the game. So ultimately, the actual amount of time you're saving from changing languages is very, very minimal compared to a lot of games, but everything does add up.
Is English the slowest language?
I couldn't tell you for sure, but I cannot be a fast one.
Sure, I know in other, funny bug games, English and French are the languages to avoid.
I was not the one to do the timing, so I am not fully sure, but I assume English and French are probably not quick languages, no. So, we've got a nice break here, nice 2.5 minute cutscene. This is one of 3 pearls that will be gathering throughout the run here. It's kind of the main objectives to unlock the ending. So, remember when I said that all the robots were dying slowly and we had to do something about it? Yeah, that includes the engine of the ship, the Heart, who is also having a real bad day. So she's idea, who we haven't woken up yet, but he will have an idea to use all the voices of the pearls to heal the Heart specifically. we're gonna need to go gather the blood, the breath, the hand, and the spine, and the eye. That's 5, but only 3 of them are out in the open world. That's all you need to know. But each one of the kind of overworld ones are exemplifying some negative emotion very strongly. So Leo here is feeling shame because, well, he was in charge of the people's living quarters and all the people are dead. So he's not very happy about that. But because Mio comes in and shows kindness, he agrees to offer his voice, which will let us continue on our path.
Salute to the depressed or.
There was a comment in chat yesterday about like, oh, it's an indie Metroidvania, so when do we hit the allegory for burnout or depression? I did it. I found it.
It's constant, this game. It starts in minute 1 and keeps going until the end. This game made me cry twice. Hard. So highly recommended. All right. I did not check my money before leaving. I forgot I needed to. Where am I? I'm gonna need to go back. Okay. We're gonna get some extra drops real quick first before we move on because of that death. But we need 300 because of a quest with the curator of the spine, she, who is currently a little disconnected from the rest of the network. So we are going to give him enough drops that he can wake up, which is actually 500, but there are 2 ways to kind of give him the drops that he needs. You can either kind of wait for them to go to him naturally through like dying if you're connected to the network and you take a death, they'll actually automatically go to she anyways. However, you get a pretty sizable bonus for giving them to him yourself. So that's really what we're going to be doing here because it's 200 less drops if we do it that way. Now we've got enough made up for the sins of the past. We'll be going through another bit of a cutscene / dialogue section here where we're going to reconnect the spine, which you can see in the background there. Very aptly named, if I might say so myself.
So while we're cutscening, how did you find this game as a like speed game?
To be honest, I found it just randomly on Steam a few months ago, but never really touched it. It looked appealing enough that I wanted to play it, but wasn't really sure to what extent. And after playing it, I was just kind of obsessed. You can ask friend behind me. I think I lost an entire weekend to it immediately. And after beating it the first time, the only thing I could think of is second playthrough. So I looked it up on speedrun.com and found the community, and it has been a blast ever since. Lots of cool longer categories as well. Some that get like all the upgrades and just get like the true ending. There's actually technically 3 endings. There's categories for all 3. So very cool. Definitely check out the community Discord as well. Quick little climb up here. We're going to be going up to the top of this room because the second damage upgrade that we're going to be going for is going to be up here. If I can get a cool trick with it. Looks like no. Alright, we'll just get it normally. You can actually knock yourself off that ledge and get this animation while you're falling. But it's pretty tricky. I've only gotten it a couple times. A little bit more platforming. We're gonna go through this secret little entrance here and go on towards our third and final upgrade, which is the dodge ability, which about time that they finally give it to us, right? I don't even know what hit me there. That's... Honestly, this arena is probably the bane of my existence. I am so bad at it. Very likely that I die, if I'm honest. But so far, so good. Get over here, please. Please and thank you. That's a good mosquito. Alright. You know the drill by now. Nancy's gonna come up and talk to us, and we're gonna do a quit out, which will give us the dodge ability. Once the split actually goes through. Good. So dodge is really powerful in this game in that it completely nullifies damage as long as you activate it at the right time. But it also has a secondary use that's kind of hidden, and honestly the game expects you to not know about it. I certainly didn't my first playthrough. If you hit dodge while you're using striders, you'll get a dash. So that has now become the fastest way for us to move.
Striders plus dodge is also about to become the crux of some really cool skips we're going to be doing.
It's a good time to talk about the fact that this is technically a restricted category. We are staying entirely in bounds in everything we do, and that's because of these flowers that I keep bouncing across. Through the glitch we're about to do, you can actually get out of bounds fairly easily and go to the end of the game in, I think it's a little bit under 20 minutes. So instead, we're doing a no out of bounds category. Make the run a little bit more, have a little bit more, isn't just running around out of bounds. Let Prin take over from here because we have some very precise things to be taken care of the next couple seconds.
Yes, so she goes up there to set up her hazard respawn at a pretty specific vertical height, and we are going to play The Floor is Lava once again. Very nice. And we're going to try to hit that flower, wait for it to start respawning, and then get stuck in the hazard, and that will teleport us across the map.
First,
We're gonna do it again. That was the hard one.
we set our respawn right here. And then do another void out under this one, and this will send us directly into the arena with the breath, which is the next pearl that we need to talk to. That skips a very, very large portion of the map, as well as probably my least favorite boss fight in the game, so very convenient that that's there. If you touch the ground at any point from the top of the elevator shaft to the first warp, it won't work. If you take any damage, it won't work. You need to take 2 hits. So it is very precise. You need to do a big combination of air stalling with attacks and dodges, or you know, you have to start over with that one.
Yeah, absolutely the hardest trick in the run.
Very happy that went well. I think that took me, I don't know, like an hour to hit it the first time. Then another hour to even get remotely consistent with it.
Оттока до сердца, как никогда полны жизни.
This is Amethyst. She's kind of the curator of the western side of this ship.
Голод,
And as you can see, plant life has kind of sprung up and honestly gone out of control here. To the point where it's really problematic. The plant life has become dangerous in many cases, and actually what's causing the growth is that water in the background, which turns out it's very hazardous to robots. So yeah, it looks very pretty. Honestly, my favorite area visually, but they're really having a bad time here. The kind of emotion that Amadeus is portraying is indifference, though. So he just kind of gives in and gives us her voice immediately, without much of an effort. Wait for the save. There it is. Do a quick
How long did it take to figure out the like save auto splitter thing? That seems like a miserable way to lose runs early on.
That is a great question. I came in after it was already solved, so.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, even casually, if you try to do like if you're trying to like practice a boss, if you save quit right when you kill the boss, it just won't count it at all. And sometimes it will. It's just because that 5 second, if you just happen to kill it at the right time, it'll save immediately. And sometimes it'll save a little bit after as well. So the autoswiller is a really, really big help in that.
Also, if you quit out right as you die and you do it right before the autosave happens, you'll save your droplets.
That's true. Right, that was the Eye, who is kind of the navigator of the ship. Someone that Mio actually had a previous relationship, which you're kind of shown through some flashback sequences. Whoops. Don't mind that. They've actually already passed away. That's fine. We need to make it a little spicy, right?
Of course.
Unfortunately, that jump is actually way harder than it looks. You need to do a downwards pogo to get a little bit of extra height, and then grab onto the wall with striders there, so...
That jump is honestly my worst nemesis. Very clean air stalling there, though.
What are these guys doing? Whatever. Still got the hairline fling off of it. We like to do some random things sometimes. And we're gonna again use the power of air stalling in this next section to our advantage, because you're supposed to go get an upgrade called, I think it's Sail, the Glide, but instead we are just going to dash across, as well as dash into this door before it closes, which lets us get into the vaults early. I cannot believe I got caught by the elevator. You can actually break out of this one and then fall way faster than it. But now, instead we've got some time to sit and think about our decisions in life.
Oh no.
Yeah, that little edge of the platform right about here, you can stand on it and trigger the elevator. You can actually do that with pretty much every elevator. But some elevators in this game are slow only the first time you take it, and this one is one of them. So if we were to come back later, it would actually be faster than we can fall. But because it's not... So anyway, exactly, elevator of shame. It's fine though. This is where the game really opens up and shows you an entire second area after all of what you've been exploring previously. It's known as the vaults. Very much my favorite area in the game. Music is...
Does this...
Go ahead.
Yes. it does this cool thing where it's showing you a whole bunch of rooms that you just can't have access to yet. Teasing all of these upgrades and the teleport guy, which we are about to pass.
Yep.
That guy asking for help.
Unfortunately for him, we will not be helping him in this run. A little bit of a fling there. Fairly difficult in these tight spaces, especially to keep your momentum moving. But we are navigating to our third and final depressed orb, as it were, Dr. Halen. So she's probably the least depressed of the three. Is kind of the ship's mechanic, as it were. And she's been very aware of the problems that have been going on in the ship and has been trying her best to prevent them and fix them. So when we barge in here, she's not actually that happy about it. She calls it a rat and tells us that our help is not necessary. And honestly, in Russian, it's just that much more intimidating. So, like, I'm not complaining about the voice line change here.
Она ломает. Я несу порядок. Она сеет хаос.
Also, like, the model, easily the coolest of the three. Like, come on, look at that.
Жалкое недоразумение. Я знаю все твои секреты, крыса. Твое так называемое предназначение.
Yeah, this is giving if Portal hated you even more a little bit.
Honestly,
Пустая
Gladys
трата времени.
with fingers.
Возвращайся в свою капсулу.
Wait a minute.
Прекрати это безумие. Я защищаю
So she doesn't take very well to our proposal to give us her voice. And she tells us basically to get lost. Normally, that is what we would do, but there's a nice 5-second window where we can actually get a save quit here. Is going to actually reopen the door that she just slammed in our face. So instead of going all the way back up to the upper level, getting the help from one of Mel's little helpers, going all the way back down, we're just gonna walk in the door and trigger the fight from the back. It skips the Saw-Long boss, which is kind of the platforming boss. It skips, yeah, man, it skips so much. Alright. We have hit the stage where the fights are gonna get much harder, and they're kind of back to back here, so definitely handing off commentary at this point.
Now that we have the dodge ability, these fights are going to be a little less scary, but if we dodge at the wrong time, things can get really hairy. So this is Onra, otherwise known as the anti-rat weapon. She starts off in this sword phase, and we really don't want to see that dash attack.
That was too early.
Personally, this is the hardest phase for me. Alright, and Dr. Halen there has just summoned a shield that we need to break. And doing that will push Onra into phase 2, where she pulls out a laser cannon. And perfect, she's using her lasers. That's the attack we want to see. Now, if FC is able to get enough damage off on this boss quickly, we may be able to skip the second shield phase. Here it is. Good job.
Very clean.
However, she does have an actual full second phase as well, so it's not over.
Here we see Dr. Halen taking control of Onra, and she's gonna throw her around a bit. thankfully, as Halen is throwing her around, Honor is also taking damage, so we're not the only ones doing DPS here.
Least favorite attack. Hate that one. Almost there. Nice.
Very clean. She got spiked.
ending.
Halen finished the boss off for me. It's so kind of her. Okay.
Пыталась найти другой выход. Но
Thank
во всех моих
goodness.
расчетах, во всех вариантах развития
Very worried about that one. It's
неизменно.
a very, very difficult fight.
Отвлечение? Нет.
Yeah, if FC died there, we would have to do a really cringe air stall to get over the cutscene trigger in order to avoid soft blocking.
Yep. You'd like climb up the wall, hit the trigger on the wall before getting on top of it, and just fall back down to the ground, and you'd never be able to actually trigger the cutscene, so you have to go over it. So, very good we didn't die there. This also is the
Бояться.
final thing we needed to actually go to really any of the endings. So from here, we are just almost done. We just need to basically make it back to the final boss and fight her. From the category name, you can probably guess is Adi. Go for a really hard skip here. Unfortunate. You can just barely get up into that little elevator shaft there with really perfect movement, but it is challenging.
We are, yes, making our way back to the start of the game, and then we're going to have a nice long cutscene with She as we turn in all of our depressed orbs.
Yes. Riding the outside of the elevator, you know, like a normal person.
It also feels like a genre staple at this point.
Honestly, you know what? Good point.
I think just generally misbehaving in and around elevators more broadly.
Well, you can definitely disrespect these. You can clip through a lot of them as well.
To all of the Hollow Knight enjoyers in the Hollow Knight speedrunning enjoyers in the chat right now, just remember, Televator died for this.
All right. Here's where She is realizing that we've got all the orbs we need. We'll be going through kind of a showcase where he kind of says their name in like a form of remembrance. It's almost like a funeral even. So once the fourth one is on screen, that means we're cleared to start fighting the final boss. Small detail. They are roughly placed where they are in the ship as well. In this little section, I always found that was super cool and creative. I am also going to be very safe and take a safety save because I don't want to have to climb the elevators again. It's right here.
The single solitary free Televator in the chat. Thank you. I know chat's got me.
And of course, the most important part of any Metroidvania speedrun, part where you get uppies. It's
You're
like
not
another
wrong.
trope of the final boss being basically at the entrance, the start of the game.
I've never played a game where that's the case. What do you mean?
Never? The first time?
Never. Definitely not Hollow Knight.
All right. If you say so. This is Adi. eagle-eyed viewers would have seen her when we got the dodge ability. She's supposed to be this character that you kind of run into around the world and kind of talk to. And realistically, she is not happy with us trying to heal the heart in this way. So she's trying to stop us at this point, signaling that maybe this is the bad ending.
This is going to be a really long fight. I think FC's gold is around 3 minutes. It's because we are lacking a lot of damage upgrades. We're going to have to make really good use of the dodge ability here. And just try to keep the pressure up as much as we can.
Get hit by that attack, it takes away 2 hits of protective coat. So very important to dodge it.
Pretty decent RNG so far.
Nice.
Yeah.
Got a safe pixel that we can just kind of stand on here. Get some extra hits during the phase transition. This is the attack we don't want to see as much as possible. This one's also not great.
A lot of the timings for attacks in the second phase are slightly different from the attacks in the first phase. Like this one specifically always catches me off guard. Trying to capitalize on every moment Audie's actually on the screen.
That was rude. Almost there.
And we're going to try to kill Audie close to the center of the arena if possible.
Nice. All right.
Very good.
There are a couple hits at the end there, but not dying is all I can ask for.
So we still got a few minutes before time comes up here.
Kind of a cinematic end to the fight where the illness in both Audie and Mio catches up to him. And Mio finally gets the voice of the spine. It's the last thing we need to be able to heal the heart. Of course, with how beautiful this game is, got a cinematic ending in front of us where we're going to kind of slow walk up to the heart and give all those voices that we've been collecting.
Of course. Well, while we slow walk, I have to ask you both the question. What is the greatest Metroidvania of all time?
That question, huh? Unfortunately, they have definitely been more of a recent obsession for me, so I can't say I've played as many as I would want to answer this question. So it's still probably got to be Silk Song for me, though realistically, Neo has become a close second.
I love that.
I am gonna have to agree with Silk Song. I was a big fan of Hollow Knight. I speedran that game a decent chunk, and Silk Song was just better than I could have hoped for. So I'm enjoying it still. But I am with FC. This game is a pretty close second, and if you haven't played it, I definitely recommend giving it a shot. It's by a really cool French developer that unfortunately shut down due to lack of sales. But show them some support.
Definitely.
I saw a good deal of commiseration for the fate of the studio in the chat early on into the run, and like, yeah, this is a gorgeous game and apparently a criminally underappreciated game.
It's just art. No other words to say, and don't worry about that person in there. They're fine. I promise.
Oh, okay.
Pay no attention to the woman in the moon. And we'll be coming up fairly soon here. It'll be once Mio turns and faces Clea directly.
На тебя всегда можно было положиться. И ты никогда ничего не просил.
Oops, should not have done that last jump there.
Спасибо тебе.
All right, and time.
GG.
Еще продержаться.
And it ends just as pretty as it starts.
If not prettier. And like I said, there's so much more to this game than what gets shown off in the speedrun too. There's like 18 bosses. There's, I think it's 3 more abilities that we didn't get. There's a hard, super hard, challenging platforming section that's completely optional. There's so much more to this game, so highly recommend that you check it out if you haven't.
Well, if the pair of you have any shout-outs you'd like to give, the floor is yours, or else let people know where you're at on the internet and what you're up to.
Yeah, you can find me at TFC_ on Twitch, and then TFC on Blue Sky and YouTube. Definitely been a little inactive lately, but trying to get back into it more. Mio's definitely been helping. So, those are the main places you can find me, mostly on weekends at this point. Yeah. How about you, Bren?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitch or Blue Sky at Primrose. I am currently doing Silksong hitless attempts, which has been a fun time. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Yep, this is a lot of fun. Thank you.
Of course. Chat energy one more time for this phenomenal showcase of Mio Memories in Orbit. We are not done with the indie Metroidvania goodness. We are going to take a quick break. So get up, stretch, grab some water, pet a small animal near you if that's an option you have. And when we come back, another 2026 Metroidvania you might not have heard of yet. Raider Kid in the Ruby Chest. I will see you there. Hello again, internet traveler, and welcome back to the marvelous menagerie of Metroidvanias. My name is Mallory Metroidvania, and we are wrapping up our trifecta of recent indie releases you might not have heard of yet, but you're going to want to play after this. Folks, if you've missed out on any of the menagerie so far, or indeed any of the phenomenal showcases here on the GDQ Twitch channel, whether it be hotfix specials like this one or our charity events, you can, of course, always find us on youtube.com/gamesdonequick. If you're watching this on the future in YouTube, hi YouTube. Thank you so much for checking out that channel. Friends, indie Metroidvanias are an ecosystem all their own, and nothing gives me greater delight than sharing the good word of some brand new ones. So here to run Raider Kid and the Ruby Chest Any Percent. Please welcome to the stage Upper Casserole.
Hi everybody, my name is Upper Casserole, and I'm here to absolutely shill the heck out of this video game, and I mean, I guess speedrun it too, like we're here already. But yeah, this is Raider Kid in the Ruby Chest. This is an indie Metroidvania that was released in March of this year, so it's very new, and absolutely nobody has heard of it, and I want to change that. This game is so much fun, I can't. I have to spread the word. So we're gonna delete our save here. I'm gonna start a new game. The timer will start a little bit after this cutscene. But we are playing as this adorable child named Alex. We're on vacation with our family, and this tour guide is really boring. So we're gonna go to sleep, and we're gonna hear a voice in our head that wants to that's gonna tell us to find the ruby chest. So sure, let's go do that. We're gonna do that in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. So yeah, Raider Kid in the Ruby Chest. This is a game, it's a PC game, but it has the resolution, color palette, and I believe sound limitations of a Game Boy game. It also only uses 2 buttons. Right now, the only thing we can do is jump, so we're just gonna jump through this intro here. Our dad told us to stay where we can see him, or he can see us, and we're just gonna completely ignore him. My kingdom for a morph ball, but sadly the technology does not exist yet, so we'll crawl like a peasant, but that's okay. And hey, look, there's the ruby chest, so I guess we're done. Oh no.
You can tell it's a Metroidvania because the bridges don't work.
Yeah. So step 1, if you find yourself in ruins, you want to find a piece of paper and draw a map on it. That makes total sense. The next thing you're going to want to do is start looking for progression. We're going to go left first because, I mean, come on. How has that not been a meme of this marathon? Going, like, how many runs have gone left first? I'd like to know.
It's actually been decently split, right?
Yeah, probably.
This is going to come as a huge shock, but it is a 50-50 between go left and go right when you're lost.
Anyways, we have found the whip, which is our first piece of progression here. I can think of few things less threatening than a 6-year-old wielding a whip, really, but yeah, whatever. It'll get the job done. It lets us hit switches, and it brings us to the first piece of the ruby key. So we need all 5 pieces of this key to open up the ruby chest, which is our main objective in this any percent run. Yeah, the whip, if we use the whip on the ground, it will make us stop moving. So we're going to try and whip things in the air as much as we can. We're also going to start intentionally tanking damage. Whenever you tank damage, you are going to get knocked backwards from whatever direction you're facing. So I'm sort of tactically turning around right before I walk into things. Like right here, for instance. Oh, I did it too late. That's fine. I don't have the most health. You can see my life in the bottom left corner. The one nice thing is that enemies do drop like health drops. They drop carrots, which heal us. And when you're low on HP, the rate of carrot drops goes up dramatically. So it's usually not like too scary to be on like 1 HP, but you know, you can just die out of nowhere. Our next piece of progression, this is the mallet, which lets us hold the attack button to break blocks. And also defeat guys with shields, but we're never actually going to defeat any enemies with a shield because it's too slow. So we'll just damage tank through them. Oh, that's not it. Well, we go back. Enemies in this game don't respawn unless you go like 2 rooms away, which is kind of nice. So I didn't have to re-defeat those enemies, but I did not mean to fall there. And I'm gonna grab this donut. This is an optional item. These are basically heart pieces. Every 2 donuts that we pick up will increase our max life. Now you might be saying this is an any percent run, why are we grabbing donuts? And I mean, A, safety, but B, we do actually intentionally tank a lot of hits in this run, so like the HP might actually be like optimal. This is Ictan, our sort of nemesis. They're trying to stop us from collecting the pieces of the key by enlarging bosses. This is the Bat Boss. We are gonna try the age-old strategy of just not moving. It works out pretty well.
Oh.
Very cool. So we're just waiting for them to drop this ball and then getting hits in. It is important that I get enough. That was plenty to get a 2 cycle here. And again, just gonna not move. That's all good. One nice thing about this boss, like a lot of the bosses in this game have iframes. So if you like mash the attack button as fast as you can, you like won't deal maximum damage. But that boss does not. You can just mash whip as hard as you can and it works out nicely. All right, so we now have the Medal of Courage, which lets us climb up these walls. And we can now move on to the next area. We've been trapped in this like golden section for a little bit. We're gonna head on over and do like the sequence break of this run to get to purple early. We just named the sections after their colors because they don't have names.
That also feels very GBA game coded.
Yeah, you're not wrong. So beating up some enemies on the way. I am going to grab a safety save in this next room. Because dying would be super tragic. If we were to die in this upcoming section, we'd get sent back to before the boss fight and have to redo all of that, which is just a lot. So we'll grab that safety save. I'm poking my head in that room, not because I'm lost, but because there's a portal in that room that we're going to want to warp to later, and you can only warp to portals you've seen. So here it is. This is the big skip in this run. We're just going to charge our hammer and get up here. And that gets us into purple, which is supposed to be like one of the final areas in the game that you visit, and it has like the final piece of progression, which is going to be super, super helpful for us. Can you guess what the most useful piece of progression is in this game?
I mean, logically, because Metroidvanias, wall jump or double jump.
Yeah, it is indeed wall jump. You are absolutely correct. We're going to get the wall jump ability, which is going to be heckin' useful as we go through here. Having full health here is great because I'm about to tank 2 damage. Oh, this is great. What is this, a sequence break? More javelins, but no javelins? So that was a javelin capacity upgrade, but we don't have the javelin upgrade yet. And the game knows it's on to us.
What is this, a sequence break is great.
But yeah, so we're just gonna one more room to get through with these bats. They're random, so that's okay. And we grab the pickaxe, which lets us cling to walls. We can get on out of here. No, the bats. Okay, I'm gonna quit out. So in this game, there's no such thing as saving and quitting. There's only quitting. Every piece of progression you pick up typically gives you a hard save, and so I just did that for a full heal. Because I was at 1 HP. But yeah, it is unfortunate if you do die, you do lose like all of your progress and go back to the last save point, or last hard save, I guess. Okay, we're going back to gold. We were just here, but there's now that we have wall cling, we can get some extra progression over here. I think the bats are basically the only random enemies in this game, and they are annoying. This is the hexastone. This lets us use the warp doors, so we're gonna immediately warp back to that portal that I stuck my head in. But yeah, there are these portals that have been in the backgrounds of a bunch of rooms, but not lit up. But now we can warp around the map. Okay, so we head back to green. We were here and then we skipped into purple. We're gonna do green sort of properly now, but with wall cling, it's gonna be a lot faster. This enemy is the worst. It's fine. But yeah, you see I don't have to climb walls, I don't have to land on ledges because we can just cling to walls, which is super, super great. One negative side effect, though, of picking up the pickaxe is that like enemies in this game sort of scale with your progression. So a lot of the enemies are just like super strong now. Like that golden frog that we saw. So
no.
So that's the javelin. Now we can throw spears. They're kind of useful. They're helpful against bosses. They're not the most powerful, and we're not going to get any of the spear upgrades, so they're not going to be that strong, but they have their place.
So I have to ask, are you the only runner of this game right now?
No, so there are 3 runners. I think one of them is like retired. They got, the first ever run and then never again. But there are 2 runners, me and Captain Nemo, who's in chat. So I was the world record holder earlier this week. Captain Nemo stole the world record from me on Wednesday. I got it back on Thursday, and then Captain Nemo took it back on Friday. So I'm currently not the world record holder. But yeah, it is fun times in the speedrunning community.
I love games like that where it's like the community is like 2 to 5 really dedicated nerds.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what we needed the spear for, so we could hit that switch underwater. I think it's like one of the only things we actually need the spear for, because the spear is mostly supplanted by wall jump. But that one switch underwater we need. And now we have the snorkel, so we can go underwater ourselves. We still can't swim yet, but we can go underwater at least. And now Ictan is going to destroy this bridge. Oh no, how will we cross this gap of water? Oh right, we can breathe. Okay, we're just coming over here for this portal. I realize now I don't have my splits right now, so I normally have like portal directions, like how many directions to press left or right to portal to the right place, so hopefully we don't get lost. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Surely.
So we've come back here. This piece of the ruby key we could have gotten right after we beat the bat boss, but it makes more sense to do it now since we need to be in this room anyways. So this is the back door into blue. So we're going to do this entire blue section backwards, which is really, really helpful. It saves a lot of time. It also lets us skip 2 bosses, which is pretty gross. And that's all just enabled by getting the pickaxe early. So here we get the swim fin. Now we can actually swim. I'm going to try a new strat here. Tanking damage and not swimming, because walking is slightly faster than swimming. I'm sure this won't bite me later when we're on 2 HP.
Nah, it'll be fine.
Yeah,
I
sure.
really thought the frog was going to hit you as I said that.
I think it might have been, like, you get iframes when you do a hammer attack during your, like, knockback. Here we're going to tank damage. Hopefully this guy doesn't kill me. Okay, good. Our next piece of progression is flooding this area with water. I actually quite like this area casually. Like, it's really, really clever. You go through this area and it's like half flooded. And then you hit that chest and flood everything. And then a bunch of platforms move because there's a bunch of like wooden planks that float. So they like block some passageways and open up some other ones. Like, I really love the design of this area. I think it's very clever, but we sort of break it by doing it backwards. That's okay,
the curse
though.
of being a speedrunner.
Yeah. Grab this donut, it's right on the way anyways. Okay, and then here we're going to go, so this is the entrance to this area. And there is a chest up here. So this is how you're supposed to get into this area. There's a ruby key piece here, and there's a boss in the room to my immediate right that we just don't have to fight because we just entered the room backwards. So that's very helpful. Our parents are now confused, or are not confused. They think we're a rock monster. It's fine. They haven't noticed that we're missing yet.
Very Calvin and Hobbesy.
Yeah. He does have our baseball cap, so I can see how they could get confused. Okay. So, our next objective, we're gonna go fight the eel boss, which is what we're gonna work our way towards. I'm gonna take, this is another safety save just for the heal, because we're about to do some damage tanking. Also, I guess a minor piece of tech. When you swing your hammer and then crouch, you can get some extra speed for crawling. Ow! Oh, rude. This is fine. Okay. Yeah, those 3-headed red guys are like so, they take so long to kill, so we just never fight them, but they can get spooky. That's a golden gear. We need 3 golden gears to like fight the penultimate boss, I guess, who's guarding like the final piece of the key. So we've picked up 2 so far, and now we're gonna move on. Okay, that frog can be a jerk. That's okay.
So how did you even find this game in the first place?
It was recommended to me on a like random Discord that I'm in. Someone just posted in the game channel. I'm like, hey, this looks really cute. And the Steam reviews were all like super positive. I was like, okay.
Hell yeah.
I'll give this a try. Okay, so we pick up a donut there, which gives us an extra piece of health and a full heal, which is really convenient because we're gonna like intentionally tank like 4 damage against this boss. The eel can swim across the top of the screen or the bottom of the screen. We want them to always swim across the top, and they will do that as long as we have no spears in our inventory. So we're immediately gonna yeet all of our spears, and then as long as we have no spears when they're off screen and deciding which lane to pick, they'll always go up top and drop spears for us, which is very helpful. As this second phase, you can see there's a current coming from the top of the screen, so we can't actually hit them except with spears. So we just wait for some drops. Again, not picking up the spears until they come back on screen. Okay, good. Okay, got the kill there. Though they do have to come all the way back to center. That was a bit obnoxious, that death animation. Maybe longer than it needs to be, but that's okay. Our parents are still talking about rocks. Okay, I'm gonna not, I could quit out here and get a full heal. I'm gonna tactically not, and hopefully not die. I want to quit out right before the next boss fight. So it makes a little bit more sense. We just have to get past like 1 or 2 enemies with this HP, which should be fine. Famous last words, but that's okay.
Nah, I believe.
I guess these fish are random too. They can be spooky. So we're going here. We need to get one last piece of the 3rd gear piece. So we're going to grab that real quick. And then I'm going to tank a hit to this enemy and go down to half a health. It'll be fine, I'm sure.
Okay.
Not even close. Easy every time. So I'm going to put the 3 gears in and then immediately quit out for a heal. And now we can fight this boss. Okay, look away if you don't want this video game to be ruined for you forever. But I'm about to ruin it. So this enemy here has a wing with 5 fingers on it, right? But then it gets enlarged, and now it only has 4 fingers. Like, what are we supposed to believe? This is some sort of magic enlarging potion that also removed their 5th finger? I sure hope somebody got fired for that blunder. So this is Ictan. We're just gonna
this fight like that.
We're just gonna jump on walls and try and beat them up. They throw, like, their potions that they throw are like targeting you specifically, so wherever you are currently standing. So you can kind of try and juke them out of the way a little bit. Also, we were praying for spear drops. Once again, as if you have no spears in your inventory, you're like way more likely to get spear drops. So we kind of try and like just throw them all as quickly as we can. Okay, not too bad. It's like a bit on the slow side, but not a terrible fight. Take it. Okay, and that is key piece number 5. We are now ready to go open up the ruby chest. Our parents finally realized that we are not, in fact, Alex, or this rock monster is not, in fact, Alex. Casserole mentioned? Okay. With that, we can warp back over to green and get ourselves to over to the ruby chest. The generic idol. Hooray, we've done it. Surely nothing bad will happen as we take this idol back to our parents.
I really thought those platforms were also going to fail.
Oh.
I thought it was going to just be like, pranked, happens again.
All right, I need to lock in for phase 1 of this boss fight. It is absolutely critical that I finish phase 1 with them standing in the exact center of the arena, because it makes phase 2 like laughably easier. So yeah, I'm gonna lock in. It's exactly 19 hits to finish phase 1. This boss is called Leg Day, by the way. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm standing in the exact center, so now they're centered perfectly. Excellent. So this like sine wave that they're following is based on, like, it starts when you end phase 1. So now they just like stay a lot lower if you kill them in the exact center of the arena. This is phase 3. They like to teleport. It's fine. Okay, and that is you do lock down the ruby chest, a chest made of ruby and pun. Get it? Because it's a chest.
How dare you?
Time is coming up soon. We just have the standard Metroidvania escape sequence. So it'll be in like 15 seconds or so. If you die during this escape sequence, you do have to do the whole boss fight again, so that's fun. But we have 3 HP, so we'll be fine. Okay, and time.
GG.
So yeah, this is Raider Kid in the Ruby Chest. Seriously, y'all need to play this video game. It is like, it's a very short game. Like, casually, it only took me about 3 hours to get 100%. I wouldn't have thought you could cram a satisfying Metroidvania experience into that short a time, but this game really did it. Like, it's really good. It's just an absolute blast.
Amazing. And where can the people find you on the internet, and what are you up to?
So yeah, I can be found at twitch.tv/uppercasserole. I do speedruns and challenge runs of lots of games, really. lately I've been doing a lot of runs of this. I need to get my world record back, apparently. So I'll probably be doing more of that. But yeah.
Yeah, I see a lot of love for the game, and as you mentioned, Captain Nemo in the chat being like, we need more runners, so check out Raider Kid and the Ruby Chest. Make some noise one more time for Upper Casserole. We are going, however, from our Game Boy aesthetic, we are going to bravely venture forth into the third dimension. Nobody panic. We're gonna take a quick break, and then when we come back, it's gonna be some Pseudoregalia, so I will see you there. Hello again, Internet Traveler. My name is Mallory Metroidvania, and you are still watching the marvelous menagerie of Metroidvanias. For our 3D block upcoming, I am joined by my partner in crime, Elias Exploration, and together we'd like to talk to you about exploring the third dimension. Okay, buddy, thank you. The prevalence of 3D Metroidvanias has always been a somewhat interesting point of discussion if you're a genre freak like me. I think the Metroid Prime series, which we will see a little bit later today, obviously crystallized the idea that Metroidvanias could exist in 3 dimensions, but could they schmoove in 3 dimensions? Our next run answers that question with a resounding yes. So please join me in welcoming to the stage, running Pseudoregalia 100% NMG, Labris.
Hi, I'm Labris, and welcome to Pseudoregalia. Joining me on commentary is Wolam.
Hi, I'm Wolam. This is my favorite speedrun category, so I'm very excited to be commenting Labris's run today.
Yeah, no, it's a wonderful category. Fair warning, this game is fairly dense. There is a lot happening at all times, and it's all awesome, and we want to explain as much of it as we can. However, we'll get through it. We'll be fine. It's a lot to go through, but it is all a good time. Trust. Starting with the dungeon. I'm good on time.
Yeah, you can give us a countdown whenever you're ready.
Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Actually, that's the wrong file. We were supposed to start from a new file. That's part of it. There we go. There's the dungeon.
Dungeon, my beloved.
Yep. So you may have heard mentions of schmooving. That's not for the first minute 40 of the run. We're just walking.
It's a very grueling 90 seconds to start every run.
Yeah. That's why 100% is better, because you get to see more of the game. This is less proportional. You get a stick. You use the stick to hit stuff.
The Dreambreaker is less so helping us go fast, more so helping us beat the game.
Yeah. There is a boss fight. We'll get there.
Unlike the next item we're going to see, which is pretty important one.
Yeah, something kind of niche, but ultimately very important in the speedrun. When you tap back and then tap forward and jump, you do what's called a gainer. That's what Coyote.
It's kind of like a somersault in Mario 64, but you can redirect the direction at the very end and do it in any direction that you like, making it extremely useful. And if you do it with a lot of speed, like we almost saw there, you can get a lot of height. And generally the tech in this game, they all sort of build on one another. And now we get the slide ability, and I don't know if anyone knew this, but you can't spell Pseudoregalia without slide, and that's definitely true for the speedrun. Labris is going to start zooming, schmooving. Yeah. Labris is going to hit the save point.
You're right! You're so right! There's a point where I could be stuck in a very bad situation if I don't do that.
Yes. To escape the dungeon, there is a mini boss called Strong Eyes. There is 2 ways to skip this, actually. We're going to do both of them. The first one is coming up here. You can very easily jump over the trigger that locks you into the fight and makes you fight it, and then jump over it when you escape. We do this because we want the small key. Then there is also this secret passage which was added in an update. If this looks like it's out of bounds or a glitch, it's not.
Because we said so.
Because we say so. Yep.
Yeah.
But to get more into detail on how all the things that we're doing, there's 3 core pieces of tech that the slide gives us the ability to do. And they all are good in very different situations. The first one is slide ultras. If you see Labris sort of jump into the air with a blue trail following him, that's a slide ultra. It's like a slide, it's like doing a gainer, but you use the speed that you get from a slide with a pretty complex set of inputs. The next one is a glide hop, which is a lot more useful for just going fast. If you slide and then press slide and jump on the set at the same time while you're doing that, Sybil does a weird sort of knee slide onto the ground, and you can jump out of that and get lots of speed immediately. It is very hard to do consistently though. And the final one is the Coyote Strike jump. If you see Labris do a attack while sliding off of the ledge, this is the Coyote Strike jump. You can, obviously Coyote time is in this game, it's very useful, but if you swing the Dreambreaker, it will extend that and give you more opportunity to jump and use the speed from the slide. So all 3 of those do a lot of work in a lot of different situations, and we're going to be using them pretty much everywhere to go very fast. And now we're in the library, which is, we're only going to be here once in the whole run, and then we're not going to come back. Sorry, library lovers.
Yeah, you are not supposed to do this time trial without basically just slide. Feels like you're supposed to come back. However, there are time trials throughout the game that give you access to costumes if you beat target times set out. We beat that one really fast. We'll speedrun it. We got it, and you get a costume. I want to clip this one, but I'll do one later.
Costume will be equipped at some point.
Yeah.
Now we have Sungreaves, which are an air kick. You can press the jump button in midair to extend your jump, and if you connect with a wall, you'll bounce off of it. We're going to use it here for a small trick called Library Warp. Nice jump. And so when we entered the library, there was a trigger box that set our checkpoint to the entrance of the library, and there is another trigger box by the poison pool that Labris dropped in. But if you can simply jump over it with the movement abilities given to you, and don't effectively keep your respawn set to the beginning of the library, and get sent straight back, which saves quite a bit of time. It saves a lot of time in any percent where you want to leave the library as soon as you get Sungreaves. A bit less time in 100% where we have to take some more detours, but it still saves time.
Yeah. The cool thing about the Sungreaves, though, is that they're not just like necessarily a traditional wall kick. When your angle leaving the wall is depending on your angle entering the wall. So you can use it to kind of go around corners and go along walls based on how you enter. It's kind of like a laser. You get reflected at kind of the same way you come in. So if you come straight at a wall, you're going to get pushed straight out. If you come at a very shallow angle like that, you can kind of climb along walls. I think it's really creative and interesting. It allows you to do some really cool stuff like this.
Once you figure out how wall kicks work, you can really get so much out of them. They're really powerful. in particular, I might talk about reverse wall kicks. Something you'll see Labras do a lot is the hitbox for the wall kick actually extends behind Sybil. So what you can do is rub yourself against a wall, kick away from the wall, and then move back into the wall. And instead of being ejected away from the wall, you will be pulled towards the wall, and it's a really good way of climbing walls just like you saw right there. Nice tower climb. Nice jump, some might say.
You gotta press the jump button.
And now we're getting the Cling Gem, which is probably the second most broken item in the game. It gives you a wall ride, and oh, we got Promptma.
We got Promptma.
Nice. Okay, so this glitch happens on sometimes if Sybil and the Dreambreaker hit the
Just my luck, huh?
Hit the ability on the same frame. It's not something you want to get. So it effectively puts two boxes on the screen at the same time. And when you click one away, you can't click away the other. The only way to get rid of it is to reload to save, which Lapis is going to do now. Or just leave the area. But if you do get it, yeah, if you do get it, you get to show some swag a bit by playing the game with 90% of your screen covered, which always impresses people.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was too fluid for having your entire screen obscured.
Yeah, it was some pretty technical movement to climb to the top of the tower, though.
That's post-game, by the way.
Yeah.
Basically, you're supposed to have a lot more upgrades to get up there.
Something that the Cling Gem can do is it lets you cling onto walls 6 times before you're forced to fall down. So you can jump into corners like this and do what's called cling climbing, and any corner you can just climb up it using Cling Gem, and it's not very hard to do at all. You could do it at home. And now we're doing the Empty Bailey time trial, which is a pretty tough one to learn if you're starting out in this category, especially since it's so early in the run and you don't have that many movement abilities. Believe it or not, there's more.
Here's another one.
But during that, we're going to grab the Solar Wind, which I'm personally very happy about. I don't know about Lab.
I used to not be.
Yeah, so this is fundamentally changing how our slide works. So now when we press the jump button out of a slide, we actually do a jump, and this is a very consistent speed jump, so it's very useful in terms of going fast. We can't glide hop anymore. It's technically a little bit slower than glide hopping at times, but glide hopping is a lot less consistent. So it's nice, it standardizes your movement a bit more, but the main benefits are that your slide ultras, which we now have to do out of a jump, we can't do them straight from the ground, so like that. If you execute them well, you will get what's known as a gold ultra with the gold trail instead, and you'll get a lot more height and a little bit more speed, and there's a lot of places in this run that use that to go fast a lot, and remember to equip the outfit.
Yeah, sure.
Nice. Now we'll get it out.
Yeah.
The one thing about Solar Wind is it does make slide ultras, or ultras in general, a bit more awkward because you can't do them straight on the spot. It's less convenient. You need to give yourself room to do a jump first before you are able to leap into the sky.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice jump.
Indeed. I had to press jump up more than once, but you know.
Here you'll see an example of chaining ultras together, just like that. It's kind of tough to do, but it looks incredibly clean when you get it done.
Yeah, each ultra I have to lose a little bit of speed because I have to skid in order to get the gainer.
Yes, I should have said earlier on. Generally, we want to stay in the air as much as possible because when Sybil is on the ground, her speed decelerates by a lot. So that's why we're sort of bunny hopping everywhere. The less time you spend on the ground, the less time you slow down. And now we have Sunsetter, which is like a plunge attack. You plunge into the ground, you can jump out of it and get a lot of height. But arguably more useful is the cancelling of the Sunsetter. So if you initiate a Sunsetter and then jump to cancel out of it, speaking of jumps, that was a nice one, you can do a little backflip. And it's very useful. If you kick into a wall and then Sunsetter backflip, Sunsetter cancel, you will... it's a very easy way to get up on ledges. Gets you more height. We're coming up on a kind of infamous trick here.
It's really cool though.
Very nice.
Nice.
So, if you have played this game before, you might be very confused what just happened. So you might know that you can... Sybil can throw the Dreambreaker, but what you may not know is that she can actually kick it mid-air, and if she does this, then it will home on to a nearby enemy. So what Laris did there was kick the Dreambreaker in mid-air, and it targeted the knight down on the platform, and it went through the knight and hit the lever, which opens up the gate up above. It's an insanely cool trick, and then after you do it, you just plunge straight into the ground, or into the poison, and respawn up at the top. It's super fast. It's a little tricky to learn. It's got some quirks to it, but it's really cool.
Yeah, now we have our 4th time trial here.
So, as for a game that is this heavily movement-based and this heavily, like, chaining things into each other based, how long would you say it took you to get, like, really fluid with integrating all of this movement and stapling it to itself?
So I started with any %, which never uses the solar wind in any capacity. It's just all glides. And I'd say it took at least, like, I don't know. It's easy to understand what you're supposed to do, but it's hard to really master. I'd say like it took me like a month or so, maybe less, maybe more.
Yeah, a lot of people when they're learning, I think they come into the Discord and they say they're struggling with tech, and we have to reassure people that that's really normal. Like, the tech is just quite difficult to learn in this game. But once you get it down, the more you practice it, the more smooth it gets. I think I've been running this game for 1.5 years, and I think I'm still like improving my like fluidity of like chaining things together.
Oh yeah, we need 5 of those.
Yes, we need 5 major keys.
I think we have 3 of them now. We got Bailey, actually no, we have 4 of them. The only one we don't have is Theater, but we'll get there. This part of Underbelly with just the major key in it is very separated from the rest of Underbelly with everything else in it. We're gonna come back here later.
Coming up is the Strike Break ability, which gives us a charge attack, and is guarded by a maid, which you have to fight in order to get it, unless you are a speedrunner.
Nice.
In which case, you just jump over the box that triggers you being locked in, which will happen right here, and then you just escape. That's a relatively newer skip that was found. Sometimes we wonder how it took us so long to find things, and they feel so obvious afterwards. That is a particularly scary one because there is the possibility of the maid charging away out of the box, and then you trigger the box and you softlock yourself inside, That totally didn't happen to me in a marathon run.
Oh no.
It's definitely not why I hit the save crystal beforehand either. Nope. Now we're in what we like to call Upper Castle. And hitting this because Upper Castle has a lot of
dangerous.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous. Okay. Good choice to bail there.
This is my personal favorite segment of the run, though. It's just the rooms are they've got some very cool strats to them. They're very big. It's very satisfying to do. I'll take this opportunity to explain another more advanced piece of tech that you'll see a little bit. Is low gravity shenanigans, which you just saw right there. You might think like, oh, how did Lapras do so many kicks, or like get so high from those kicks? It's like he was floating. So the way that the solar wind ability works is when you do your jump out of a slide, you get given like low gravity for a small amount of time. There's like a timer ticking down, and it lines up with like when you're like at the peak of your jump. But I don't know why this happens, but if you connect an air kick with a wall when the low gravity is active, the timer gets reset to 0.5. So you can chain kicks during this low gravity state to kind of just float up walls, and that's another thing that's quite difficult to get your head around when you're trying to learn it. But yeah, it is extremely useful.
And we got one more power up to grab in. Yeah, I think that's our third clear mind. A lot of the green orbs aren't useful, except for the costumes.
Yeah, there's a couple green orbs.
Clear mind, I guess, is useful.
Yeah, compared to any percent, they don't help us too much, but Clear Mind improves our magic meter, which we haven't talked about actually. Now's a good time to talk about that.
Yeah.
At the very start of the run, we grabbed Indignation, which means that the bar on the left, when we kill enemies or attack enemies, it fills up our magic meter, and when it reaches certain thresholds, it will increase the range of our attacks or the damage of our attacks. And Lapras has carefully filled this up as the run has gone on, because we really want it to be about where it is now, at least, before we go into the boss fight at the end of the game, because we want to do as much damage as possible. And particularly in this area coming up, we're going to be doing some strats which are, the main purpose is to preserve that magic, because we're coming towards the Soul Cutter ability, which is a projectile attack. This movement here is really nice. Climbing up these shafts.
There we go. So there's a couple puzzles that we're going to just run through that would require the Soul Cutter, but unfortunately, when we connect with the Soul Cutter,
improvisation.
Yeah, this is a game you can definitely do that in.
Yes.
I mean, there's like 7 different ways to jump nicely, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
absolutely. There's a million ways to do every run. So this is Soul Cutter Skip. Definitely one of the hardest things when you're starting to learn out.
Yeah, you are not supposed to climb this room because these ribs are supposed to just stop you from clinging all the way across. Supposed to.
But we're nice jumpers, so. You might wonder that we have Soul Cutter. We didn't skip it because it's a 100% run. Why don't we just do the room normally? It saves a little bit of time, but the main reason is because when Soul Cutter hits a projectile, including switches, it uses up our magic meter, which we really don't want it to do, so we avoid that. And just there, Lapras did another Dreambreaker kick to hit that switch. Otherwise, you would have had to use the soul cutter to hit the other switch on the other side of the room. But we can do a cool little trick there.
Yeah, soul cutter is pretty slow anyways. Just has a projectile, so it takes a while for it to go anywhere. We do use it one time in the run. Later.
So this is a very infamous room that uses a lot of tech that we've been talking about the whole run.
Okay, that went better than I expected.
Very nice. This room can kill runs.
Yeah, no, Theater 13 is nuts. There's so much trying to kill you, and you're trying to do some fairly hard movement.
Theater in general is just like any player's bane, really. It's usually the longest segment in any given category. It's like the most likely to kill your run. It's just the most challenging. Yeah.
It's all 9 yards, and it has, in my opinion, the most failable time trial in the game. Well, as of recently, I don't know.
So yeah, I saw someone in chat mention earlier, like, it's just an offhand comment of like, oh, you're running the new route? How recently has the Hundo route for this game been, like, changed and updated?
So, I think it was about, the world record uses this route, and that was set about 8 months ago. I think, the route was pretty new at that point, but before then there was definitely some other routes. It's gone for a
like late clean.
Yes.
Yeah, degrieves everywhere. Early helical power. The 4th air kit, which we still haven't gotten yet. But it's fine.
This time trial gives you the best outfit in the game.
You might be right.
But I don't think Lapis is going to put it on. Unfortunately.
Oh, that's bad. I ran out of kicks. Okay, I need to complete this as under 110. Should be very doable.
I believe.
Very nice.
Nicely done.
Let me get this aerial finesse thing, which is useful if you get hit, but we try not to.
So, we are about to revisit the first area of the game, the dungeon, but with more lush movement abilities. But first, there is the best jump in the game right here. Unlucky. You can just barely squeeze into that little hole without losing any momentum and then ultra right back out, but it is extremely tight. But when you do it, it's like the best thing ever.
Oh yeah, these are health pieces. I don't think we mentioned.
Yes.
You need 3 of them to gain an additional health, but they just put 1 more in for fun.
Yeah, you need. Yeah, there is 1 more than a multiple of 3 health pieces in the game, and I'm sure that isn't going to bother anyone watching at all.
Nope.
That's so obnoxious, but I also kind of love that from a design standpoint. Very don't design games for speedrunners code, yeah. Which when everything else about this game seems designed for speedrunners.
Yeah,
that's like the worst.
There's one other thing in this game that is potentially not designed for speedrunners, but we'll get to that. But yeah, one of the last items is the final health piece, so you know you've 100%ed it when you get the health piece, and it doesn't give you
That was Dungeon Time Trial. That one is either my most favorite or my least favorite time trial, depending on how it goes. I don't like it right now.
Very punishing if you fail. Very awkward to get back up to where you want to be.
I'm gonna smack this hidden breakable wall, just so we do some damage for free.
Yeah, so that breakable wall is sort of a shortcut for when you've finished Underbelly. You're meant to break it from the other side where it's more obviously a breakable wall, but you can break it from this side as well. And a lot of other routes in this game, especially older routes, they would go that way and go to Underbelly first and get the Ascendant Liability. But most of the newer routes go to the library to get Sungraves, because I think as a community we've just learned to use them a lot better.
Yeah, especially with the advent of clingless any percent. Ascendant Light goes kind of well with cling. So that the fact that we route out the whole like.
Oh yeah, this room is dark.
Yeah, you have to throw the weapon and pick it back up to get a light.
Yeah, if you have Ascendant Light, it will just light up the room, but if you don't, you can
What was that?
Breaker. There's some weird geometry in this area.
Thank you, Sybil, for jumping. Nice jump.
Nice jump.
I love how chat is routinely averaging like one nice jump per couple of minutes. I wonder if the jumps in this game are nice.
I'd say they're nicer than average.
I think that tracks. Well, now I do have to ask the both of you the question. Labras Swallum, what is the greatest Metroidvania of all time?
Oh.
Greatest? That I've played? Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. I just haven't played any of the classics. So, like,
I think that
there you
rules.
go. I've also seen that
I
game
think
too.
I'm not actually a huge fan of the Metroidvania genre as a whole, but I am a huge Metroid series fan, so I would say Metroid Fusion is my favorite.
Also an answer whose popularity has surprised me this weekend. I have never played Fusion, and I get the sense I gotta check it out. Much like with Pseudoregalia, because
You check this game
nice.
out.
The jumps are nice.
Especially that one.
Oh yeah, that was our certified Wii moment. We'll get a slightly, almost as good second one.
Thank you, Cinderline.
There's like no cap on speed in this game, so if you jump off of moving platforms, you can go flying. We're in Underbelly properly now, and very cool area aesthetically. It has a lot of abstract geometry, is the best way I can put it, and it's quite difficult and annoying to navigate as a speedrunner. It provides a unique challenge.
Dude, that might make it. I'm staying though. Ah.
Close. This is the one time we're going to use the soul cutter to hit this lever, which opens a cage for the time trial.
I am a stubborn asshole and I love doing this.
It's harder than it looks.
Okay, this is the alternative. You hit the freaking switch.
Is that what the tech is called?
No.
It might be now.
Maybe now, yeah.
This area is like a platforming challenge, but we use our abilities to go up the area that is meant to take you back to the beginning after you get it.
Or clip you out of bounds if you go playing there wrong, depending. It's inconvenient.
But yeah, we're coming up on the time trial, and it's almost sort of the end of the run, if you can believe it.
Yeah,
it does not take long to collect everything in this game.
Yeah. So we have 8 health. Notice, and after we collect the final HP piece, we will still have 8 health. But that's later. Got a time trial to try. It's called them trials because you try them. See what happens. This is like the flattest the floor gets in the entirety of Underbelly, and I'm very thankful for it. Because again, we want to spend as much time in the air as possible.
When there's like really steep surfaces that just like morph into each other in weird ways. It's so difficult to just like jump around it. You'll just get caught on things. We're gonna get one last, technically, movement ability. It's called Heliacal Power. It's like a bonus 4th air kick, which is nice. We don't really need it. 3 is plenty.
Yeah, 4 lets you do some things a little easier without other upgrades. We were good.
It doesn't ever really, what's the word? I can't think of the word, but it never really feels worth getting early on when you can just get some upgrades and get 3 of them. Another death warp here. We're going to avoid a box and respawn back over here. It's a nice little time save.
I hate this corridor. It's just weird. I think this can make it with the blue. Okay.
Nice. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool sunset.
Yeah. You can still instead of flip backwards, so you flip backwards.
Yes, and if you are a keyboard and mouse player, not to say this isn't possible on controller, shout out to Gloomy on gyro, but if you are a keyboard and mouse player, you can make use of third person to do some really technical strats. So if you enter first person and then quickly do a 180, you will turn Sybil faster than you normally would person. That's the final health piece, yeah. You can turn Sybil around faster than you would normally in the game, and it's really good for doing a sunset backflip in like a really tight situation. Another death warp here. Setting our spawn point to the top of the bridge. Nice jump, that was a really nice jump.
Thank you. And that's how you're supposed to cross that gap. You're supposed to get Solar Wind first, and then you're supposed to have the power to, traverse here. But we did tower absurdly early. So we lowered the elevator earlier to get back up here in a reasonable manner.
We've just got the tower time trial left. Should I talk about the princess while you do a consecutive series of nice jumps?
Yeah. Great.
Because the princess fight is going to be over fairly quickly once it starts, especially compared to any percent. Because we have an item called Martial Prowess, which just straight up increases the damage that we deal. So what we want to do is hit Princess with strike breaks, and while keeping our magic level at the maximum. As said before, the Soul Cutter ability is getting in our way a little bit. If it hits the princess, it's going to decrease our magic meter. So what we need to do is angle ourselves. I missed what time that was.
36:25.
36, that's good. We want to angle ourselves when we're attacking the princess such that the Soul Cutter misses but the strike break hits. And it's pretty precise to do. But if you can do that, princess takes about 12 hits. And we want to do, if possible, 3 strike breaks every time we combo her, which is also pretty tight. But this fight in general is just an RNG fest. She can do a lot of different attacks. Some will waste your time significantly. Some are just plain rude.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Some are both. Yeah, you can lock on to enemies. I've never had her spawn on top of me and then do the Beyblade. That's a new one. That never happened before.
Hey, there's our quota for the day. Thank you.
Right, halfway done. The sound. Glass breaking. Time will be pretty soon. Oh, we got truth nuked.
that's aerial finesse.
This is a really rude
And
princess
that's
time.
time.
GG. Princess could not stop you in a way that mattered. Well, thank you.
Thankfully, we do have lots of health for that.
Yeah, no,
In any percent, that's a lot scarier.
You have 3, and you cannot take damage. It's a nerve-wracking fight, 90% for sure. But that's 100%. That's everything.
In a brisk 37 minutes. GG. If the both of you have shout outs you'd like to give, the floor is yours. Otherwise, let people know where you're at on the internet and what you're up to.
I'll let you go first.
Shall I go first?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't have too many showers really, apart from just anyone in any speedrunning community who's always like really kind and helpful and welcoming. Just thanks. I appreciate that. I live stream this game. I'm live streaming this game in this category on my Twitch channel while I'm catch me on there.
Yeah, please do. This is gonna be my last event run for a good while. So it's nice to play well and have a good time, whatnot. But if you want, you can follow me on Twitch. I would say no, twitch.tv/LabrasSR. But follow this person too. They're going to be more active in the future, going for Hundo record. Which is not easy.
Yes.
But
I am suffering myself to torment.
But I believe, honestly, I got this game as kind of a Secret Santa gift, and I've been running it ever since. So thank you for coming by and watching this wonderful array of nice jumps. I hope you enjoyed.
In summation, nice jump. We can get one more nice jump for Labras and Wallum. We are sticking around in 3D after the break and going to perhaps the series that started the 3D Metroidvania, as hard as it may be to believe, Metroid Prime 2, coming up in just a few minutes. I'll see you there, gamers. Hello again, Internet Traveler. My name is Mallory Metroidvania, and you're watching the marvelous menagerie of Metroidvanias. We are continuing our three-dimensional exploration as Elias Exploration chooses to explore and make noise off camera, but we are returning to the series that in many respects started not just the 3D Metroidvania, but the Metroidvania wholesale. Please welcome to the stage, running Metroid Prime 2 Echoes Any Percent, Mr. Miguel.
Hello everyone, here I am back at it again and another GDQ Hotfix speedrun in the marvelous menagerie of Metroidvanias. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes Any Percent for the Nintendo GameCube. Joining here today with Bash, Prime, and Clarice. Say hello.
Hey. Every room is contained inside of an invisible box. Inside this box,
hold on, wait. Not yet.
Oh, sorry, that's the wiki. I need to read that later.
Not yet. We'll get there when we get there. So this is gonna be a brand new route that hasn't been shown before to the, well, not in GDQ itself. I have made an upload of my current RTAPV on YouTube featuring the route, but have not seen anywhere else. So I will do that this run. So when we're ready to start, I will do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Miguel, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. So if you have seen Prime 1 90% and are like, well, they probably fixed a lot of stuff in Prime 2. That's sort of true. And you realize that they inadvertently added stuff to make this the most broken game in the series.
Yeah, so right off the bat, you notice that we have Boost Ball. We have a couple of abilities at the very start of the game, like Space Jump, Missiles, Boost Ball. The game doesn't tell you, but you also have Spider Ball, and tells you have Grapple Beam, but you don't actually have Grapple Beam. Firearms as well. But
for missiles for like a frame, I think.
So
not that it matters.
Normally you lose your items, but we don't want that to happen, so we're just gonna do this.
Yeah, shoutouts to this hole in the ceiling that took 11 years to find. And now we're out of bounds. So I can't talk about it now. There's too much stuff going on. But basically, by going out of bounds, Miguel has just skipped going through the tutorial section in the Splinter Hive, and by extension, like the very reason being that Dark Samus is at the end of the section, which causes a cutscene to trigger, which will have Samus lose all of the items that Miguel just mentioned. We want to keep all that, and so now we've kept missiles, space jump, spider ball, boost ball, morph ball bombs. I think that's all the major stuff, and Miguel's gonna actually stay out of bounds here. Oh, never mind, going for the inbound strat instead.
So normally there's an E-tank that I skipped right here, but it's a little safer for a marathon setting to go back inbounds and get this one, get it. So that's what we're gonna do. That will require me to do a different strat later on, but it's a workaround. So getting
for the fans.
Yeah, we're getting 3 E-tanks this run instead of 2. What do you say?
Yeah.
So now we're gonna go over here. There's a hole here in the collision, and oh no, we're out of bounds again. There's quite a lot of instances where there's in the collision, like the developers kind of just forgot to put anything to block the player from going through. So we're gonna use that to go out of bounds yet again. And
this room right here is the dynamo chamber, and as you can see, there's a power bomb expansion. It is a juicy, delicious cheeseburger, and Miguel wants it. And now, with getting that out of bounds, Miguel now has every morph ball upgraded in the game. And that power bomb is a very important sequence break on top of the item loss skip, which just happened, about a minute ago.
Yeah.
So already,
Reminder: we're 2.5 minutes into the run.
So
Umos is the other way, Miguel. Why are you not going to Great Temple? Don't you want to hear the plight of Luminoth against their
I'm too busy.
Their brutal war against the Ing?
I gotta go fast.
And how they're on the back foot?
I'll do it on the way. So, like Bashpam said, normally you go to Great Temple to talk to Umos, and he gives you the Violet Translator. But we're just gonna skip that, and instead we're just gonna go straight to Aegon Wastes. Now we have a power bomb. So the power bomb is gonna allow us to do quite a lot of things, but the most important thing is it will allow us to go to Sanctuary entrance much earlier than intended. So for now, we're just gonna go through the room introduction, load, get a frame perfect pause. It was frame perfect.
Amazing. So
showing Miguel's skill here, really nailing the frame perfect tricks.
So
yeah, nice thing about having space jump this early on is that also just increases the movement options that Samus gets. You saw Miguel do what's called an extended dash earlier.
Right, that's what I was
that is probably one of the 2 fastest forms of movement, reliably available for the speedrun. The other one just being general boost ball movement. If you see Miguel morphing and moving over long distances, you want to be morphed. Regular morph movement, I think, is about twice as fast as walking. I think it's 20 speed versus 11.8, but boost ball puts you in 35-ish speed territory, I think.
This room's fine.
Yeah, thanks to item loss skip, we don't need to do most Vagon. So
still need the beams.
Yeah, instead just going out of bounds here and going the dark beam.
That's RNG mid if it's fine.
True.
Yeah, for the longest time, you'd use the Sandworm Robert. He would help you out and go out of bounds all the way back in Mining Plaza. But now we go out of bounds here in Aegon Temple. And Miguel accurately reflecting what it's like for me to do this trick.
Okay.
Got jump right there. Sucks.
So now we're out of bounds yet again with more, not quite a hole in collision this time, but just standables in collision that they kind of just left. I'm gonna get this first try because I'm a gamer.
Wow, that's really good.
Nice.
And then I'm gonna do not a strat that's normally done in speedruns when you're trying to go for high times, but just a crash prevention thing to do. So I'm gonna go to this room.
if Miguel directly walks into the cutscene, which speedruns typically do.
Yeah, here's the first Dark Souls fight.
There's an issue where the rooms around the main reactor can still load, and that can crash the game. So
rooms connect.
Yeah, normally the game is set so. Yeah, normally it's set so when the door opens, all loading will be disabled. But if you're not going through that door, then that doesn't happen. So too much gets loaded.
Am I gonna get the
game
camera?
just crashes.
No.
Another benefit of power bombs here.
Goodbye, Dark Samus.
Oh, you unmorphed there. Interesting.
Wow.
So we're right here just to get the Dark Beam. It's right next to Dark Samus. Because we need both Dark and Light Beam to open portals. So that's very important to go through progression. And now we have the Dark Beam.
Some portals can be open with Scan Visor, but the most important ones you have to have some way of accessing Dark World. And since Annihilator is all the way in Hive, Dark Beam is the obvious choice here.
Gonna fail the instant unmorph, then boost over here with a strat that Clarice has been doing for all over the years that everybody else doesn't do, and then I time that actually is faster.
I love that when like a superstition thing actually becomes optimal.
Well, it's not really much of a superstition, and most of that people look at our gameplay like, why are you boosting here? You just dash or something. But no, boosting is actually faster.
It's gonna be a really cool ledge reposition coming up here. If you've seen Prime 1 frigate movement in the very beginning of that run, this is the exact same like concept, I think. Very nice.
Yeah, first Dark World trip here, taking 6 damage per second when exposed to Dark Aether's atmosphere.
So kill that ink there, because if you kill the ink there, when you return back, there's gonna be different enemies in the room. There will be inklets instead of that ink. It's permanently gone, and that will cause the room load to be shorter. So
yeah, I didn't even know that, but also like it's one of the interesting quirks of like this route change, which it's funny because this route like quickly became the fastest route, and then a new route got labbed out and discovered like a few months after this one, but it's ridiculously more marathon unsafe.
So as you saw earlier there, I took a save station for 2 reasons. 1, save the game, safety, and 2, it will actually mask the room load. So I will be in a cutscene, and that doesn't really matter much for RTA, but it will save in-game time. We just do it because of can just do that like force of habit. So here's some
coming up. Oh, sorry.
Puzzle done really fast.
Get close to that scan post to do it. So coming up is a roll jump Miguel's about to do here.
Hardest trick in the game.
No. Okay. Well, assuming that Miguel got it correctly, you'd be like, wow, how did Samus get a regular jump out of that in midair? And that's because when the Morphball becomes airborne, it actually has like its own specific jump state, and it's in this jump state for I think it's 22 frames, or the window is 22 frames, where if you are unmorphed and input a jump while in midair in this jump state, you can input a jump as if you're grounded. And normally you can't do this because the morph ball takes a full second for the animation to play out, but we can skip this by blocking the camera, which will skip the animation. And so it's the universal name for it's called an instant unmorph jump, but the most common variants you'll see are what are called bomb space jumps and roll jumps. And you'll see a few more of those throughout the run. Also, like boost jumps make use of instant unmorph jumps in some cases, and you'll see that later in the run as well.
But now that we have both Dark and Light Beam, we can go to Sanctuary early. So here you can see inglets here. And I'm not sure if this is true, but I think because the inklets are there loaded, they don't need to be loaded again, so this room should be faster. I don't know if the game works like that. Can you double check me down, Claire?
My rando runs.
Check me.
I would assume the game would work like that.
Doesn't work.
Right. So, we had the power bomb.
Track is dead while Dark Samus is alive, by the way, so defeating Dark Samus there is actually very important for this route.
And also to, what's the word? Show that we actually do have Spider Ball. So power bomb, and we can go to this elevator early, which takes us to Sanctuary entrance, Sanctuary Fortress. Yeah, not Sanctuary entrance. I don't want to go there ever.
Yeah, you're not expected to have access to this elevator for a long time. And what's the timer right now?
Yeah, we're still well less than 15 minutes in, and it looks a little bit different from how my casual first 15 minutes of this game went. Just a little.
Yeah, so already in the very last area of the game, in the first less than 15 minutes, this game's just a little broken. And now our goal is to go to Vault, which has a very, very, very special upgrade waiting for us. Would you like to say what that upgrade is, Bash Prime?
Made a YouTube video about it. Yeah, so there's the upgrade's a screw attack. It's the third to last upgrade, progression upgrade in the game.
Thanks,
it's incredibly. It is the Metroid Prime 2 speedrunning item. It is so incredibly broken, and that's on top of this out of bounds. Like you thought that was wild. Just wait until you get screw attack.
Wild, like the artifact?
Yeah. Wow. That's Prime 1. That's not this game. That's not this game. It's the first one. That's the other game. Miguel.
Yeah, this out of bounds just lets. Yeah. That.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's a big puzzle there with the giant spinning gyro, but we don't want to deal with that, so we're just gonna do
Shouts to Dunkathan for making it randomized in randomizers, random Rubik's puzzle.
Yo, randomized dimension. Here's an energy tank that's required for an upcoming trick.
Oh,
I will do the strat that saves exclusively in-game time and loses RTA in the marathon.
Also, that roll jump or that boost jump Miguel did to cross watch station access, huge sequence break. You're expected to go fight Caretaker. Well, fight for Echo Visor.
Hey, Claris.
Then you come to this room.
Hey, Claris.
No.
Hey, Claris.
No.
Hey, Claris.
No.
Hey, Claris.
Yeah, these robots suck. They only appear the first time you visit. They fly away and never return. This trick is called Vault Skip, and there's normally a puzzle to open up the vault with 4 boost spinners. That's slow. So what Miguel's going to do instead is walk into the spot where screw attack is inside the vault chamber and let the room load around them. And then since the room is not prioritized, there we go. So Miguel just got screw attack. Going to do a bomb space jump here, and is going to do what's called a ceiling warp through the vault chamber collision. And then there's like a bridge here. Miguel's going to fall off, get a terminal fall, but the game still thinks that Miguel was in Grand Abyss, so it puts him all the way back in.
Want to get the my fan on?
And this saves like over a minute, I think, versus inbounds.
No,
it's quite a bit of time.
So that jumps on. Now I have to destroy this red.
That was RNG manip. Miguel actually really likes res bits.
Yeah, definitely my number one favorite enemy in the game.
Yeah. I love doing 2 million damage to them.
Right.
Also, your heart out, Prime 1. You wish you had instant morphs.
So that was a little puzzle skip with going around with the spider tracks, going all the way up, and then go to the board. So we're just gonna skip all that. But now this trick that I need to focus on for a second. But Bash is gonna drink water instead.
Energy. Oh, sorry?
No, keep talking. Explain this.
Yeah. So, we need light suit, and the way to get light suit is you need to steal back the planetary energy from the Ing Hive, which is Dark Sanctuary Fortress. That normally involves going to fight Quadraxis, getting a bunch of stuff like Screw Attack, Echo Visor, and whatnot.
So close.
Oh, you're just outside the force field. That's okay. But instead, we can go out of bounds and skip Quadraxis altogether. This is ATS Quad Skip. This is the modern variant. And normally Miguel has just 2 energy tanks for this and would Screw Attack while out of bounds, which is very dangerous. But even that first Screw Attack, just to get out of bounds, you need a precise, you need an angle set up so that you don't soft lock, because when you bonk off of a wall or just collision, Samus needs to hit a standable surface, otherwise she'll be stuck in an animation and will soft lock. Or in this case, she'll just do that until she loses enough health and dies. On top of that, you have to do this out of bounds movement in Dark Aether with just Various Suit, which means you're taking 6 damage per second, because in the Metroid universe, like this planet, the Dark World has like a caustic atmosphere. It's very toxic to you. So doing that 6 damage per second with 399 health. it's a pretty intense part of the run.
Yeah, and the whole reason to do that is just to steal the energy, or just leave.
Thankfully, you get the heal here. And there's screw attack demonstrating its value. If there is a morph ball tunnel or a sloped wall like that one, when you have screw attack, that's just like, all right, sure, I'll go out of bounds here. That got fixed, I believe, in Trilogy.
Yes.
And that's because the screw attack inherits a lot of properties of the morph ball system, which includes making Samus a hitbox the size of the morph ball.
Right.
But instead of getting forced into morph ball state, Samus will just return to a standable position, and that's just very, very powerful for Prime 2 on GameCube.
So now that we have
one more room left here.
Yes, this is the last room. You have to do need to time this jump here. And I got it. Now there's about this room around me, and it's done.
Nice.
Yeah, that jump is a bit scary.
Yeah.
Miguel made this look so much easier than it looks.
I never...
It actually is.
In my entire time around this game, I never not get nervous doing this.
Yeah,
and you're insane.
Easily the most terrifying part.
You are very good at the quad skip. And that's not even done, because there's still some shenanigans that Miguel will be up to in just a second here. So...
We can do the impossible roll jump. I got the impossible roll jump. Let's go.
Ayo.
Okay, that's my redemption for not getting it in Bitterwell, I think it's called. No, that's the other room.
I believe so, yeah.
The room before Feeding Pit. Now watch this.
Or Watering Hole. Watering Hole, I think it's
Watering Hole, yeah, true.
So I was going to do a setup to quick kill this quad robot.
Goodbye.
Oh, that's cool, actually. Oh. Wait, what? What?
Yep.
Okay, last time, during your practice run, you did the power bomb strat.
Yeah. I decided to just do this because I was bored.
Yeah.
So that's a trick called door lock cancel. If you shoot a door the exact same frame it locks, it will basically just enter its shot state and will just open, and we can just leave. Goodbye, quad.
Yeah. There's I think there's a bunch of research into trying to use that to skip item loss for 100%, which currently cannot skip item loss because of one missile, and I don't think it works, unfortunately. But yeah, that was really cool. Well done. Also, we hear the words of O'Lear very briefly, and we do the there we go. So nice little cutscene overlap to both get this world flag trigger.
Hear the words of O'Lear.
Hear the words of O'Lear.
Last Sentinel Fortress Temple. May they serve you well.
I'm stealing Miguel's thunder here. I'm so sorry, everybody.
No, you should have done
my greatest contribution.
I was waiting for you.
To the speedrunning community there.
Of Mr. Miguel. World record speedrunner at GDQ Hotfix.
So that's a bit of an inside job in the community. The meme started with a video Claris made, actually.
Yeah, so I found out you're able to dupe Cobalt Translator and get 1% each time, so you can max out the percent at 255%. And so that involves saying, hear the words of O'Lear, last sentinel of the Fortress Temple, may they serve you well, like 150 times.
Please tell me that's a speedrunning category. Please tell me there's competition for that.
It's like a 2-frame window for every single time you do it. There's no way to be able to actually do a run.
Yeah, so right here I was trying to do an extended dash into a robot but failed, so now I have to wait for the cycle to come back, which is roughly 15 seconds. There it is again.
If you thought this run was going to return to some variant of glitchless gameplay, you're sadly mistaken.
Uh-oh.
I overshot it a little bit.
I'll get there.
For the longest time, we'd go out of bounds over back where O'Lear was, but this is faster.
There's a strat where you can screw it there and then just jump, but it's inconsistent.
Yeah.
Let me practice this, actually.
Yeah, E-dashes have I think you ideally want to input your jump 2 frames after scuffing your scan dash to the ground.
No! This
Another
is
15 seconds to the estimate. But what Miguel is trying to do is use this robot to go out of bounds in this room, and we needed to scan and activate this kinetic orb cannon for a trick coming up called Cannonball. What Miguel is basically going to try to do is make the game not prioritize. Are you kidding me?
No!
You got robbed there.
This is not how this is supposed to go.
Yeah. Miguel's going to go out of bounds and make the game think that they're in back in Sanctuary Temple. The game keeps track of like what the active room is, and that when a room is considered like inactive or like not prioritized, there's some fun quirks with that, and we take advantage of that with
yes.
fine. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Very nice.
Try every try.
First try. No big deal.
Also gonna say that every room is inside of a box, and currently Miguel is on top of the bounding box for this room. When you're inside the box, you are subject to normal physics. When you're outside the box, you cannot jump, you cannot fall down while you are unmorphed. There's so much that goes in out of bounds, and that's only a small little bit here. But yeah, so Miguel just changed the room to Sanctuary Fortress by jumping on the door, gets shot of the cannon while that happened, and now room gets unloaded, and Miguel was able to unmorph before the cannon sequence completed. That was a lot of information. So why do we do that? What was the point of us doing that very cool looking thing that's not someone talk for me, please. I'm losing it.
So now basically Cannonball is an item in your inventory that it gives you when being shot out of a cannon and takes it away from you when you land. Well, we never landed. It's not taken away. And so now we have the Cannonball effect that makes us completely immune to damage while morphed. Nothing can hurt us at all. That includes the Dark World. And also, specific enemies will be damaged by Cannonball. Those enemies will take 500,000 damage per frame. So that's just instantly kills any enemy that is vulnerable to it.
Except for some reason, Razbits take 400% damage, so that's actually 2 million damage to them.
Yeah.
And for the record, like bosses have like usually just a few thousand health.
100.
Or 100 in some, yeah.
I don't think there's any boss that has 1,000 health.
What's like the tankiest like enemy?
Jump Gurney has 1,100.
Emperor has 400, I think. No, that's not true. No, it has exactly 1,000 because each phase is 4 phases.
Yeah. So
250.
So if a boss was now the enemies and bosses have to be specifically programmed to take cannonball damage. Some are. So if you were a boss and you took cannonball damage, nice. You would just die instantly. That's foreshadowing for later.
Yeah, so now we're out of Sanctuary.
Writing this down.
So now we're out of Sanctuary. We don't need anything there anymore. We got the energy. We got Cannonball.
And now we're in the best music part of the game, which is Torvus Bog. And a nice statue skip there.
So yeah, our goal is to go to Great Temple, but first we're going to take a detour to Torvus to do some errands that we actually do have to do. So
ignoring the slight aura loss Miguel took to RTA by shooting the door to open it, doing a trick called Air Underwater here. Players, did you want to talk about this or you want me to talk about this?
Yeah, so basically you want to morph the frame that the camera enters the water box. And by doing that, it won't think you're underwater. And that means you can screw attack.
Also
sorry, what was that?
It's also a frame perfect trick.
Yeah. So
in that specific instance, Miguel had to do 2 air underwaters.
And I got them both first try.
Like with some practice, it's not too bad, but even then, that 1 frame window does make it like more consistent than I wish it was.
So now we're gonna solve the hydro dynamo. What's it called?
And this is faster than normal gameplay.
Hydro dynamo
going around So Miguel just skipped going around the entire outside of the hydro dynamo area to open up to get those 3 scan posts to then open up.
Yeah, normally it's like a not fetch quest, but you have to go around one room and then go back to the center of the room, and then you go to another room which also circles back to that side of the scanner panel, and then do it twice. But that's very slow, so we're just gonna use Air Underwater to use screw attack. And now we have the backpack.
Yeah, we don't necessarily need gravity boost, but it's right here. Miguel is mainly here for two things: Powerbomb Guardian and one of the three temple keys to open up the Chica fight.
Now, bomb space jump to just leave the room.
Oh yeah, there's an alpha block fight here, but you can just do the BSJ and leave, not care. Goodbye, alpha block.
Miguel also tried to YOLO an air underwater to let him screw attack against Alpha Blog, which saves like a little bit of time.
5 seconds.
I think it's more impactful in Hundo, but
yeah.
But you can screw attack into Alpha Blog and kill him that way, and it's pretty good. Nice frame perfect morph.
Let me not get this key accidentally like I've done in my past 2 attempts in a row.
Is it actually slower to get it then? Or is it just a...
If you get it then, you're gonna load delay this room. Text box.
Oh, good point. Slight little optimizations. Yeah,
so Cannonball makes this a joke.
Oh yeah, we have Cannonball. This is a display of Cannonball. See, I'm not taking any damage.
As long as you're staying morphed, nothing can hurt you here.
And this is an entirely morph ball related boss.
And Miguel's doing these boosts where, what's called sticky boosts?
That's how we named them, yeah.
I forget what the term is. Yeah, you can influence the morph ball by like, I think if you hang off as far from like a spider track as possible while keeping the spider ball active.
This is not the last one.
You can make the boost ball go parallel with the spider track instead of perpendicular, where it just boosts away from the wall. And that just it's a nice little optimization.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold this.
Powerbomb Guardian.
Question from chat, as we've now said frame perfect trick that you've nailed like at least a dozen times, I think. What's your total hour count in this game, Miguel?
I think it's like 15 days, something. I forgot what my live split says. But I've been running this game since 2019. So, yeah.
And the amount of practice you put into this gotta be like the thousands of hours, like.
Not to mention the hours I put into the game as a little kid.
So it might seem redundant that Miguel got main power bombs. It's actually required because there is a Sky Temple key, which is one of the like end game like win condition keys you need to pick up to unlock the final area. It does not spawn until Powerbomb Guardian is defeated. It's an interesting little arbitrary like state change that Retro put in the game.
Yeah, I made sure to specifically go to 46 light ammo and not my full ammo. All right, I should probably save here.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, coming up is a potential trick that Miguel can soft lock called Barrier Skip. So
yes, just like in Wind Waker.
We entered Torvis, and it was like a big route change too for 80%. Like it's the level of impact and everything. So because Miguel entered from Sanctuary into Lower Torvis first.
I did save, right? Once we go to save and hit, no.
I mean, you have a backup save, I'm pretty sure.
I don't. That's what I'm saying.
So the laser grid that blocks the elevator with the super missiles on it is still active. The thing is, the collision for that laser like gate thing extends down into the doorway at the very top of this elevator, and it has like there are like two walls basically. The first wall you can't get past unless you keep the room unloaded and just get to the door before Torvis Temple is able to load. And what Miguel is doing here, load delay, by pausing and unpausing the game over and over, that's actually just that temporarily stops Torvis Temple's loading sequence, and so that will give Miguel enough time to reach the door before Torvis Temple, and then those two sets of collision load. Now for the second wall, what Miguel's going to do is a trick called the Screw Attack Unmorph, and it's probably going to happen very quickly if they get it first try here. With the weird, if you morph like that, instant unmorph, and then like Screw Attack in like a certain like window of time, and and cancel it, Samus will get a bunch of upward speed, and because the second wall is sloped, she'll clip through it, and that was Barrier Skip.
Yeah, now just doing this pirate fight while standing out of bounds, it's fine.
Yeah, so
now we're getting worked back in bounds for the second phase. So
now we want to get super missiles, So we're just
the physical super missiles.
Oh, true. Physical super missiles.
Shouts to Miguel's live split. I can't see.
That's a reference to something.
Shout out to Better Echoes.
Now we have super missiles.
This masterpiece.
We're gonna use this later.
Play... Sorry.
I want this. Give me that. We're gonna use this later.
Play April Fool's love letter to Metroid Prime 4.
Yes.
Play Better Echoes.
Love letter. Yeah.
Right. Yes, that's exactly what I had in mind.
Also, E.
The fourth E of the run.
Oh, hey, it's more than 2.
This will actually make the incoming trick easier later.
So probably the main change between this route and what was shown at was it SGDQ 2021 and like however many other hotfixes is that instead of going to Great Temple and delaying getting Dark Visor, we're gonna get it now, and it turns out that cleaning up a couple of the Sky Temple keys earlier is faster.
Yes,
and we need Dark Visor for that. Dark Visor is always required to finish a full run of the game that involves going to the credits until a credits warp somehow gets found, which who knows?
Honestly, with as broken as this game is just apparently, I wouldn't be surprised if a credits warp was in the future of Prime 2.
Not quite. This game, it might seem like in gameplay wise it's broken, but code wise this game is airtight.
Very well programmed.
Like it's virtually impossible for something like credits warp to happen because Retro Studios did an incredible job making this game code wise be super airtight and efficient. I cannot say in words just how good of a job the engineering team did in these games. It's remarkable, really, and I have huge respect for them.
Job in Prime 4. Okay, that's it. Sorry, I needed to get the slander out of the way.
Look, this is a Metroidvania marathon. Let's stick to talking about Metroid.
Wow.
Hey, we got the book-ended Metroid and Castlevania at the very end, like with the beginning of this event yesterday. So it's pretty awesome.
Would you believe we did that on purpose?
No, actually.
Oh, okay, cool.
It was just coincidence.
Yeah, no, just we like threw dice and it just happened this way. But actually, this is the perfect point to ask because I'm also seeing it in the chat. To the assembled company, what is the greatest Metroidvania of all time?
Metroid Dread.
Oh, that's a good one.
Well, saying a Metroid game for a Metroidvania is not really fair, so I don't think I can judge. There's just too many good Metroidvanias. I can't. Why am I getting ammo? I'm gonna get the ammo station.
I really like Prime 2, like for obvious reasons, but Dread and Zero Mission are very much up there for me. Hollow Knight also.
Need to finish Hollow Knight.
Like I'm just gonna say Prime 2. Like that's obviously my favorite. Like, I guess not by far because Prime 1's very close, but
yeah,
Prime 1 and 2 are just so super high for me.
Anyway, about the speedrun, now we're gonna fight Chica. We got all 3 keys, the one that I got earlier before Powerbomb Guardian, or after Powerbomb Guardian, and I got the rest of the keys, and now we're gonna fight the one boss of the run. Well, that are not the final bosses.
Chica Larva. So this fight has a bit of randomness to it. Ideally, Chica would just dive into the water at that point. It can do these like 2 to 6 hops out of the water, or 1 to 6 hops out of the water.
6 or 7.
4 is the really bad one, and I've just said that, and it happened. So,
I got the bad.
Oh, never mind.
I got 4. That happens when it does 4. That's.
Yeah, ideally, Chica dives in the water as soon as possible, and then Miguel can just shoot a super missile at it for maximum damage. What Miguel's going to do here is, during this platform cycle, is going to try to do a platform glitch where it skips the, like, part of the animation where it, like, dives in the water. And if Miguel can get enough flinching here, it doesn't get it. Chica would reset its animation to be back out on top of the platform, and then Miguel can finish the larva phase faster. But yeah, the whole thing with like the randomness though is that the platform cycle.
Oh my god!
What Chica does in this stage is dependent on its health. So when its health reaches certain.
Where were you when I needed you?
It will do. It will either do the platform cycle or it will like dive out of the water and stuff.
That was a very good luck drop luck.
Yeah.
Rate.
So remember what we were saying about Cannonball doing 500,000 damage?
Goodbye.
Oh, but like there's the ammo management was really hard because you ran out of ammo for the adult fight, and yeah, okay, joke's over. Cannonball is very good.
We're gone. So that's the only boss in the game that is vulnerable to Cannonball. And
that's untrue. Alpha Splinter. Oh right, only boss in the game. That's right. Sorry, I stand corrected. Are you okay? Everything okay, Miguel?
No.
I did commit some cringe there. It's my bad.
Yeah, so don't actually have to get the energy here. You just need to unload the room and the elevator appears.
Right, so they fixed this in later versions, but we don't care about that.
You can also do this for a Morbus.
I'm gonna snipe the door with the RNG charged light beam shotgun blast. That nobody else does with me. Actually, no, Claris does.
I might need to start doing that for the quarter of a second time save or whatever.
That potentially will lose, including your ammo. But I just do it because it looks cool. And when I do get it, it does look cool, and I did got it. So okay, now that we have.
So this portal. Sorry.
No, you do it. Now it's your responsibility now.
You're the runner. It's your run.
So now that we have Dark Visor, we need to exit Turbosbog. And we're gonna do it with a little hole in the collision here. Remember the hole in collision that I mentioned earlier?
That's like the easiest out of bounds to do too.
I didn't look far right enough.
You just screw attack into Lagoon and
yeah, there's a cutscene here with the room introduction, and it puts us back in bounds in the room. And goodbye.
You're in bounds already. Like, actually, it just it loads the room's visuals, so it's no longer secretized.
Occluded. Actually, the term is occluded, not secretized.
Occluded. I'm sorry.
So you're never gonna get me to call it. That's Paul.
There's an amber gate here, and we don't have amber translator, so Miguel's gonna boost jump out this way. This room has quite a bit. It used to be a random room where you have to stand dash off the war wasps and do an amazing trick called hive dash. You thankfully don't have to do that anymore.
Thankfully.
I know what I said. Miguel's gonna do a.
I don't trust that height. There we go.
Gonna screw attack out of bounds here to save some time. Otherwise, just
which I probably shouldn't have done in the marathon setting, but I did it anyway.
You're Mr. Miguel, world record holder of Metroid Prime 2 and 3, and I think at one point Dread unrestricted.
Never. RNG.
Okay. Nice terminal fall. This is the only one that doesn't damage Samus for some reason. The other ones always do 10 damage.
I would have had Dread on record if I didn't get shafted by RNG.
I can't believe you have 5 tanks for any percent. That's wild.
Yeah, we usually would have 4 at this point. But we got the safety tank, so we're pretty safe. Now we're gonna do some extended dashes here to go through the room really fast.
In comparison to the previous route, you have 2 tanks. Miguel does this in 2 tanks.
Yeah, and the new route is how many tanks? Like if you were doing
7, I think. Skip? No, that's too much. Yeah. It's like 5, I think. Yeah. 5 or 6. So this route gets missile launcher. How curious. At some point, this used to be the fastest route, and the fastest route in the game gets missile launcher. Never before seen since the inception of the game.
Yeah, and fun fact, if you get it that way before, the cutscene where Samus sees the video log of the Galactic Federation troopers, it gets duped. It'll the missile launcher and the container just respawn. So you can dupe it and get 101%.
Oh yeah, the famous missile 101% dupe.
So finally doing a Sky Temple key collection, we go to Ing Reliquary as the first one. This expects you to have light suit because there are these enemies called Singstorm that do
expects you to have seekers.
Yeah,
and
we need them.
Seeker locks are vulnerable to screw attack, so you have a second and a half to destroy them, but if you do, you can just screw attack into them and
systems unable to block local biohazard.
Yeah. Thankfully, Cannonball and Screw Attack offer some much needed protection. But yeah, those little purple and red particles are Ingstorm. They are incredibly dangerous. They just completely wipe away any health you have.
Yeah, that's
with Cannonball.
That's just the game telling you that you need light suit. Yeah. And I have
like
2 energy tanks to spare. Sorry, you were saying? Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh no, you're good. It's your run.
So I only used 3 tanks out of the 5 that I got.
Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, thankfully there's like little pockets where they actually like aren't.
I'm gonna jump on top of the head of that Metroid. I keep interrupting you.
No, you're fine. Again, it's your run. I'm usually the one that interrupts, so...
I feel it's really hard with the Discord call. I think like the Discord call adding audio lag makes it more difficult.
It also doesn't help that there's like 8 billion things to talk about in this game. Like we've been averaging what, like 1 nonsense trick every 12 seconds?
Yeah, this game tends to be very dense at times.
Yeah, the pre-cleanup section is just loaded with stuff.
Yeah, this
the loaded big overrun.
Oh, why did I pick this game over? Oh, I could have picked anything else to speedrun.
Because it's a good video game. Oh no, you picked a good video game to speedrun.
Alright, another save point, which is on the way, so it's a free save. We don't lose anything.
I can confirm that you did save here.
Now we're gonna go out of bounds yet again. Well, try to. By the way, we've never mentioned... did we mention how using Screw Attack out of bounds is bad?
It briefly came up. Yeah.
We're gonna do exactly just that again.
Yeah, so if you don't land on like a floor, then you just fall forever and
game over.
You're soft locked.
And if you bonk off a wall and don't have a floor to land on, you're soft locked as well. So yeah, it's actually faster to go out of bounds and skip doing the intro sequence with Albert the Alpha Splinter and then visiting Umos. Even though it might seem like, well, you can just get Violet right now. Why aren't you doing that? It saves like the elevator trip up and down to do that.
So because I got the energy tank earlier, normally we go back in bounds with a cutscene here, but the cutscene is no longer there. So I'm just gonna try to do this. Try to. Come on.
Yeah, so
I want to get this.
Yeah, out of bounds move, it's very choreographed, and then when you're dealing with like the room's bounding blocks, you can. It's very easy to lose time out of bounds, where you just can't like get a jump.
I will get this.
I didn't even know this was possible. This is cool.
I will get this.
Yeah, it sometimes takes like 5 seconds for you to get your jump back.
Can I?
If you land back at the bottom. Of the
I did have to jump. Give it one more try, and if I fail it, then I'm just gonna.
Oh.
Yeah, it's probably over.
It's Jover.
Yeah, close. Goodbye.
Yeah, so if Miguel didn't get that E-tank at the beginning, the intro cutscene for this room, it's like, welcome to Temple Ground. We have free parking.
Can I just
would put Samus back in bounds.
No, I probably can't. I'm just gonna go off.
Could ceiling warp, I guess.
I hope this room doesn't have a ceiling. I really hope it does. Don't say that.
It does not have a ceiling.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it did. I thought this one did. I guess not.
There's a cutscene here, I think.
All right, I'm glad I'm wrong.
There's not cutscene.
Players, thank you for being more knowledgeable about this game than me.
Damn it. I really wanted to show that off, but I guess not. It's okay.
And that's not even the hard part. There's a seeker skip coming up here.
Oh yeah, this is the final boss of the game.
Boss of any percent.
Shoot it once for good luck.
This one's really precise.
My screw attack's not gonna come out for some reason.
Yeah, like the timing of it's really awkward, and placement. Nice. That's really
well done.
Nice camera. What the heck?
Echoes.
The door open tree for that is rotated for some reason. I can show it later, but this actually was something that they fixed in later versions. I suppose I can in a second. Yeah, there's another one of the SDKs, Sky Temple keys. I mean,
Yeah, it's funny because in the previous route, these 2 keys that Miguel picked up are like among the last ones that are picked up because you save Temple Grounds cleanup for the end of the run, whereas now you pick up these 2.
Right. So look at this door open trigger. Yay.
What?
It's rotated in the wrong direction, so it's like wide horizontally, but not towards the door.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not know that actually.
I thought they were like just a perfect square. That's interesting. So instead of a 4:3 ratio, it's a 3:4 ratio, is what you're saying?
No, it's actually 9:16.
Don't acknowledge that.
Oh, these things are still here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cobalt can't get through this gate, so gonna need to go out of bounds.
I'm gonna do an unnecessarily risky screw attack.
At a certain
that was about to get, but we don't.
Right?
We don't have the valid translator yet.
That's just Miguel playing the game, is in general. I would argue.
Now we're gonna go out of bounds yet again because this time we don't have. This time there's an Ember translator gate in the way.
Remember, screw attack plus morph tunnel equals yes.
There's a cutscene trigger.
The Alpha Splitter cutscene trigger extends below the floor, so we can just walk under the rim to it. And then the fight doesn't expect you to have space jump, so you can just space jump right over the barrier and leave.
You don't really get it. There's nothing you're losing out on, just the ETM.
So, what's the current time right now in the speedrun?
Looks like about the 48-minute mark, RTA.
So we're going to the first area 48 minutes in, which honestly doesn't sound that wouldn't sound that surprising in a casual setting.
Also, what's better than 1 Umos?
2
Umos.
Yeah, so there's the Umos introduction cutscene, and there's the first Umos actor. But since we stole and returned the Sanctuary energy, the cutscene that gives you light to and whatever, you restored all the energies, even though I only restored 1. But he thinks we restore all of them, so he's gonna give us light to. Since those 2 cutscenes are active at the same time, both Umos actors are there, so they're kind of just chilling. And now we have Violet, Translator, and Light Suit. The most important, most important item in the game, Light Suit. And it's the door, so now I have to wait longer.
Definitely no longer made obsolete in the current world record route, or world record, the fastest route.
Yeah, there's a way to skip it now that is faster, and I do not look forward to ever doing it.
I'm never running that route ever.
I mean, that's what you said about the feeding pit power route.
Okay, well, that got obsoleted, so I don't need to worry about that anymore.
But you did learn it. You even PB'd with it.
I did learn feeding pit, and it was bad, and I hated it. But I did learn it. Another all right, class. Remember what's screw attack plus morph ball tunnel?
Whatever you want it to be.
Clearly nothing because this out of bounds sucks. So
now we are fully in Sky Temple key cleanup. We have everything we need to beat the game, just not the green keys.
So that was a door warp, I think it's called door warp. Yeah, load inside the room so it can go back in bounds. And there's a barrier right here that's in the way, but with another screw attack armor, just like barrier skip, we can skip the barrier and we're out of there. So you can see it right there, it's glowing. And I actually did this out of bounds earlier, but in the live world, so we're just doing it again. And this time it's gonna be done to put us on the other side of High Dynamo Works where the ink flying cache is.
Yeah, this is a big skip because normally you're supposed to fight Spider Guardian to get access to this portal and come back later with power bombs, but we have screw attack, so why not?
So yeah, I'm gonna go out of bounds yet again, this time to return.
And this is a risky strat too.
Not really. It's just
to me it seemed risky. I don't know.
Looks terrifying regardless.
Yeah, screw attack out of bounds always.
Yeah, to return to the high
cortisol a little bit.
To return to the High Dynamo side, back when the route did that, the normal method to go back in was to just take the port in the live world, and that would reset the spawn points. But you can just touch the respawn set trigger, like I did earlier, which is kind of difficult because it's set to detect the camera and not the actual place, and not actually you. So it's finicky, but I got it.
Yeah, I forgot it looks for the camera and not the Samus actor.
Well, not an actor, it's you, the player.
Yeah, sorry.
And just only that trigger detects the camera, while the others actually do detect you, which is just cherry on top.
Mm-hmm.
The important one is the one that's hard.
Mm-hmm. I believe Hive Entrance is I think Cathuman or someone discovered a more reasonable way to skip Light Suit here. Don't quote me on that, I guess, or take that with a grain of salt.
Cathuman is good at one method to get this without Light Suit. That's a fireball.
Cathuman's just really good at the game.
Yeah, shots the cat, yes. Anyway, another Sky Temple key. I missed bombing the door, so now I have to do it. Bomb it now. Leave. This is one of the more out of the way Sky Temple keys, which is unfortunate, but what can we do about it? I also missed this bump, seriously.
Yeah, you can come to this area pretty early, and the's nothing for you here.
Hopefully, you get power bomb drops here. I got absolutely nothing. That's bad.
There's an ammo station.
I'm not gonna get that.
Wow, okay.
I'm gonna get the one in
Aegon.
In Dark Oasis instead, yeah. I'm gonna fail this platforming real quick, and then get.
That's a weirdly precise timing for that jump to climb up.
And now we're completely done with Sanctuary. Now we're gonna go Aegon Waste, which there just happens to be a portal right here.
I stand corrected. For Hive Entrance, Nai the Boff found that. Cathuman just uses it.
Ooh, nice.
And Nai's also very good at echoes.
Trust to all these randomizer players that can kick my butt effortlessly. That randomizer.
They're very good. Shout out to Prime 2 Randomizer. It's really good. It's one of the best randomizers out there. IMO.
So we're gonna scan this portal.
Played it.
We're gonna scan this portal while shooting the door, and that will mask the load. So it's gonna wait on the black screen while the load is still happening, and that says in-game time, which is yet another RTA time, in-game time only say, and doesn't actually do anything. Doesn't actually do anything for RTA, but I'm doing it because of course I have it.
Yeah, the Prime games are outside of Prime 3, I think, are run for in-game time rather than the real-time clock.
Yeah, Prime 3 is RTA. And so is
one game you can actually see the exact time.
What's that? What did you say?
Corruption's the one game you can see the exact in-game time for. It's the one that's...
Trilogy?
That's it. Well, aside from Trilogy.
Oh, gotcha.
So there I did a BSJ to skip going around with the elevator. Gonna shoot
that 22 frame airborne morph ball thing I talked about
gonna get power bombs here. I will not get power bombs here.
That's unlucky.
Ammo station it is.
Yeah, Prime 2 technically has a really good weighted drop system compared to Prime 1 and 4, but we'll talk about later. Prime 2's item refill system is changed so that wait, what?
This is a Metroidvania marathon.
True. If you are out of a specific ammo, you typically have, I think, around a 75 to 80% chance of getting specifically an ammo refill. If you're low on health, the game will heavily weight you getting a large or ultra energy drop. Yeah, I think it's like, I want to say it's like 75 or 80% to get powerbomb or missile ammo if you are out of either.
Yeah, but Miguel's not out of powerbomb, still has one left, so
that is
unfortunately
these sound effects are not playing. This
also
the audio engine for this game is excellent. Sorry, you were saying, Bash?
The key that Miguel just picked up, that's the one that spawns after killing Powerbomb Guardian.
Oh my, what lag. As I was saying, sometimes the audio engine in this game can fail playing sound effects, and it gets progressively worse as the game is running. I have a theory that there's a sort of, maybe not memory leak, but something wrong with the audio engine causing sound effects to not play often. There's a lot of audio glitches in the... Wow, nice shot.
Nice shot.
Well, so much for getting extra ammo. But for some reason, I don't know, we don't know what the causes are, but sometimes the audio engine can fail. Probably the long loads. They only fixed that until PAL Prime 3. And in NTSC corruption, it can fail so badly that the game will eventually crash.
Oh no.
So this is something that's inherited all the way from Prime 1. Although they're not as noticeable there, and in fact, well, because the loads are not that influential. But in Prime 3, in the Wii, the loads are pretty slow, so the game suffers a lot from it. But yeah, there's audio glitches in this game too. Sometimes audios don't play at all for some reason. You were gonna say something?
So that was a massive cutscene trigger that extends well past portal site, and well, it'll trigger as soon as the room loads.
It's actually not a cutscene trigger. It's just a timer that starts automatically with a 0.0 time frame.
I'm washed up over here.
So I'm not out of bounds here. Class, what did we learn about screw attack?
Screw attack plus morph ball tunnels
equals. And I'll class that.
Falling to
out of bounds.
Your doom.
Yeah, so now we're gonna go back to Torbus because we have some remaining sky temp keys there.
Yeah, that out-of-bounds movement was deliberate. Miguel needed to move to the right to hit a trigger to load the elevator room, and then get past the door and into the room's bounds in time.
Here I'm gonna
so that the room loads around Miguel.
Here I'm gonna not skip this cutscene because otherwise the black screen will take longer than the actual cutscene itself.
Another seeker skip.
Gonna destroy this without seekers again.
Yeah, doing that seeker skip the other way sucks.
Yeah, can vouch.
Didn't previous route do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's one benefit, I guess. You don't have to deal with that.
So now we're just gonna go get the other key, the other two remaining keys in Torbus. And that's gonna be all of it for the endgame requirements.
Yeah, there are 9 keys, but one of them is literally next to the final boss, so you really have to go look for 8 of them instead.
Well, actually, in lore-wise, there's 10 keys, so you're wrong.
Right. A-Cole found one of them for us. One of the key bearers. Oh no! That's a fun little quirk with screw attack where you can skip the gate.
I've been getting owned by this trick lately.
Nice.
So yeah, there's hole in the sides of the platform thing that you need to open with a bomb slot under the water, but we're just gonna skip that.
Yeah, shoutouts to the Dractive in chat was mentioning like seeker skips and how much better they are to practice with the new
IDF
Footage's Prime 2 practice mod and then the menu mod updates that Claris made in conjunction.
Shoutouts to the
DF.
Posting Scooby-Doo emotes in my chat. And some emotes that I will not name.
Why are the bounds in there, but she's out here and we're the sheriff?
And you're out there, and I just remember we're out here, and where's the caveman? I did it.
So good.
I did it correct, didn't I?
I tried to make it like Prime related.
Anyway, another trick.
Yeah, you can just fall through the gate, so you're not like trapped. It's nice.
Here I'm gonna try to get over the. Here I'm gonna try to get over the platform, the wall there faster because the room will not load until you're after it.
Gotcha. That's a proximity load.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a proximity load. I'm not sure. Some rooms are load trigger, some rooms are proximity loads. Some rooms, like this one, are completely script tied to interactions, like touching the elevator hologram, which ruins things for us. But not anymore. We're over it. Alright, on the way to the very last Sky Temple key.
Yeah. So there was that last out of bounds Miguel did in the previous Torvis visit when they were leaving. We're gonna go the other way in to that portal.
Oh, nice extend dash.
And even though going out is free, going in a bit more, it's a little trickier, but it's pretty cool.
No.
Oh.
No. No. I'm good at this game, I promise.
This one is like weirdly difficult.
Yeah. It's like one of the few like screw attack into morph tunnel that's like not free because I think there's like that bit of rock or something that extends out above the tunnel.
Weird.
So you have to not bonk on that.
There's the last missile expansion of the run. So here I'm gonna do something, sequence of things. We're gonna look over here, jump over there, shoot the door, slope jump over here. Screw attack failed, so screw attack into the tunnel, get up again.
RG manip, it's fine.
Try again.
That's cool, you can slope jump. We haven't talked about slope jumps at all. That's like a universal Metroid thing where you just gain extra vertical height if you run up against a slope and then jump. Hence the term slope jump.
So I did that screw attack there. I did a screw attack there into the hole because that elevator takes forever to come back up.
Yeah, true.
For some reason,
I've never known of that tech.
For some reason, it starts below, but immediately goes off. So we have to wait for it. So we're just not going to do that. Yeah. Here
well, also, the timer for it starts, and you don't have control over sandwich for like half a second, right?
Even if it did, it's already going off, so we can't even do anything.
True.
All right, so here I'm going to try to do a very precise, quickly get over here. I failed it.
Aw.
I actually did land, but
yeah, Miguel's gonna try to scan dash. Like I think which would both hit. Was it a load trigger or a prox load for this one?
This is a load trigger.
Yeah, so they do the same like screw attack I think to get back into Torvis Lagoon without needing to do this ceiling warp, which is very cool. But
yeah, I can't do it anymore because the cutscene's gone.
Yeah, and ceiling warp's kind of it's the sort of same conceptual thing with Cannonball where you do it in a room that's not considered prioritized or the active room, and when a room is not considered the active room while it's still loaded, there are certain safety like collision checks that just do not run, and so it lets you like get stuck in walls or reposition through a ceiling in the case of like a lot of out of bounds movement. It's very useful in randomizers.
So guess what? We still don't have Amber Translator, so we have to do this again.
It's funny, like any percent route I think I've seen eventually gets Amber, even if you don't get it right away. And but nope, never getting it. Don't even need to go into Aegon Temple.
Here's the last out of bounds screw attack of the run.
Well, sorry, Aegon Energy Controller. Now that's like a classic super missile skip, or not super skip, just a way to get back in bounds. That's again out of screw attacking out of bounds, so a little dangerous. And then on top of that, there's like a thing with the war wasps that you have to watch out for. Although it's like not terribly hard to like avoid. Like if you don't get into like this trigger where the war wasps are, the game will crash.
Yeah. So you trigger the war wasps out of bounds, and when you transition the room, that will happen. And the trigger that we to touch actually unloads the previous room, which will make space for the memory to the game not crash. I don't know what's up with war wasps. They like to do that.
Yeah, like there's a chance there's the risk of crashing, but it's very easy to mitigate it. So, or not mitigate it, just to remove the You do the movement and the crash doesn't happen. As long as you're consistent with that, you're good. Last Sky Temple key of the run.
Yay.
We did it. Or hold on. There we go.
There we go. We got all keys. We can beat the game now. So there's another secret door coming up right here, but this one's actually kind of stupid to do. And so the alternative is to go out of bounds here. Blech. I'm gonna try to anyway. There we go. And this is only a second slower, so we kind of just don't care. Oh no.
Yeah, it's a lot more consistent. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, Miguel was trying to ceiling warp through and instead rolled off the hallway. But that's fine. That was a good recovery.
Here's the Sky Temple Gateway. I'm gonna try to do a very cool trick here, if I can get it.
Another boost jump. It uses that. Oh! That was really cool. And that you would do that if you didn't do vault skip to get screw attack. You would the most consistent way of getting screw attack early is boost jumping. You're able to like decouple the camera, and so it lets Samus boost to the right while still facing forwards. And because her sideways speed is uncapped, that lets stuff like extended dashing and stuff like that work. You're able to keep basically your boost speed during a jump, and it's very, very powerful.
Gonna get missiles here. These are actually guaranteed 10 missile drops. These drops are special. If you're low on missiles, if you don't have missiles, you're gonna get 10 missile drops. And then once you're full of missiles, you get guaranteed PV drops. And then ammo and health and so on. But health is like there's a safe station there, so it doesn't even matter.
And then beam ammo drops if you use light or dark beam.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, final boss, Emperor Ing.
Use light beam to shoot the tentacles. Then just use super missiles for the heart.
So Miguel's pulling up scan visor here to remove the cooldown, or to skip the cooldown of supers. Normally it's like a 1.5 delay or of cooldown, and that's ideal because you want to not get multi-cycled on Emperor 1.
So now we have to destroy these resolved tentacles. We have cannonballs, so nothing can stop us. Also, this room is very laggy, probably the laggiest room in the game.
Frame rate can.
And that's it. Now we have Emperor 3.
Very involved boss fight. Usually you have to like go between stunning it and then hitting it with an opposite polarity beam. While it's a very aggressive boss, or well, that's fine. That's fine. You can just screw attack. There's a hitbox on the ground underneath it that's vulnerable to screw attack damage, and you just kill it that way.
Fun fact: if you kill him while the laser attack is still active, the game will crash. So I have to watch out for that.
Yeah, if you're too fast and get the quick kill.
When's the last time you lost a run to a game crash at the final boss?
Never, thankfully.
All right, Ben.
I sure have.
I wish it does not happen to you.
You have?
That's okay.
Oh
yeah.
Well, I suppose someone has to find it, right?
Okay. For what it's worth, if you lose a run to crashing on Emperor Ring, that's your fault. You can also just lose a run to the final boss and not have it be your fault. Because this.
I mean, I never knew what caused the Emperor Ring crash, so.
So Miguel is going to get Dark Samus at the as low as health as possible before it would transition to the.
Time's coming up soon, by the way.
Yeah, time's potentially coming up soon here. So Dark Samus may randomly just go into Dark Samus 4 phase anyways, and that's bad because she'll be invincible to all damage. Thankfully, she's still in DS3 phase.
And not time.
Oh, one more. And she takes screw attack damage, so...
And time.
If that lines up, time.
GG.
Single segment run. Ooh.
Let's go. What was the final time? I'm curious.
Waiting for stream delay to get you an exact time here. It's looking like it's going to be right around the 110 mark RTA. Oh no, 109.20, 109.23 it looks.
Okay, that makes me feel better. I like 109.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the game. You were explaining earlier that, well, the runs however, but I can still explain Dark Samus it has two phases, Dark Samus 3 and Dark Samus 4. Dark Samus 3 is her initial state. She's still, she's like walking around using her charge phase and attack at you. Then she goes invisible. But after a certain damage threshold, she enters Dark Samus 4, which is where she goes to the center of the room and starts floating and activates that giant face and shield around her, which is invulnerable. And then she shoots some face and pellets at you, which then you have to absorb and then shoot back at her. That damages her more. But we can use Screw Attack to do a bunch of damage before she even goes to the Dark Samus 4, and that will cause her to, go to the death cutscene immediately and not have to wait, not have to do the very slow phase. However, sometimes she can decide to just be invulnerable after your first Screw Attack, and then she's immediately centered to the room. And that's what we call getting centered. And your run's over because of it. Yay! I love
45
RNG.
seconds to it
Yay.
at the very end of the run. So even if your run goes perfectly or at really well, Dark Samus can just ruin your day.
Yeah, that's really. But fortunately, it did not happen here, so I'm thankful for that. And I'm also thankful for you to inviting me to this event. Thank you very much, Quacksilver. Yeah, sorry, I butchered your name. Quacksilver, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for having me, Bash, and Claire's here. And yeah, that's Metroid Prime 2 Echoes by me. Thanks for watching.
Before we wrap up the Menagerie with two of the genre namers, coming up after this break, we are going to get some Metroid Dread. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello again, Internet Traveler. My name is Mallory Metroidvania, and you are once again watching the marvelous Menagerie of Metroidvanias. We have made it all the way to the final 2 runs of our showcase for you this weekend, and sure enough, they will be Metroid and Vania. But before we do that, I am obliged to inform you all that in addition to this marvelous Menagerie, did you know that GDQ Hotfix is happening literally all of the time on this channel? And if you are enjoying the show of the Menagerie, I highly encourage you to visit gdq.gg/hotfix, where you can find both the weekly schedule as well as a means to submit your runs to potentially appear on Hotfix. We are always looking for speedrunners and the people who love, for speedruns and the speedrunners who love them. So I hope you'll consider submitting your own runs. But to close down the Menagerie, we begin our 2-part finale with sort of the reverse of the Super Metroid we started with, which was notably a beginner route, an on-ramp for a game as difficult as Super Metroid. Now we're going to be cranking the difficulty up to 11 via restriction. Here to run Metroid Dread minimum items glitchless, please welcome to the stage, Charlotte.
Hello, it's me, Charlotte. I'm going to be running this really cool category today. Quick order of note, I forgot to specify which difficulty we'd be playing when I submitted for this. Typically, we run in Rookie if we're just trying to go fast, but that's too easy. I thought maybe Dread mode, but come on, that's not marathon safe, let's be serious. So we're going to be playing on normal mode. And go ahead and introduce yourselves. My couch, please.
I am the Alpha and the Omega -1 of this Menagerie. Hello, it is me, Bran SP, once again.
Hey everyone, I'm Hobbit. I'm an unrestricted runner, and you might recognize me if you watched SGDQ 2026.
I'm a Tetris freak. I don't speedrun the game, but I was there at the beginning, and I helped document a lot of the tricks that came out when the game came out. I was also the first player to beat the game, skipping a major required item. I'm here surrounded by friends talking about Metroid, so I'm having a wonderful time, and I hope everyone who's watching is having a wonderful time as well. Charlotte, are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm gonna begin the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you. So,
Charlotte, what is this whole minimum items business? What's going on?
Right. So the game tracks your item collection based on how many item pickups you get, and we're talking about like basic item pickups like health and ammo. And basically, it's about 1% per item you pick up in that category, so you can get 0% quite easily. But we're actually going to do better than 0%. We're also going to skip some major items, specifically flash shift, spin boost, space jump, and pulse radar. But those are going to be in a little bit, so we'll worry about those later.
All right. So we've got some. We kind of get to live with the fundamental movement of Metroid Dread for the duration of this run, because the only additional movement upgrade we'll be getting here is the speed booster. So coming up, we've got the classic Metroid Dread classic, the climb. Here you're going to be seeing Charlotte make use of quick rises to get up and around these ledges. It's essentially supports the notion of the fastest Samus can be is running on the ground at the start of the game. So we are doing everything we can. Nice, skipping missile tank. To stay on the ground as long as possible. So you'll see Charlotte dash melee over ledges or slide off of ledges in order to maintain momentum, or even in some cases kind of weave around platforms. Because this is glitchless, we won't be seeing any techniques that allow us to shoot through walls without unintended beams or anything like that. So we're going to be seeing a very kind of classic routing through Artaria to start here, including taking out this broken Emmy that it serves as kind of the tutorial for the Omega stream. It only has the kind of charge blast, so we'll be getting into more functions of it once we fight the white Emmy. But you'll get to see kind of, if you remember your casual playthrough of the game, a very familiar pathway through Artaria. It's got kind of a very specific design. I know, Tetris Freak, you've got a lot of insight on some of the level designs in this game from your time starting very early.
Yeah. Artaria is kind of takes you in a circular path around. It's really to get you a sense of your bearings on the game, the world, sense of the enemies, introducing some of the mechanics, and it runs you through basic platforming. Going for an enemy counter here, if successful, that saves a lot of time because you're trapped in the Emmy zone until the Emmy will time itself out, because apparently it doesn't like to crawl through tunnels like the rest of the Emmy in the game. But looks like Charlotte will be going to the safe zone and staying there until the Emmy times out.
Yeah, I wanted to give that one shot, but I don't want to spend a lot of time here in the beginning.
Yeah, it isn't the end of the world if you miss that one. It saves a considerable amount of time, though, if you do get it.
Yeah, because basically all this time we're waiting for the door, we would skip this because we would, like, force the Emmy to stop chasing us.
Yeah, it skips that whole little, like, looking around like, huh, what? Through there? I can't go through that. And, you know, kind of takes a couple seconds, so...
Yeah, luckily this game has a pretty generous checkpoint system, so taking, like, little risks like that aren't the huge, like, the worst thing ever.
Plus, getting fun time save like that in marathon setting always is a fun confidence builder, a fun just like piece of experimentation that you may not always go for when you're going for PB, you know. Sometimes it's for the show. But navigating through the Emmy zone here, we're going to see more of those slides across platforms to maintain momentum, slide jumps to go from platform to platform more easily or avoid the Emmy, and then make our way kind of towards our first, through our first circle around Artaria, in order to receive the charge beam upgrade. So we're just going to drop down here, take out these little fish in the water. They're just kind of a source of upgrading or getting pickups to refill your health and missiles, because 9915 is going to be what we are having for the rest of the run. Like Charlotte mentioned before, like, this is minimum items, so we're not just not picking up you know, like expansions and things like that. It's also a couple of major items.
So what kind of differences can we expect to see between rookie and normal mode in the minimum items glitchless run?
How about you want to take that?
So yeah, absolutely. So the biggest differences are going to come with some of the inherent differences between the difficulties. So in Rookie, you notably take less damage from bosses and also receive more pickups from them. So Charlotte is going to have to be a little bit more careful against bosses, especially the twin robots in Verenia, or just those twin robots in general, because she's going to have a lot less firepower than she normally would with having only 15 missiles. So like health management becomes a very, very real resource in minimum items compared, even like comparing normal to Rookie. The safety blanket you get from getting those extra pickups and taking just a little bit less contact and boss damage goes a very, very long way. especially against bosses later like Z57, where you are very meticulously managing your health to make sure that you can clear the boss fight quickly. But here we are, basically starting what is circle number 2 around Artaria here. Normally in a speedrun we'd pick up that energy tank because it is the most available first one, but instead we're just gonna charge on through, do a double charge shot using a quick charge. Essentially, in Metroid Dread, whenever you do an animation during the charge beam animation, it will skip to the end and actually just allow you to unleash a charge shot immediately. So it's a really, really useful exploit to both aid movement and exploration, as well as DPS later once we have a little bit more firepower. Fortunately, this time there's no tutorial, so we're not actually going to get locked in here quite like the first time, as long as the enemy doesn't see us. It can spawn directly above us, but you can fortunately navigate around it, since enemies kind of have blind spots around corners. A lot of the times when they're moving around a corner, they can't actually see. We're also going to open this door into what is a very infamous room in Metroid Dread history. Shoutouts to David Jaff. And that's actually going to be a very important room in minimum items, because we can't actually take the cloak door shortcut on the last circle through Artaria when we're leaving to Hatteras. And that's because there actually is a missile tank there. There is a way to skip it, but it requires using the map lag glitch or the home lag glitch, which is not allowed in minimum items glitchless. So
specifically the map lag glitch, because we don't have access, but specifically the home lag glitch, because we don't have access to other maps right now.
Right, exactly. So you need at least 2 areas unlocked to do map lag, so you can use home lag as kind of an equivalent. It's just a little bit harder to use because you can't buffer inputs nearly as effectively out of it. But kind of an interesting piece of history. This minimum items glitchless was actually very recently added to the boards as kind of like a historic preservation of minimum items minimum items routing, because minimum items NMG actually has had a few breakthroughs in the last year or so, using map lag to skip some bosses and kind of fundamentally change what items you can skip because of new tricks that have been found. So minimum items glitchless kind of turns into a very interesting route where it's almost like legacy minimum items. It's a legacy routing compared to NMG, what NMG is now. So I put a lot of value into that kind of routing existing on board for sure. But starting out with this first central unit here, we're just gonna shoot a bunch of missiles at the shell to pop it, and then pop beams into it with some missiles in order to take it out. And we're actually gonna fight what is probably one of the harder enemy fights in the run. So there's very particular movement coming up here where you want to try to get up there as soon as possible, so you can try to do a plant kill where you just stand here and blast the enemy until it's gone. But if you miss even just a little bit of the movement, like you saw Charlotte do a slow climb on that ledge, you have to do that little jump over. But Charlotte absolutely nailed it, and now that is the first enemy down. This grants us the spider magnet upgrade, which will allow us to interact with those blue walls you've been seeing all around Artaria, essentially turning Samus into Spider-Man, which is going to be really, really important in Hatteras actually coming up here soon to do what is one of the kind of all-time tricks of Metroid Dread speedrunning. But we'll get to that once we're a little bit further into the run. For now, we just need to exit Artaria and take care of the last boss of the area, Corpius. Since we have no way of popping the blob that normally we would go straight through in other categories, we now will, on this final circle through Artaria, take out Corpius to grab the Phantom Cloak, which is kind of a meticulous fight, because you have only 15 missiles here in normal mode. So you have to be very careful managing your missile count here on this first phase. Unfortunately, we're gonna get a tail stab, so likely no head block, but that's okay. We do have charge beam, so if we run out of missiles, we don't have no options. But Charlotte is going to accidentally jump into Corpius and just fly to the moon, and then activate this third phase here. You need to shoot a total of 26 missiles between phase 2 and 3, and you can supplement that with charge shots like Charlotte's doing here, to basically avoid the ground breath attack that you need the spider magnet to avoid. And there's Corpius. Clear, easy. Yep.
Very good.
Now, a fun little thing here is I'm going to do a trick pretty much right away called Elevator Deboost, but I need 5 missiles to do it the way that I do it, so I'm kind of at the mercy of the drops from the enemies on the way there.
Yeah, there are a couple enemies we can take out. Ooh, getting that first missile drop, that's good. And we are clear.
Okay, I'll get another drop. It's okay, I'll get another drop from the next one.
Surely, yeah, no, for sure. This is the room you get another
There
drop.
we go.
Yeah, see, you got it.
Easy
It's
every
all
time.
according to plan. Yeah, every time. Like, I mean, surely you get that every time, you know?
Yeah.
That applies reading the script. But now we're going to take out this Clada, bump off of the ply here, take out these 3 lower flies, do a dash melee to automate our timing, and then just kind of get booped over to the ledge using that very conveniently placed fly melee attack. And then Charlotte's just going to fill up right here, so that way we have plenty of resources going into Catarus.
Actually,
We
got
only have
9 health, so I'm actually going to need to pay pretty close attention to my health going down.
Exactly, yeah. Catarus, because it is the fire area, likes to remind you that it is the fire area, and there's little fire spouts that are in the kind of initial drop down into Catarus, in addition to like a couple of enemies. So Charlotte's gonna have to be careful here because that fire will actually hit you for a couple damage ticks on the way down. Normally, if you have that 199 energy, it's no problem, but with only 99 energy, you have to be very, very mindful here. But fortunately, there's a couple of flies that you can kind of just boop to take out, and then some specific movement here to just navigate around that robot, which is really what is the killer.
You know, booping the flies.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, always booping flies.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, worth noting that on higher difficulties, that little fire, that little environmental hazard that just sort of pings you for a little bit when you're playing the game normally, on min items, that can just kill you. Like,
yeah, absolutely. Like if you're playing Dread mode, for example, those fires are they count towards the instant kills. They're not like ambient damage like heat rooms are. So if you're trying to do like Dread mode Deathless or something like that, something that Charlotte has achieved, which is an unreal accomplishment.
There are very few things that won't kill you in Dread mode in Metroid
Exactly.
Dread.
Exactly, yeah.
But those fire things will take you out if they touch you.
Ooh, very nice super boost there. Manipulating the plies to be able to get to the top of the magnet rail just a little bit faster. It's a nice little optimization. Great movement on the wall of the most painful wall of all time.
Great.
I have fallen off of it an unbelievable number of times. And then, as I've mentioned before, this is minimum items. We have only 99 health. So the Catarus Hell Run's kind of not worth it. It only saves 2 seconds, and it's actually quite tight with no energy upgrades, and can be partially dependent on the drop you get from the ply in the room. So it is safer to just take that lower route and make your way through Catarus that way.
Yeah, because if you die there, you actually get sent back to the lava switch that I did, which it was like a minute. Like, it's really not worth it at all to do it in a marathon setting.
Absolutely, yeah. The risk reward is just really, really terrible. But Catarus is very unique in that it's kind of like a bit of a puzzle box. I know. Like it's a very, very restrictive area in some ways. It guides you from point A to point B using these magma pipes and kind of opens like a puzzle box.
My observation is that it really reinforces those same basic platforming mechanics you saw in Artaria, except this time you're kind of going back and forth, left and right, and again engaging with those puzzle box mechanics is how it puts it.
Yeah, exactly. Slowly unlocking it as you progress through by hitting more buttons. But it is worth it to just kill that little robot, otherwise he will just hit you for lots and lots of damage over and over again. And notably, you don't parry him, because if you do the parry animation, it actually slows down the elevator just a little bit.
Peeking up into the sky here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hobbit.
Yeah. By peeking up like that, you actually open up the thermal vent at the top of the room, so that way when we come by later, you're able to just kind of navigate through. And now we have one of the all-time classics of Metroid Dread speedrunning, the ascending dual magnet skip. This is a set of buffered wall jumps, which essentially just means hitting B to do a full jump right before you hit the wall. And then doing a melee into this slanted wall here so you can wall jump off the bottom of it, which puts you just high enough to be able to catch the bottom magnet at the top of the room. Very, very tricky, very, very finicky. It's theoretically very consistent, but the window for... Ooh, that looks good.
Nice.
Very nice. Yeah, great job. That is an all-timer for Dread speedrunning experience. We've all spent many, many hours in that room.
Yeah, it saves like 3 minutes, so it's definitely worth it, even if you're just starting out, to kind of grind that one out.
Yep.
Right, so that makes it so that we don't have to talk to Adam for the rest of the game if we don't want to. We can just run right through those rooms and save a lot of time there, skipping through.
Yeah, exactly. You basically just kind of think of it like a bus at a station. You every time you go to Adam, he goes to the next station, and if you just don't go to that station, he's not at the other stations, so they won't lock you in. Because as we know, buses will actually immediately trap you in them as soon as you get on.
Yep.
Of course.
That's speedrunner lore, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks for the clarification. Yeah, thank you.
Shout outs to Darby.
Of course. But now that we have actually kind of unlocked most of the puzzle blocks here, we've taken out both of the hot rooms that were directly in our way. Charlotte gonna hit the zipper skip here to climb the elevator kind of on cycle so that she doesn't have to wait. It does a little dash melee there to kind of auto time the wall jump, so that way you don't really have to think about it. You can kind of just go. And then climbing this room here with that little mini volcano can be very, very frustrating. As if you're not careful, it will just knock you off the edge a bunch of times. Very, very rude. Yeah, very, very clean.
Skipping this energy tank.
Yep.
Don't try this at home, girls. Samus is skipping the E for speedrunning purposes. You do need to remember to take your meds on time.
Yeah, the one drawback of minimum items is that we don't get to say E every time Samus picks up a energy tank, but that's okay.
Well, you do say it every time you
get
pick up a missile tank, which is what I never do that.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Maybe only on days that end in like W, like tomorrow, you know? But finishing out Cataris here, or Cataris 1 here, we're going to be heading into Dairon, which is kind of like the lab / like factory area of ZDR. We're going to take a little dip into here, turn on some lights, and grab the wide beam, as that'll allow us to access the green Emmy who's kind of been running around in the Emmy zone in our way. It can definitely choose to be a little bit more in the way than it was today, which is definitely great. But yeah, we're just going to be seeing a little bit of movement here to clear the rooms here in Dairon as we navigate towards wide beam. And we'll actually be seeing Charlotte make use of a slope jump. We saw it earlier, but if you phantom cloak on a sloped ledge, it gives you actually a little bit more time to jump without losing height, which allows you to essentially cut the corner. You saw it right after ADM skip as well, or Adam skip colloquially. So we're just gonna kind of move our way down here. We really don't want to touch those buzzsaws. They deal a lot of damage. And then we're gonna safely navigate around I call them Steve. I don't remember their official name, but those guys with the spikes, that's Steve. Steve is not my friend, and someone's turned out the lights. It's extremely rude that someone would do this. I guess the power bill in ZDR is getting a little ridiculous.
Ravenbeak is a very frugal man. He knows that there's nobody using this area other than like the bunch of monsters and robots. So I mean, why leave the lights on? You know, it could drive someone out of business.
I think it's sabotage. Clearly, this is the handiwork of a rogue gallant Chozo. Cunning.
Maybe we
might even have an 8-pack. Yeah.
Pretty shredded.
Same brain cell.
So I said this during Super Metroid, but I was post-mentoring during Hobbit's run at SGDQ, and seeing the Ravenbeak has an 8-pack donation come in did fully blue screen me. So shout outs to the Dread community. You got good memes.
It's a staple for on the stage performance. You have to Bash Prime always brings the 8-pack donation. He was telling me all week, I'm not gonna do it. I have to do something new, and then he did it anyway.
It's running in the back of my head all the time. Like Ravenbeak is that. Ravenbeak is shredded. Ravenbeak is like this tall guy. You know, it's always there. So
is this like the only Saturday Night Live reference that like genuinely became a meme? Like I haven't heard anything else have like this much staying power from them.
I don't know. I see Elon Musk has Wario all the time.
Interesting.
Okay.
So we're coming back to Cataris now, and we're gonna go fight Green Emmy. Is that right? Hobbit?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are now that we have the wide beam, we can actually open both the wide beam blocks, which was much nicer to Charlotte this time. I know in practice it was being a little bit less kind. Because Samus is running while charging a beam, technically it does kind of jostle up and down, which can cause these wide beam blocks to just not work, just like that. Thank you for the wonderful example. That was beautiful. Yeah, I mean, like, it just happens sometimes. Charlotte clearly just heard my commentary and wanted to show it for the world. But we can pop these blobs, that blob on the way in very easily, and then we're going to be seeing the first instance of using Charlie's. This is a charge beam plus a missile, so conveniently named Charlie. And it's just a really fast way to damage anything that's metallic. As with our current beam upgrades, metallic items cannot be damaged by single beam shots. So our only options are going to be missiles and charge beams. So you kind of sandwich them together and Bob's your uncle. But here we've got the Green Emmy fight. It looks kind of scary, but it's actually completely non-threatening because it just takes its sweet time getting around that corner. And then once the face mask is ready to pop, you can just charge your beam and it is gone. There is an alternate way to do this fight that's way harder and doesn't actually save any time, called Professor Stupid. But it is like the least marathon safe strat of all time.
Boys,
you
girls,
essentially do like a
and everyone else, it's Morbin time.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, shout out to Menagerie, the known Morbber. If you didn't know, the movie Morbius actually has had a significant impact on the culture of Metroid Dread speedrunning.
This explains so much and yet so little.
I think I'm the only one who played this game that actually watched that movie. Is the funny thing?
You might be. You might be. But kudos to you for actually watching it and studying the lore.
It's not as good as Madam Web, I gotta say.
Hey, you know, fair enough.
Morph Ball is one of my favorite upgrades.
Yeah, it's a very interesting item. Obviously, it allows us to go through these kind of one-tile tunnels and navigate around tight spaces much more easily, which we could not before without them being on the ground and able to be slid into, which the game kind of like jingles keys in front of you. Like it puts so many morph tunnels in front of you and then just kind of delays the upgrade for the first like several hours of your casual playthrough, so that you can just like be like, why can't I go? Like, I just need to go there. Let me go there. Where's Morph Ball? It's supposed to be the first item. So it kind of subverts the players a little bit from a casual experience.
It was if you're wondering why, if you're wondering why I turn invisible when I get onto certain platforms, there's actually a thing about this game where Samus will keep certain visual effects active for the duration of the like getting on the platform animation, such as having grapple beam ready, having flash shift ready, and having cloak active. It has no effect on anything at all. I just think it looks funny.
Thank you for being transparent about that. I appreciate the insight. Oh, you got the cheat shot again! Wow, you're really good at that. That's really hard. I cannot like understate how hard it is to both hit the hole-in-one into the morph tunnel and also hit the angle to get that shot through. It is so specific, and Charlotte, every practice or every run I've watched Charlotte do in preparation for this, it is hit it. Like
it's just
unreal.
The cheat shot is shooting a piece of the wide beam out such that it hits that charge beam door as you're rolling into the tunnel right before it. So kind of a complex maneuver there.
Yeah, exactly. It basically lets you cheat a little bit of time. But now we're orange. Who doesn't like being orange?
Orange.
Orange is my color.
So, ooh, as a Clemson grad, I appreciate that. But now we can navigate through heat rooms, which are actually quite unique in Metroid Dread, because normally in Metroid, like the heat ticks are very consistent and they don't really ramp up. But in Dread, they actually ramp up exponentially, so you can't spend a whole lot of time in hot rooms. There's only a couple of like vanilla game hot runs you can actually survive. They also ramp up if you're loading into a hot room. So like if you're using the orange teleportal, for example, those heat ticks will ramp up while you're loading into the room. So your first heat tick will deal like over an energy tank of damage. It's very aggressive. They really did not want you getting around hot rooms.
Or cold rooms.
Which is, yeah, cold rooms are also pretty aggressive as well. But fortunately, like, you actually don't have to cold run too much to get through this game. There's one like specific dev intended one for a sequence break, but beyond that, it's pretty chill.
So
hitting the nice little weave there, very, very good.
But tell us about what's coming up here. We got one of your favorite bosses, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got the Evil Green Time Waster coming up here, and this little rundown is actually a little perilous because these Obsidomathons deal a decent bit of damage if they hit you. Fortunately, they're very easy to parry to get a refill, but taking all that contact damage can add up really fast and put you in a position where you could just die by accident. But the actual boss here, Kraid, coming up, can just decide to waste our time at the start. He will either shoot his nails or throw up on us. And unfortunately, it's very hard to hit him through the throw up. Ooh, very nice. We're going to be getting some Charlies into his mouth during the nails phase. And that is a very clean phase 1. Now using the morph ball, we can do a single wall jump by doing a neutral stick wall jump and then morphing to kind of give us this really shallow wall jump angle. And with that angle, we can actually gain height up singular walls, unlike with normal wall jumping. It's very similar to wall jumping with, like the similar height gain as like wall jumping on a spider wall magnet, because that's the only like true single wall jumping they kept in the game as like a vanilla mechanic.
Kraid fight.
Yeah, that was really awesome.
Unfortunately, I have no missiles, so I'm going to need to farm, and sometimes it can be really mean to you. Today's really nice, though. Hooray.
You've been, yeah, it's been kind of doling out the drops for you, which has been really nice. It's the missile management is a very, very real impact in minimum items, right? Like by this point, you're used to having 30, 40 plus missiles. So it's like you are actively having to manage your missile count as you're navigating through rooms, and like you will sometimes just have to stop and shoot something in order to get a pickup. Yeah, fortunately the game is usually nice.
Yeah, that's one of the big things that I really like about minimum items and just low percent in general, including 0%, is that for the most part when you're playing any percent, especially on rookie mode, you don't really think too hard about your ammo and health as resources, but in low percent you're very aware of it for the entire run.
Yeah, it's an interesting dichotomy because it is like very, very stark compared to any percent or all bosses or something like that. Very, very stark. But now that we have the wide beam, we can proceed into this hot room here, and we have everything we can to actually be able to go get the grapple beam a little bit early here, using the dev intended sequence break. There is actually, you need to use a slide jump here, and I believe Tetris Freak mentioned this like earlier, but during the early like exploration of the game, I think he was one of the first people to document actually doing this skip, because during like the post-release of the game, they did these like Dread reports or post-announcement of the games where they showed some of like more expanded text. They showed like infinite bomb jumping, but one of the things they showed was actually like the coyote jumping / slide jumping that's in this game, where you can slide off a ledge and jump well after you're off the ground. So by doing 2 of those, you can navigate through that room above the lava, stay out of the tomato soup, and come grab grapple just a little bit early, and then you are rewarded with some shortcuts around Dairon, both coming back in towards bombs and also exiting towards Berenia. So now we've got... Oh, go ahead. So now we've got the grapple beam, which actually has a unique function in Dread, since Dread introduced the magnet walls, those blue walls that are all over the planet. If you grapple into one of those magnet walls, you will actually zip to it. Another interesting piece about minimum items is we actually end up using grapple points at several points in the run that we normally would not, because we would have an item like Flash Shift or Spin Boost to go past it. So if you like kind of swinging around like you're a monkey in the trees, then you know, minimum items could be the category for you.
I mean, you say it like that, but like grappling hooks do make games. That games with a really good grapple feel are some of the most speedrunnable games I can name.
Absolutely, it's a quintessential like platformer / Metroidvania experience for sure, and especially with the grapple zipping to the magnet walls, it's a very, very satisfying feeling. And one thing that's really, really cool about minimum items here is because we don't have more powerful movement upgrades, we actually get to see some of those grapple boosts get used in places you would normally just flash shift or speed booster. Very nice. There's a good example of a quintessential grapple boost. We'll be doing another one here to try to avoid the yellow Emmy here. Great move by Charlotte. This allows us to take one of the first shortcuts we get, which just allows us to get to this dark room. Yeah, absolutely locked in. But that allows us to skip doing an entire loop around where the Emmy can come catch us, because the yellow Emmy is quite fast. It is the speed booster Emmy. It gives us one of the coolest items in the game, which it's kind of dangled in front of us for a little bit, but it is very, very fast, and it is very, very easy to get caught by it in that section. So having the shortcut is really, really helpful to reduce the chances that you get caught. Again, someone turned off all the lights. It makes me feel like Nosferatu is in this game or something like that. I'm not really sure what's going on.
No, Nosferatu.
But now we got bombs.
Probably my second favorite upgrade.
Yeah, they're really cool. They allow you to infinite bomb jump as showed in the Dread reports, pre-release. And also they gave us these kind of neat little bomb cannons that were introduced in Dread. And they're actually, fun fact, these bomb cannons are the only curved geometry in the game. If you look at the entire map, everything is angular, square, rectangular, some kind of polygon. But the bomb cannons actually have curves in them, so that's kind of a little fun fact. And then, yeah, exactly. But we can't take the grapple shortcut that's in Diron there, because there's actually a missile tank directly on the end of the morph tunnel that we cannot avoid if we try to take it. So unfortunately, that means we have to go the vanilla direction, which brings us to the ZDR golf course. So Charlotte, golfer, let's go. That's a birdie. That's beautiful. That was just well executed. Yeah. So that drop into the morph tunnel is called a hole-in-one, as Tetris Freak mentioned. Basically, if you get all hole-in-ones that are in your run, you are a true golfer. So Charlotte, you are now on pace for true golfer. As a little piece of lore, this came about during GDQ 2023, I believe, during the All Bosses Glitchless race between Manager and Ednolium. So shoutouts to golfing in Metroid Dread.
Shoutouts to the actual mini golf we played in real life at HGDQ or SGDQ 2025, where Charlotte and I we did really good versus.
Yeah, they did beat us. They did beat Tetris Freak and I have the scorecards still.
We took the L, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it happens. When you got some absolute gamers on the other side, it's an uphill battle.
But funnily enough, this Atom Station will tell you to go get Grapple Beam, even if you've already obtained Grapple Beam by this point. He doesn't really specifically say, like, you need to go, like, you don't have it. He just says, you know, oh, it's out there. And so he mentions how Samus can use the Grapple Beam to maneuver through Barenia more quickly or more ably, I guess. And so we'll be seeing some of that, like this zip to the zipper here with the Grapple Beam.
So if you're familiar with Dread and Dread speedrunning, you would be expecting us to go get the flash ship, but we are seeing the first major divergence from playing minimum items here, where Charlotte is going to very deftly infinite bomb jump over the shutter door, placing bombs at approximately 150 BPM. So if you like Mr. Brightside or Tune, those are some good songs you can listen to accomplish that trick. Charlotte's also going to be manipulating the Battaloon here to put it in a position where you can damage boost it off of it later. Since we can't do a water bomb jump, that is a minor glitch in speedrunning classification. So it is going to set up the Battaloon to be able to jump right off of it once the platform water comes down. So we're just gonna boop. And that is the C boost found by Charlotte herself. The C stands for Clyde or something.
Something like that.
I thought it was C like water.
No, it is the letter C.
It's the letter C, yeah. So the damage boost functions differently when Samus is in her morph ball than when she's standing up. She'll bounce further if she's in morph ball when she gets hit by an enemy. So that's part of the reason why she's jumping and then morphing and then taking the damage boost that way. And a quick unmorph allows her to get up on the other side and climb those platforms.
Yep. And an interesting note that Charlotte pointed out to me while we were prepping for this run is that because we don't have flash shift, going up and around actually does take a lot of time. So comparatively to like other runs where you might do C boost or even doing the water bomb jump, you actually save comparatively more time for going for C boost because running through the water is slower, or running through the area where the water is draining is slower than flash shifting.
Right, because the only
like
movement options that were allowed are grapple beam and speed booster in the mid items run, glitchless mid items run. Yeah. So.
Yep. Just a little bomb jump in here, and we're gonna see some more Charlies come in here to lay into this central unit. Unfortunately, the Rinkas are gonna kind of just get in the way. Not really much we can do about that. But Charlotte is going to take out the central unit, no problem. And then we have the yellow Emmy. For those of you watching at home, this is a great fight to emulate in your casual playthrough because it is actually pretty tough casually if you don't know how to do this correctly. But fortunately, you can actually just run out here and shoot it in the face while it's slowly coming out of that tunnel and blast it in the face, not even give it a chance to run around. This gives us probably the coolest item in Metroid Dread, the speed booster. It has been revamped heavily since its previous appearance in 2D Metroid in what would be the most recent Zero mission, I believe.
I think it actually did show
prior to this game.
It was another round, but just
it was another round.
But 2D wise, Zero mission. Which Zero Mission Fusion had a really cool speed booster too. Don't get me wrong, but it's just this level in this game.
Yeah, they've really made it much more robust. In Dread, you can morph while speed boosting, you can jump, you can much more easily store and respark like that. And you can actually also slide. Yep, exactly. Wall jump. So it gives you a really nice little tutorial into the capabilities of Speed Booster pretty much immediately off rip.
The biggest thing to me is that you can like land with it too, because that's not something that you can do in most in pretty much any game before.
Yeah, going for a tricky setup there, but just having to go back and take the speed keep like normal. There was a tricky but flashy setup there to avoid the cutscene that would play otherwise from the standing Shine Spark. Overall, the feeling in this game is just really, they really knocked that out of the park with Metroid Dread. I mean, this game feels so incredibly good and smooth to move around in, from the Shine Sparks to the speed keeps, even the bomb jumping feels incredible. I think it's the best the series has ever seen. It's really cool.
Now I have to ask you for the question then. What is the greatest Metroidvania of all time?
This one.
Yeah, I searched my heart and it's Metroid Dread.
Let's go.
I love this game so much.
I'll just say I'm a Metroid fan.
I thought you were a Tetris fan.
He's a Tetris freak.
Oh, that's
Tetris
right.
Yeah.
All right, so because we don't have flash shift, you can't really do the speed boost that's normally in here. However, you can store in this little area right before the shutter door to skip needing to do another infinite bomb jump, which saves quite a bit of time. And now we have this really mean robot that wants to hurt.
Really mean.
He hurt our bird dead, so that's unacceptable.
Standing on the top of the ledge and waiting until the robot forms an attack. Sorry to cut you off of it there.
You're all good.
There you go. Getting those safe Shine Sparks off, the easiest way to defeat that boss. Otherwise, it has a ton of health with the current stats, or the current loadout that Charlotte has for Samus. Phew, thankfully that was a good fight though.
Yeah, very well done. Even in any percent, that robot fight is not easy. Normally, you do a whole lot of damage boosting in that fight, and as always, with only 99 energy, you only have so much you can use. And then coming up here, we have to navigate through Dairon back to Berenia, because thankfully, before he was very rudely shot in the back and killed, Quirog did open up the upper part of Berenia for us to allow us to proceed to Dragiga and Gavaran. And we're actually going to be seeing some of kind of the differences in min items versus any percent or all bosses in live real time here, because normally you would do a lot of flash shifting in this section to clear these kind of straightaways, but instead, because of the items that we have, we can try to use speed booster to keep all the way down, absolutely, just like that. Or if you do miss the speed booster, you can use the magnet walls and use grapple beam to zip through the hallways instead. Similar to here, you kind of just weave through, get this little spark here, and now we are back in the golf course again for hole number 2. Give Charlotte a moment.
Ooh, it looked like it was going in.
You deserve
I know.
Give that one a break.
You got that one in my heart. So unfortunately, not going to be a true golfer today, but we are 1 under par, and that is a really, really big accomplishment for
That is really big.
I would call
not an easy
one that I just got nice on.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you've ever played Mario Golf, nice on.
Is that a Mario Golf Toadstool Tour reference?
Oh yeah, that was my game as a kid.
One of the better strays of this event. Let's go Toadstool Tour.
Oh, it's a great game. It's an absolutely great game.
When it got the hole-in-one earlier, I was going for more of like a Wii Sports kind of voice. But yeah, I'm glad we got to reference all the good Nintendo golfing games.
Yeah, we got to hit all the essentials. Berenia 2, very, very famous section for cool speed keeps, and doubly so in minimum items. We don't have flash shift, so even though flash shift is faster in any percent, you can still speed keep through there, but now it's faster, so that makes it cooler.
Yeah.
Charlie, gonna have to be careful here taking a parry to get a refill on items. That's the one really nice thing about this game mechanically, because parrying is so like naturally implemented into the movement. If you need a little quick refill, you don't have to lose that much time to do it. Plus, as I mentioned before, you actually have to interact with the grapple swinging blocks quite a lot in this run compared to normal. And then Dragiga, another boss that's actually a little modified from the normal any percent experience, because we actually do have to conserve our missiles quite a bit here if we want to try to do a 1 cycle. So Charlotte coming in with maximum resources is actually going to be able to go for the 1 cycle here. So we're going to see a charge shot, 6 missiles, I believe.
I think
yeah, unfortunately. That's going to be close, but I think it's going to reset. Yep.
Yeah.
I think literally just 1 off, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, by bumping
skipping
into
the 1 cycle
melee.
Yeah,
a 1 cycle skip for sure.
We get to interact with the boss like we normally would see, something that we wouldn't normally see in like Rookie, for example, where we're going to take a little bit less damage or just get more item drops, that kind of stuff.
It was literally 1.
Yeah, it was literally 1. That charge beam took it out, which means that it was just 1 missile. But essentially, by bumping into Drog during its kind of disheveled phase, you can do it at a little bit of extra damage, which allows you to skip the damage gate, because the delay will actually forego forcing that melee.
It resets its attack cycle.
Solid section there.
Yep. Yeah, that was really good movement through the steep tower. That is a very frustrating room to move through, especially when you don't have that much health. It's really easy to go from full health to red health super, super fast.
Yeah. I remember getting like a beginner's luck my first time through there, and I was like, wow, that was easy, and then I never got it again. Just like every time I got hit by the spikes or something, I was like, what's going on? First time though, I was like, zip, zip.
Yeah, because you can either do what Charlotte did with the Phantom Cloak and actually like stealth your way through the room, and the Steves will kind of just leave you alone. Or you can make use of a tech called a grapple cancel, where if you jump during a grapple beam, you will actually just kind of coyote in midair, which can allow you to kind of chain grapples together. But Charlotte is doing some very, very careful enemy manipulation here, because this robot has a lot of health and is very chunky. Yeah. That red wave attack is an instant kill the entire run. So you have to be really, really careful, and try to make it shoot at you essentially, so that way it doesn't have a chance to even do the red wave. Fortunately, we do get the speed boost directly to start off the run, so that way we can immediately take out half of the robot's health. We also don't want to get hit by the melee swipe either. That will also immediately take you out. But by sliding underneath the charge shot, we actually force a parryable melee attack, which is good because that puts it into a state where the robot is not attacking, which is always ideal compared to another unfortunate red wave attack. That's okay.
It's massive.
It's a very big hitbox, yeah.
The splash visual doesn't quite cover where the hitbox is there. It's quite large and really
You're meant to flash
unavoidable
over it, but we can't.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever commented that like the attack that we're really looking for here in order to like get an ideal pattern is the big shot? Like we're looking for a chance at the big shot.
That's that one that Charlotte slid under just there, and you notice that she's using the charge shot, the quick charge, to. There you go. Because the robot will take reduced damage while it's in that staggered state, so it's saving the missiles for when it's out of the staggered state to deal maximum missile damage, because the missiles are going to be dealing better DPS than just the charge shot alone.
Yeah, and like a big philosophy in minimum items here is going to be that. Like any point where like the enemies cannot hurt you is valuable, because that means you have to do less dodging, you have less to worry about. Like you can kind of take a breath a little bit during those phases. So you'll see a lot more of those kind of robo parries when possible compared to the average run. But now our reward for our hard work is the super missiles. You get them in the same area as ice missiles. I'm not quite sure what the rationale is there.
Watch this
but
cool
this
stuff.
will allow
1, 2, 3, and then I start running, and that makes me speed right as I cross through the door.
Yep, a nice little auto timer, so that way you don't really have to worry about these slow opening doors. Oh, the one bug.
The one.
Brutal.
Absolutely brutal. The fusion beam charge clears out that huge wave there pretty well, but sometimes you get that little dot floating in the air.
Yeah, just one guy. Get down, Madam President.
Shout out to that big whale thing that's named like Hackathon or something.
Oh yeah, Hackathon's my best friend. He helps me with damage boosts, but unfortunately we don't have flash shifts, so you can't get into position fast enough to be able to do the Hackathon boost. But essentially, if you jump into it, it's one of the enemies with like a big knockback hitbox, so it will make a really loud noise and launch you across the room. It's really funny. But Hackathon's my friend. There's also little hackathons in the background too. If you ever, sometimes when you load into the game, the atom runes won't be loaded, and you can see little hackathons back there. But here we are in Elon on our way to the plasma beam. I believe we have an ad break at plasma beam here. Is that correct?
We will. Right on the plasma beam pickup on the A proms, we'll be pausing there for an ad break.
Perfect. Thank you, gamers.
This is it's kind of an isolated area. Samus here is really unearthing what Ravenbeak is hiding on ZDR. He's kind of isolated and kept safe, kind of contained away this sort of parasite X. And Samus is just for the first time here seeing just how bad this really is, the situation.
Ad break coming up in just a second. Pause.
And we'll go ahead and pause the timer there. Thank you so much, Metroid Dread crew. For those of you who may be joining Hotfix for the first time, for our longer runs, we take a break in the middle of them. That is so runners can get a break, so production can get a break, and so that we can run ads on the Twitch channel without you missing any of the speedrunning content. Thank you so much to everyone who has come in throughout this weekend special and supported GDQ with your subs, bits, and gift subs. It literally helps us keep the show running. If you've been enjoying the stream so far, I hope you'll consider subscribing for access to exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, and chat during replays. But we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the thrilling conclusion to Metroid Dread. I'll see you there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the marvelous menagerie of Metroidvanias. We are going to pick up right where we left off to the A-Press. So here to conclude Metroid Dread Minimum Items Glitchless, please welcome back Charlotte.
All right, let's just get right back into it. I'm going to press A in 3, 2, 1, continue. The plasma beam is really where the game changes in regards to damage output, if you guys want to explain the turbo situation.
Absolutely. Yeah. So now that we have the plasma beam, we can actually damage pretty much every boss with normal shots. Very nice Elon speed keep there. That is a very hard keep to actually get all the way to the Gobbler. But you're going to see Charlotte here weaving missiles in between beam shots to deal damage. This becomes the de facto best DPS for every major and minor boss fight through the rest of the game with Sans Z57. Because he's not damaged by individual shots. So you're quite strong now, and because of that, that would require a lot of mashing. Now, we do maintain resources on how to mash really efficiently and as safely as possible using raking, where you can bind your shot button to a shoulder button and essentially use your fingers to multi-mash the button by raking your fingers across it. But as a result, we also allow turbo as an accessibility feature up to a hertz value of 21, so that runners do not have to strain themselves in order to speedrun Dread, and they can focus kind of on the game in its entirety instead of just kind of like the mashing aspect, which can be a pretty significant risk to physical health.
The reason for that 20, if I remember correctly, also nice cutscene skip. That's very important. That's like the hardest trick in the game. The really big thing that reason for why 20 is the limit is that there's a skip coming up in the final boss of the game. Basically where you can get through the first phase of the fight in one cycle with 20 hertz mash, and because of that it's pretty important to be able to have that level of turbo.
Yeah, I believe raw mash you need like 15 or 17 hertz or something, but distracting from that conversation for just a moment here to talk about glitchless early ice. We see, or GEI for short, or gay, shoutouts. We are going to be doing a speed keep into this save room and carrying it all the way through this room here up to the top. Ooh, I might have commentators cursed you, that's on me. But we're going to carry it all the way to the top of the room and use that stored shine spark to spark up through the water to the top of the mushroom room. Normally you would need the spin boosts in order to actually obtain or like get through that area, but by doing this we save ourselves an entire loop through kind of like the northern part of Gavaran around to get spin boost, and allows us to go straight to the blue Emmy and save time. So what this is doing is essentially Charlotte is jumping, morph jumping in the door to kind of like barely tag the corner of the edge of the platform to continue speedballing through, and then doing a morph jump inside of the tunnel to continue keeping it into the Emmy zone, jumping across the pit, unmorphing, and keeping it into the room, and then doing a specific set of... Oh, that was very close. Sometimes when you're going for this super version of GEI, the Emmy can spawn directly in your pathway, which is really, really annoying. It is possible to avoid it by doing some specific sets of kind of rubs on the wall while you're wall jumping up, but it is pretty specific and kind of hard to just raw do. But we're going to see Charlotte lock in for a second here. Very nice.
Oh, it's super gay. Let's go.
Yep, so we're going to see the spark up through the mushroom room, which is really nice considering this room is not, can be a little difficult to navigate through. Good
job buzzing out, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, shout outs. It can be very, very difficult to navigate that mushroom room without flash shift, so sparking it all the way up to the top and essentially skipping it makes your life a lot easier. Now, we don't have any jump upgrades, as I've mentioned many times, so we're going to have to actually like slightly modify our movement to get up to the top here. So Charlotte's actually going to store a Shine Spark here. And and use that to get up to the top so we can kind of still do the quick kill on the blue Emmy, where it will slowly crawl across the ceiling so that you can take it out. So here it is, and now the Emmy is very, very slowly approaching at a actually kind of awkward angle. I think this is like a sleeper difficult quick kill just for the fact that like the angle you have to shoot at is very, very awkward, and it slowly changes as the Emmy approaches you. But for a gamer like Charlotte, a true legend of minimum items, it's no problem.
It can get really bad. Like if you let it walk along far enough, it straight up walks like off screen. Like you don't have the ability to sort of change your camera angle, you know, when you're firing the Omega Stream. So definitely, like, you know, if I've had like worse runs where it's like, okay, I missed a couple shots, the Emmy got a little further. Sometimes I just lose sight of it entirely and go, oh, okay, let me just go to the other side of the room and try again or something. Really briefly though, I do want to talk about the inspiration for the Emmy, because as is well known, Yoshio Sakamoto definitely has seen at least 5 movies, the five Alien movies, but there is a secret 6th movie that seemingly he has seen, which is a sci-fi movie called Red Planet, which features these little funny robot guys that run around the planet Mars called Amy's, and they look identical to the Emmy. It's so funny. That movie's not any good, at least in my opinion, but like it's very funny. It was a very cool reference. I like it.
That movie came out in like 2002, by the way, which this game was originally going to come out on the DS, so it would have been like around the time where he started thinking about ideas for this game.
Actually, it was 2003.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
oh my god.
anyway,
oh, 2003. I didn't know.
We're taking Green TP to Brenia to click early gravity suit here.
Yeah, normally having to get to gravity suit you need space jump. However, we're not allowed to get that item. So now that we have ice missiles, we can actually clear the secret Enki puzzle here and take what is essentially a giant shortcut to the gravity pool. The only requirement for getting out of the gravity pools is grapple and diffusion beams. So we're going to see Charlotte hit a nice little slide to be able to store and break those blocks. A midair spark, store, and that's the puzzle. Be very careful not to collect this missile plus, and now we are in gravity pool.
What's fun is that this like sequence break is actually dev intended. Like that whole shine spark path that Charlotte just took is the way that it's the only way that you can actually reach that missile plus tank normally, I believe. So yes. I mean, like we obviously did some sequence breaking to actually get into Brenia here, you know, this early, but once here, clearly, you know, they had intended it to be, you know, doable with just speed booster, basically.
Yeah, my little thing, I think they knew that we could skip space jump pretty easily. I don't know that they knew that we could skip spin boost.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like spin boost, it's very much like, like skipping space jump, it's very much like a bunch of very dev intended seeming rooms where it's like they definitely laid this out intentionally. Let's go morph jump. I know that's a real Charlotte classic, but
dev intended here is kind of just a broad term to kind of just categorize things that we perceive that was the intent that the player would discover these sequence breaks on their own. We don't really know what they're thinking. We don't really have any proof of it all. We're just kind of conjecturing here, but yeah, we just call it dev intended is kind of like a colloquial term, just to clarify. Obviously, going into Frozen Brenia. Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, sure. I was gonna say, broadly speaking, in the speedrunning history, we actually did have a dev or a couple of devs who actively speedrun the game, but unfortunately, because of NDAs and contracts and things like that, they weren't able to give us too much insight into the game beyond anything we were able to kind of self-derive, like you were saying.
Cool. Climb up there to bring the speed keep into the red Chozo fight to get a quick shine spark off, dealing half of its health to it and converting it into the X parasite phase. Should be a quick cleanup here.
And the Chozo soldier guy, if you notice, he does actually have like a little fun animation for getting hit by the shine spark. So they did at least anticipate that you could bring a shine spark in here.
Oh, definitely.
Yep.
The
And
timing
then,
is so perfect on it. There's no way they didn't know.
Oh yeah, no, they had to have known. And then you get to because the speed booster is by far the fastest way to get through here, and the safest way to get through here, because those little worms, the green gas, will just absolutely delete you. Oh, I thought you got the connection.
I thought so too.
I will not lie.
Talk about absolute. I was absolutely sure it was gonna go all the way through.
Yeah, like I thought I heard it, and I saw you get the unmorph, and I was like, ooh, is it time? But that is a really, really hard connection to hit. It is like
really hard,
really, really tight to hit the morph jump that you need in order to keep the speedball out, and then also unmorph so you can jump up and then shoot the block with a missile.
That missile
doing
is
well
like
too. Just a lot of
low-key pick for hardest missile to avoid, by the way, or like easiest one to accidentally collect, because if you just accidentally press A before, or like jump before your bomb comes out, then you just get it. You'll just climb up into it. It's really annoying.
Yep.
Shrine Spark to avoid that. Oh, go ahead, Hobbit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you got it. You got it.
Shrine Spark to avoid that missile tank, so you can Shrine Spark above it, which we couldn't previously dodge easily. But now that we have this speed boost upgrade, going through this room here, there's a couple ways to get through that room, depending on whether you have a jump upgrade, like a space jump or a spin jump. But in the glitchless category, only really one way to get through there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Hobbit.
Yeah, you there's another way you can do with a spark bounce where you ball spark into the corner and then flash shift across the room, but as per usual, flash shift is not here, so that little store wall jump spark is going to be our best friend coming out of Frozen Artaria. Now we are in Frozen Catarus, and we will be heading towards one of the tougher bosses in the run, just kind of due to some of the luck factor that's involved here. There's also a missile tank that's placed right down here that's actually low-key, like really easy to get by accident because it's really hard to see. You see Charlotte like taking a very intentional effort to not get it. But now that we're past that, we can go into Z57 here. We're going to be employing more Charlies to deal massive damage to Z57's head. Unfortunately, the goop that he spits out deals a lot of damage to Samus. So we're going to be trying to jump through the gaps in the goop in order to avoid taking unnecessary damage. Charlotte just took one tick and it dealt 40 damage. Oh. Yeah. It's just absolutely brutal. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, the problem is you don't want to get
really
too far. You don't want to get too far ahead of the laser, because then you have situations like that where like the gap appears, but you can't jump through it because you're too far away. So you actually do want to stay like pretty close to where the like vomit is.
Yeah, the strategy is to stay close to that beam so you can see when the gap's going to appear and then jump right onto it or just jump close to it.
Yeah, and it can put you in situations where you're forced to kind of do like a little infinite bomb jump in order to stay above the goop, because you can only take 3 ticks of it before you're gone. But now that Z57 has been essentially phased over, we can make use of a couple more Charlies or quick charges to take out his 4 claws. And this initiates the Flappy Bird phase of the fight, so-called. Where he's going to be the fans are going to be blowing wind across, and we're going to be using this wall to actually get over these 3 high segments without getting touched by the waves, because the waves themselves are actually quite dangerous. We have just enough health to wall jump 3 times and a Shine Spark Z57 to finish him off, just really smacking him in the face. But now we get to see a really cool little speed keep here, where we're going to bring it down here to take out the enemies that are in our way, and then Shine Spark to climb this room that we dropped down before. Going back to the blue TP so that we can head back to Artaria and grab one of the coolest items in the game in the screw attack. Super useful for just trying to navigate. And then since this room is kind of finicky, we're going to grab a speed booster here so that we can just spark out of the pool. There we go, little store. Yep, easy peasy. Doing a little double quick spark and popping the blob just kind of for fun. You know, there's no real reason to, but sometimes it's fun just to shoot something while you're waiting.
In practice earlier, it almost broke that blob with the grapple beam.
Yeah, which looks really funny.
I really like how the grapple beam
does damage the blob.
comes out differently every time. It has a little bit of play at the end. It kind of looks like it reminds me of those sticky hands you would get in those little capsules from vending machines. You throw them on things and grab stuff. It's like,
yeah,
kind of boops out there.
Like
things.
Little tickly, like anteater tongue kind of thing. You know?
But now that we're back in Artaria, we are going to drop down into the screw attack room and grab the screw attack now that the planet is unfrozen.
One of the coolest upgrades in the Metroid franchise, I think. Just such a powerful ability. You feel really, really powerful when you grab this item. Careful to dodge this missile tank. Nice job.
It looks scary. It's actually quite hard to grab that missile on accident right there. At least without spin boost. If you have spin boost, it's really easier to accidentally do it. But
Good and correct of you to say that once you're past it rather than tempting fate.
Yeah, you just gotta wait a little bit longer, you know, so you don't curse yourself.
now coming up is the hardest item to avoid in the game.
Yeah. Charlotte and I had a bet about this one at SGDQ, and I unfortunately did lose the bet. So I ended up donating. We bet $50, but I think I ended up donating, I think, $80 over the course of the event because I had to make up for my end of the bet. But you're going to have to do a full-length wall jump and then shoot in midair to be able to avoid that missile plus tank, so that way you can shine spark up this passage.
Spectacularly
also
done.
Technically, yeah, very, very excellently done. You can technically wall the bomb jump up, but I don't know why you do that.
That does the
Nice attempt.
Yeah.
Going for the roll away there to try to dodge below the platform to dodge the red wave attack. Fortunately, Samus was just a bit too far away from the edge to be able to make it.
Thank goodness there's
this is
a
the
checkpoint
hardest.
here, by the way, and not like the elevator, so I don't have to do that again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is very nice, and a really nice, like, this is honestly realistically the hardest fight in the game, just for the fact that, like, you have to do a lot of robot management, and taking residual damage can lead you to just dying by accident. The one fortunate thing is that the robots love to try to get to Samus, so if you spec your movement just right, you'll be fighting one robot and the other robot will basically just be having the time of his life jumping around. And then occasionally you get some opportunities like that where the robots are aligned, so you can get a little bit of extra damage, which is really, really nice as well. But now we've got the first robot down, so just a little bit more lock-in, get that auto-timed parry to be able to just shut down the robot for a little while. And you are so bold for doing that. Oh my gosh.
Going for the diffusion beam kill under the platform. You rarely, I don't know, I haven't seen that one in a while.
I was like, I know it's close. I know it's close.
Absolutely
You are
gaining on him.
I died there like
Metroid.
75 times over.
Speedrunner brain there. That fight looks a lot harder than Charlotte made it. So, right, it is a lot harder. Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah, that fight's really, really tough. And for your efforts, you're rewarded with going to Golzuna, who kills you in one hit if you touch him.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the methodology for fighting Golzuna is very, very consistent. There's one like specific timing you can use in order to consistently get a 4-spark kill, which is like essentially just the 4 required like damages to go from Pinky in the boss room to Korax dead. So we're gonna see Charlotte shoot the Pinky here, watch the flashes of the X to know when to start running, and then if the Goliath is facing the other direction, then you can just immediately spark. Otherwise, you wait a little bit. Once it rears up, you can just go. You can slide morph under here. Golzuna will go towards the wall, and then you can do a second charge here.
It's playing nice.
Turns orange, just like this. Then the fight's over. You win. And then you just have to get one more speed booster, and it's gone. Easy peasy. And this rewards you with cross bombs, which are quite handy in this in minimum items. Because they're actually really, really good for bomb jumping. When you don't have extra jumps and you need to go vertical, cross bombs give us a really nice and easy alternative way to infinite bomb jump that's a little bit faster than normal infinite bomb jumping. And it is significantly easier because you don't really have to time anything. You can literally just hold R and mash Y and you'll go up.
Yeah, definitely my preferred way to infinite bomb jump up long tunnels and stuff like that.
It's also just faster. If you only have to do one bomb jump, it sends you up with way more momentum, so it's faster in some situations.
Yeah.
Yep. You just have to be careful, because if you don't hold R for long enough, the cross bomb will not fire and you'll just get a regular bomb.
Yeah, it's kind of a finicky, a fickle mistress, if you will.
Yes.
One of life's mysteries, I'll just say that, the cross bomb.
Yeah, it's right up there with things like the UFO and,
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot, Mothman, cross bombs. It's all the same circus.
Cryptid energy.
So we want to go into that wave boom door. Okay, yeah, it's just the vanilla pathing, I guess, at this point.
Yeah. So we have screw attack, so we can navigate through this room into Nubia to get to the Ferenia elevator. Unfortunately, no glitches are allowed, so we can't do the pseudo wave to get through that grapple block backwards. But that's okay. We have all the items we need to get through the room, no problem. And fortunately, the enemies themselves aren't too threatening, especially now that we have plasma and screw attack. Both of them absolutely short circuit robots.
There's something that's been bugging me about Ferenia, but I forgot what it was. I'm sure I'll remember.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah.
I'm sure you will. Yeah, we've got some time in Ferenia here, so just stew on it. But first we're gonna take a little soiree into the cold room. Because we have the gravity suit, we are not affected by cold anymore. They basically just kind of tiered weathered rooms as cold rooms are more advanced hot rooms, so to speak. It's pretty chill to get through that one if you don't have gravity suit, but here we'll see a little bit more movement that is really, really nice, really kind of not necessarily typical, just because normally we have flash shift, but gonna speed keep straight through the water to avoid the purple Emmy, who really wants to know your location, so much so that it sees through walls. Just like a certain beam that's very popular in the Metroid franchise. But we are going to be kind of going up and around through the Emmy zone in order to make our way to SQ. But first, to get out, Charlotte's going to store a little Shine Spark right here so we can spark out of the water. This just kind of skips needing to do extra wall jumping to get out of the pool. And unfortunately, because we don't have flash shift, we can't do the full SQ quick kill, but we do still have screw attack before fighting it, which means we can actually just shine spark in the spot that it spawns, right into it, and then just kind of jump into it and hold the jump button to stay above it. This will allow us to attempt to go for the SQ2 cycle, where if you are on top of the Corex as it's forming, you can do 2 screw attacks into it to get it in 2 cycles instead of 3. It's not a big deal if you miss it, you just do an extra cycle. Just costs a little bit of time, but 3 screw attacks and storm missiles are yours. Storm missiles being one of the strongest weapons in the game. They deal a lot of damage. So they're a very nice pickup here. The only unfortunate thing is that they cost a lot of missiles to use. So Charlotte's gonna have to be very, very careful navigating here, because in order to open those storm doors, you have to drain all of your missiles.
Oh, it's all of them.
Yes, it is all of them. 15. Each bunch is 3 missiles. So you need a full refill to open each of the doors, and there's 3 of them that are required. Fortunately, there's some conveniently placed enemies which allow us to get more missiles and speed boost into this. So Charlotte is going to Storm Missile and then Shine Spark, take whatever damage we can while they are lined up, and then use Storms and Plasma to take care of the rest of the robot's health.
Very bold decision there. Paid off.
Using the Storm Volleys to deplete that Silver Robot's health by half, and then using the Plasma Beams from earlier and just some Screw Attack to finish it off there.
Yeah, we're so strong at this point, the health pool of those Silver Robots kind of pales in comparison to our firepower. So combining the combination of Plasma, Screw, and Storm Missiles is just too much for them to handle. But fortunately, we have 15 missiles, so we can open our storm gates. You can technically open them with less than 15 missiles, but that requires flash shift, unfortunately. So that's just kind of the world we live in in mid items.
Yeah, that you can do some of them without flash shift with less than 15, but that one in particular has a very nefarious layout, just like the geometry of the room.
Yeah, Charlotte actually went through the game and found a way to like 3 missile every storm gate in the game, which was interesting.
Yeah, like I said, Charlotte is a legend of minimum items glitchless in NMG, like just an absolute trailblazer for the category. I know Tex was also really big in the NMG glitchless min items world as well, so shout outs to Tex.
We miss you, Tex.
I know. Come back. But so now we're gonna see the purple Emmy, a very similar fight in difficulty kind of to the white Emmy, where in concept you're doing a very similar thing where you're just
Grandmaster
like,
secret grade if you're a Tetris Grandmaster fan. Yeah, secret GM.
Yeah,
sorry,
exactly.
sorry, Hobbit.
No, you're all good. You're all good. So we're just gonna kind of plant ourselves here and shoot the Emmy as it approaches us, and then as long as we don't miss too many shots, it will actually have its face shield pop before it gets to us. If it gets a little too close for comfort, then we can do a little neutral jump respin to get over it, and then you kind of see the animation for melting pop a little bit. That's how you know that the face mask has been completed, because it actually does slightly change animation, like the animation on the faceplate when it gets to this state that it's going to pop. And then from there you can safely charge up a charge shot and pop the Emmy in this little alcove at the start of the purple Emmy fight. This is really nice because that means we don't have to engage with the bomb blocks or the wide beam block that are in this area. And as we learned earlier, wide beam blocks are not very nice. They are much nicer with the fusion, but sometimes they still decide to do their own thing.
I remember what was bugging me now. What makes the Emmy purple? What do you think?
It's like flamingos, right? Like they're eating the shrimp in the water.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, there's purple shrimp?
I think my real question is, why is the Morph Ball Emmy green? That's my real question.
Yeah, I mean, like, the best I can come up with is that, like, Morph Ball allows you to go to places that you normally can't, and green means go, so surely that is why it is green.
See, the purple one makes.
I'll roll with it.
At least wave beam is purple, like, right?
Yeah.
You know.
I actually did have a question come up in chat because you're playing this on Switch 2, and so in the panoply of Switch versus Switch 2 games, how does this one fare? Are the loads like significantly better on this game, or?
Yeah, the Switch 2 saves about 3 minutes just in loads. It also has quite a few rooms that are like don't run very well on Switch 1, run perfectly. Actually, it's a perfect time for that question because we're about to enter one. The second red Chozo of the game is coming up, and for some reason, this fight on Switch 1 runs at like 30 frames per second when it's nice. It's going to be a solid 60 for this fight right now.
Worth noting that a lot of the time save is for the digital version of the game specifically. The physical just really suffers for some reason.
Yeah, physical load times are a bear. I think you get a slight improvement across consoles, but it is not nearly the same as comparing to digital. Digital just like boat races physical in terms of load times. We do have a tool for capturing load times called ZD Curtain, developed by Jaina. We don't have load remove time on the boards at this time, but it is a tool we've used to take a lot of data on load times and kind of estimate what the time save is on Switch 2 versus Switch 1. One really prominent thing with Switch 2 is that because resetting the checkpoint is so much faster, there are some points in the run for other categories where it can feel worth it to checkpoint in order to like unload certain things or like prevent certain things from happening. But now we've got power bombs, so we can now blow up a whole lot of glass tubes, and by a whole lot of I mean 2. But we're gonna have to be careful here because when these little robots are broken by power bombs, they don't like to drop power bombs. So you see Charlotte drop the power bomb really far away, so that way those robots on the edge are outside the blast radius. that allows us to shoot them with wave beam and get a pickup, so that way we can continue through this area and speed keep no problem.
Yeah, for whatever reason it is, they just seem to really have a higher chance of dropping power bomb ammo with the wave beam compared to other things like power bomb and such.
Yep, and then just running straight through that robot with speed booster. Again, another thing where like normally we just flash shift through, but we don't have it, so we get to just kind of charge through, which I think is kind of fun. Really getting to showcase the raw power of the speed booster here. Now we get one full volley of storm missiles, so we take whatever damage we can during the shield phase of the fight, and then we'll pull the shield off with grapple to continue the fight. You may notice that during these goop attacks, Charlotte is actually either jumping or sliding to avoid them. Sliding gives you a way of actually dodging inside of the goop, because sliding will lower your hurt box enough that you will not run into it, but you'll still go forward enough that you can stand up again. And then jumping more naturally like allows you to jump away and get behind the goop instead of you know, getting gooped, because if you get hit by that goop beam, it will just kill you.
Yeah, it requires a lot of anticipation, seeing where the goop is being aimed and where it's going to be able to dodge that without your flash shift upgrade or without anything like that. So it can be pretty tough.
Yeah, that's also another like big thing that really draws me to the min items category. Is as much as flash shift is like a fun ability to play with, I feel like it kind of trivializes some of the combat and some of the boss fights. So I really like just kind of like forcing myself to play without it.
Yeah, Charlotte really told us that it likes the min items experience because it feels kind of more like playing classic Metroid, I believe. Yeah.
More so that it like it captures like the initial playthrough of the game for Dread specifically, like a lot of like figuring out how you even get around and a lot of like very difficult boss fights. Like this game was famously like almost panned for how difficult it was at launch, and min items kind of like captures that difficulty, which I actually liked a lot.
Right on. So Ravenbeak, here he is.
I heard he's unstoppable. I heard there's no way you can beat him.
Yeah, I heard he's shredded. He's got an 8-pack. But here we're going to see the faster turbo hertz threshold of Charlotte's controller in action there, using the faster hertz value to skip the gold armor phase by DPSing him just enough such that he goes straight to phase 2 during that first melee cutscene. And then what you're going to see from Charlotte here is a specific manipulation. Instead of going to the right wall to eliminate the squash attack, Charlotte is essentially going to stand just below him and to the left or right. This means when he does the Gatling attack and you do dash melee, it will never hit you. One risk that's pretty significant with staying on the right wall is that the Gatling gun can kind of pepper you with damage every so often, which you don't really have a lot of reserve energy in order to like tank those. So by doing that manipulation, you make the Gatling Dread mode safe even, compared to, oh my gosh, compared to normal. So gonna give us a
never punish
counter here.
Taking the counter here.
So,
go ahead.
The Ravenbeak counter is unique because it is actually completely worth doing, especially with that principle of like when you're in a place where you can damage the boss. Oh, okay, and that is Ravenbeak. You can damage the boss, but he can't damage you. Which puts us into the Metroid suit after we skip a really funny cutscene where Samus gets really, really angry. And that leaves us... Yeah, exactly, Bran. Would you like to ask the quintessential question?
What flavor do you think the hyper beam that Metroid suit Samus fires is? I've heard black cherry from some of y'all. I hear watermelon a lot.
Cotton candy, fruit punch.
Yeah, fruit punch. Bubblegum. Yeah,
That's a good one.
I want it to be bubblegum, but in my mind it's black cherry. So.
Yeah.
I've gone back and forth on this a lot. I think now my answer is it's Pepper X, the new hottest pepper in the world.
That seems more
how many Scoville is how
Pepper X?
Pepper X.
I think it's 1.8 million.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That's a lot of Scoville.
That's a lot of. I said Scoville and not Scoville. I apologize. I have been playing a lot of Pokemon in Draft League recently.
Shout outs to my Pokemon champion sickos, Mega Scoville for life.
Shout out to my guy Julius Cheeser.
Julius,
my mouthhold.
Or mousehold rather.
But
absolute war criminal.
Absolute criminal. You do not talk to him. You don't want to. But Escape is kind of interesting here because you don't have any Aeon abilities and you only have Speed Booster to aid your jumps. So it puts you in a situation where there are some rooms like this room that are kind of scary where like you can fall in that pit and just kind of get stuck down there for a little while trying to navigate out because all of the blocks are screw attack blocks. But fortunately, Charlotte very deftly navigating through the room and avoiding any unfortunate collapsible blocks. And we actually have time coming up here at the end of Escape. So Charlotte is gonna bomb jump up through here to get near the top of the room, and then actually here at the top, at the end of this hallway, we're gonna get to time. But time is coming up right here. Time. GG. GG, Charlotte.
Thank you.
Good job.
Very nice run.
What was the time?
Make sure you.
I'm gonna wait for stream delay to get you the exact final time. It looks like a 1:24:37 RTA.
All right. For normal mode, that is a PB.
Yo!
Let's go, Charlotte. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you. And since nobody else really runs this category yet, that's also world record, but I hope that's not true for very long. I hope that more people get into this category because I think it is very, very fun. I've always thought that Min Items NMG was very fun, and I think that this route is even more accessible than that one. It might look very difficult, but especially if you play in rookie mode, I think that you'll find that if you have like a baseline knowledge of the game's mechanics, you can get through it pretty easily.
You heard it here first, chat. The gauntlet's been thrown down. Who's taking the minimum item glitchless record next? But while chat obviously boots up their copies of Metroid Dread, if the four of you have shout-outs you'd like to give, the floor is very much yours, or else let people know where you're at on the internet and what you're up to.
Yeah.
Sure, shout-outs. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to give shout-outs to Dioptis, EOD Techs, for kind of getting me into Min Items. Those are just like two of the ghosts of Min Items in general, whether it's UR, NMG, throughout history, and I've always like really respected those two runners. And I'd also like to give a shout out to my wife and my girlfriend for always being really supportive of me, and of course to my couch for giving this excellent commentary during this run.
Yeah, shout outs to the Dread community, the folks who aren't here on the couch, but I know who are watching. I know Manny, Lily, I think Hyper might be in there as well. Vanjie, yeah, that's who I see watching right now. So yeah, shout outs to them, they're great. Shout outs to my partner. Shout outs to everyone here who made this event possible, really. And yeah, next up.
Yeah, shout outs to these goobers for inviting me in to help commentate for Metroid Dread, and the Dread core group that invites me in too. Thank you guys. And shout outs to Mercury's team and Nintendo for making a pretty cool game. And thank you GDQ for hosting this speedrun for charity.
Yeah, and shout outs to the Dread community, everyone who is always playing and supporting the game. We have a hotfix for any % unrestricted next week by Metroid, featuring commentary by me and Zeus, and then I will also be running any % unrestricted at a local convention here in North Carolina on Labor Day weekend. So if you want to watch more Metroid Dread, it's around. So I'm also working on any % unrestricted on my stream, Hobbit1697, on Twitch. So if you want to watch, pull up, or you can find me on Blue Sky with a very similar username. But that's all my shout-outs. Shout-outs to the Dread community. I love y'all.
Oh, one last shout-out. Go to the Metroid Dread speedrunning Discord. You can find the link on the SRC page, the speedrun.com page. We're always talking about Metroid.
I can confirm, having popped in for the showcase, they are always talking about Metroid, and it's a pretty good time. Friends, with that, make some noise in the chat one more time for Metroid Dread and for Charlotte. We are going to take a break before returning with the final run of the Menagerie until we meet again, and that will be Castlevania Order of Ecclesia. So get up, stretch, pet a small animal near you if that's an option available to you, and I will see you soon. Hello, internet traveler. My name is Mallory Metroidvania, and for just one more run, you are watching the marvelous menagerie of Metroidvanias. We have seen 16 if you count the sub-games in UFO 50, different Metroidvanias on the stage for you across 2 days of the best video game genre on Earth. And we have just one more run in the tank for you, continuing the theme set by Metroid Dread with the difficulty amped up to just about the maximum extent possible. Without any further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage, running Castlevania Order of Ecclesia Level 1 Hard Restricted, Lonely.
Alright, what's up everybody? I'm Lonely. I run this game a lot. I'm here with Speedruns and Jupiter Flame, 2 fellow Order of Ecclesia legends. And yeah, this is going to be Level 1 Hard. Basically the hardest way you can play this game. And I never thought it would be possible to run this category in a marathon. This is actually the first time this has ever been in a marathon, so this could go extremely well, could go poorly. There will be deaths. I've yet to get a deathless run of this, but it should be a good time either way, and hopefully we can keep the deaths to a minimum. But either way, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Alright, so right off the bat here, I'm going to do something you wouldn't do in a normal Order of Ecclesia speedrun and grab the record. This is just for selling. So here we get the tutorial on glyphs, if one of you wants to talk about that for anyone who may have not played this game before.
Sure, I can go on that. So, yeah, as I was saying, I'm Spear Carbon. I run this game a lot, and I'm going to be commentating for this. And so basically the tutorial here is you're basically like going through figuring out how to like absorb glyphs, how to attack and everything, just the basic stuff. It teaches you how to do like glyph unions with their super attacks and everything. Here though, in level 1, we have a different setup here with the skeletons. So normally you have these regular skeletons in normal mode, but here we actually have these enemies called the skeleton heroes, and they are a significantly stronger mid-game enemy that take a lot more hits to kill. And as you can see, Lonely already took a lot of damage because they're on level 1. You take, I think it's about like double-ish the damage from enemies or something. It's around there. So yeah, it's even the tutorial is harder in this category, which is.
I died that fight. That's actually probably one of the hardest fights in this mode. Because, yeah, like they said, it's a mid-game enemy, and you fight them with no resources.
Yep, it's pretty crazy. And actually, in this mode, we got the glyph sleeve at the start. Usually, we get that after prison, but now we have it as soon as the game starts, which is very useful for just like adapting to whatever's being thrown at us in hard mode.
Yeah, the glyph sleeve lets you set up 3 different sets of glyphs, basically.
And then here we have the monastery, the first area of this game. I guess, Jupiter, do you have any experience with level 1 and how this all works?
I do. This is absolutely impossible.
Yeah.
I cannot stress enough how easy it is to die.
For real.
So like hopefully I will not need this work, but
yeah,
I'm going to open it just in case I do not get a magical ticket drop.
Yeah, and I want to emphasize that everything in this area will kill us in 2 hits, basically. All these bats here, like Lonely's already in kill range, which is really scary. And there's just so much going on, especially in that room right there.
I'm absorbing this.
Oh, that's all right.
There's my nervous death out of the way.
Oh, the run's gonna be like that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really difficult. This is like one of the hardest categories in the entire franchise, I think.
So that gives us time to talk about what restricted means, if you want to get into that.
Yeah, sure. I'm down to get into restricted. So that's a relatively new category that we made. It was made just I think it was this year. Restricted was developed and everything. And basically what it means is, so in recent time, Order of Ecclesia has gotten a lot of new glitches, and a lot of them involve the boss rush mode in this game. And basically what restricted does is it allows you to do a lot of the glitches that are part of those boss rush categories, but you just can't go into boss rush. So you're gonna see later we have a couple glitches like crab skip, we have the magical ticket glitch, and we have actually I think those are the only two, right?
Early moonwalkers.
Yeah, early moonwalkers as well, right? So yeah, so we have all those, and it allows us just to skip a lot of story checks and cutscenes, making it for an overall faster and more fluid run than what a traditional glitchless run would be. And as Lonely is going through this room right here, she's gonna grab Magnus.
Alright, made it to the same point.
Yeah. And this is the cornerstone of Ecclesia speedrunning. Basically, this is our primary movement for the entire game. We are going to be Magnus dashing everywhere, and it's a really quick form movement.
So these zombie hallways are incredible because zombies can just pop up right from under you and heal over half your health in one hit.
Yeah, those zombies are probably one of the worst enemies in the entire game. Especially if you're doing a hitless run or something, and obviously in level 1 it's really annoying. This area actually kind of ends up being one of the hardest areas solely because of these zombies and all these RNG spawns.
I did not get a ticket yet, so I'm gonna check this. Ticket is 28-ish%, I think.
Yeah, I think it's around something like that. We need a magical ticket because after we kill the boss here, we want to instantly warp back to the village area. Lonely grabbed the warp though, so it's not too big of a deal if we don't get a ticket.
Yeah, in a PB attempt I would not grab the warp.
Yeah. Because that's part of the restricted part of this. We want to use a magical ticket to skip going through.
I'm not going
all the way back down, honestly. Hopefully a zombie doesn't get you here.
So, do you want to talk about the other drop I need for this category from this guy? Magical ticket?
Oh, yes,
please.
the care. No ticket.
Yeah, no ticket.
There's one more chest she could go for all the way to the right, but it's just so far out of the way, it's not really worth it. But yeah, so Lonely's also going to be killing these blue skeletons here for the sword glyph called Zakare. And that glyph, its pretty much only purpose is for a trick called crab skip. We do use it to kill some enemies easier, but yeah, we're going to need that to skip the crab boss of this game a bit later. And we have a couple more chances to get it later too. This is Anthroberta. Lonely's going to be using the Rapier Union here to get a quad hit on it by being super close to it. And it should die pretty quickly. Though on level 1 we do a lot of, we do way lower damage than you would traditionally see in a lot of other categories for this game.
Pattern?
Yeah, you usually never want to see Anthroberta roll. That's just a waste of time. And I think those spider webs one-shot you.
Just barely not. They do 126.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, wow. Only 126.
Yeah. Sorry, I did not get a ticket, right? Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. But that was a good idea. I completely forgot you could just grab the warp. I thought you would just save state for a ticket or something.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense. But yeah, as we're exiting Monastery here, we have to watch out just for this first room here again. These axe armors can be a bit threatening along with these skeletons. we did get an axe drop earlier, and that axe drop will be pretty useful, especially with the early glyph sleeve, because in the next area there's a lot of flying enemies.
Oh yeah, we got Forest coming up. Oh, I'm really excited to see this. So this is considered the hardest part of the game casually. I know it's the second real area, but it's outrageous. It's just a hallway, but you're gonna see they get really creative with the enemy spam.
Especially because
I've always thought and said that Ecclesia, like level 1 is only just hard, like for the first 2 areas, and after that it just like the difficulty just like continues to go down.
Yeah,
like it's a bit more tricky at prison, but then like after that I think it's fine.
This is where the run kind of feels kind of marathon unsafe, and I may need to load a Dominus restore point. Mostly because of this room, honestly.
Yeah, so as you can see, they're just the entire screen is littered with enemies flying everywhere, and these are all RNG spawns. You can't control this at all. They can literally spawn like right at your feet and do half your health. And on top of that, we have the regular enemies from normal mode in here as well, who also get a damage increase and also fly around in RNG patterns, like these squids right here. Now, the good thing is that we do have access to the Torpor Union. It's called the Puff Union, or Pulsus, and that one-shots all the enemies here. But, yeah, it's just a really difficult area with everything flying around. Nice, we made it to that first room.
Made it through screen 1.
And in this room, we have less RNG enemies. There's nothing flying around the screen except for a single bat enemy, which spawns every like 2 seconds, I believe.
Yeah, something like that.
It also does like half our health, obviously, but it's a lot easier to manage. You can slide through it. You can just keep on jump attacking. Halfway through the screen, as you saw right there, it will start coming from behind Shinoa, so you have to adapt for that. Oh, nice. There, we got secure. I think we got.
I got it earlier.
Okay, yeah.
And these Medusa heads are easy to avoid, but it's easy to choke on this screen because the Medusa heads are a one-shot.
Yeah. We generally want to save all of our healing here if we can.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna try and save that. No, I'm gonna use it.
Yeah, I would just use it. Here, did you get the zombie lift already? I don't think
I did. I got it on screen.
Okay, nice.
Oh! Yes. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was crazy. Okay, nice. We're almost through here, just a couple more enemies to get through. And there we go.
Very poor. Give it up.
I just felt like the muscles in my body unclench, and I'm not even playing the video game.
It's so stressful. It is one of the most stressful areas ever in this game.
Really happy about that.
Yeah, really good.
And I got the Sicaria, which I need. So. Not over though.
Jennifer, do you want to talk about Caldas? I guess I could talk about Caldas then. So this area, it also has RNG enemies.
Sorry, you wanted me to talk about this?
Yeah, if you want to.
Check out that cool boat in the background. It's very 3D. And what else?
The waves in this are pretty cool. They're based on a global cycle since you turn the game on.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. That's my favorite fun fact that only I used to know, before Dominus, and now everyone knows it, and I don't feel special anymore.
I hate these fish here. I think if you made a tier list of the worst enemies in Ecclesia, it'd be the zombies and then these fish. Because they can literally spawn anywhere. Even as you're entering the room.
Welcome. So, we do rescue all the villagers in this run. You could, in theory, skip them, but it actually ends up being a little slower.
I'm back again.
Yeah, because traditionally, restricted and no memory corruption, we tend to skip grabbing all the villagers for the true ending. But in this, Lonely actually found that skipping the villagers and doing the bad ending skip, which won't be in this run, obviously, is actually a bit slower because of something we'll get into later.
Yeah, you basically have to do a fight twice, and on level 1 fights are a lot longer. Speaking of which...
Here we have the first boss fight. So Lonely is going to do a manipulation here. It's called Giant Skeleton Manipulation. It's a very old trick. It's part of the traditional legacy glitchless route. And it's literally the same thing here in level 1. We hang out above it and wait for its front foot to step back before we go down to do a couple hits on it. And we just loop that until it dies. And the only difference between level 1 and normal mode is that it just takes longer because he is significantly stronger and we're significantly weaker.
Yeah, I mean, just as someone who is a lot more of a layperson to the Castlevania side of the genre than the Metroid side of the genre, my primary spectator experience of Castlevania games is you walk into a boss room and instantly explode the boss with your mind. So it's a little bit trippy to see bosses actually be health sponges even this early in the run.
We will see quick kills later, though. Yeah, that's still in this category, but a lot of the bosses in this game in this category do take a while.
It is very funny you said that. No spoilers, but hold that thought for the final boss.
Yeah. This area is really scary, and it's because of those spear guards right there. They pretty much have an attack that comes out frame 1 and instantly hits you. So you got to be careful, especially in these close quarters right here. This room in particular was a huge run ender for me.
This is why I got the mutants, basically.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
As you can see, they're just constantly lunging out and attacking without any moment to react. But there we go, nice.
Not completely out of the woods yet. Prison Island is a pretty tough area. Pick up the Priestess Ring. That's just another thing for selling. Money is important in this route because we buy potions.
Yeah, which is not something you see in a lot of other Ecclesia categories. You never see us do quests in other categories, but we will in this because the only way to actually get potions in this game is to complete the potion quest.
Oh my god.
Here we have an insane trap room right here.
Yeah, this is they got creative with this one.
You think they went a little too far on this?
Yeah, I honestly think they did because you have to take this so slow, and it's really hard to visualize when you need to slide and when you need to go under.
Nice. That's pretty fast, actually.
That was good. Yeah. All right, so here we have Dominus Hatred. Jupiter, do you want to talk about the Dominus glyphs?
They're pretty good. So the gimmick is, and I guess we can talk a little bit about the story. These contain parts of Dracula's power. So it's dark magic, very strong, but there's a big downside, which is every time you use a Dominus glyph, it'll consume some of your HP. And in level 1 hard mode, HP is an especially valuable resource. So these are tough to use, but if you can use them effectively, they are incredibly powerful.
Yeah, a good thing is they take a percentage of your HP and not just a flat amount.
Mm-hmm.
So you can use them basically as much as you would in normal mode.
There are 2 attacking Dominus glyphs and 1 back glyph. The attacking ones are good. I think we'll see a little bit of that, right? Here's, for example, you can see a little bit. The real highlight, though, is the red glyph later on. That's one of the more broken spells in the whole Castlevania series.
Yeah, but here you can see how useful it is because there's spear guards all around us and they can attack us from any level, right? So we need a way to clear them a lot easier on both levels there without wasting too much time, and Dominus Hatred conveniently allows us to do that and it one-shots them, which is really nice.
That's really unfortunate, yeah.
That's just bad on
much you could have done about that.
Demon. Yeah.
There we want to kill the robot there, the Tin Man, because we need the ring that drops, which is the strength ring. And which, in a lot of recent categories, we haven't been getting the strength ring, because we think the trade-off just isn't worth it for the time. But in this category, it definitely is, because that minor strength boost is actually very useful.
That's 3 deaths, I think.
Do you just
Actually,
have no iframes to that? It looked like both spear guards hit you at the same time.
I Dominus. That's what the second hit was.
Okay.
But it is true that your standing iframes are very short in this game. If you get hit in the air, you have longer iframes. But when you're standing, if like two things hit you at like the same time, you have like not even a whole second of invulnerability frames. It's like half a second.
Alright, take 2. Also grabbing Faustus here for slightly higher damage on a Keeper boss.
Yep. Faustus being a slash attack glaive.
Yeah, it's a sickle. That's so unlucky. This doesn't happen to me in any of my practice runs, so of course, you know.
Gotta
Alright.
throw some hurdles your way in the early game.
Yeah.
It's one of the hardest things about Ecclesia, I think. It's always these like flying enemies that are always like getting you.
Yep. Okay, so, yeah. This hallway is the hell hallway, I like to call it.
Yeah, one of the hardest rooms in the game, period, is this hallway. A lot of things can go wrong here. Luckily, there's a save like right before it, of course.
Yeah. And I have enough means to full heal.
Yeah. Oh, also a cat up there. If
I was gonna say, I did not notice that the first time through this room, and I was like, where is that noise coming from?
Yeah, there's a few cats you can rescue.
That's my favorite one in particular. Its name is Soybean Flower. I think it's the cutest one of all the 4 in this game. Okay, there we go.
Not out of the woods yet. Yeah, I got.
Oh no!
Unlucky.
Yeah.
That was a checkmate
situation.
Hey, Lonely, if you could, can you save the cat this time? I think that'll put the in our favor.
I can try. Yeah.
I think that's what we're missing here. Oh no, do it afterwards.
No, we're just gaming.
Okay, we're just gonna game. All right.
How do you do this?
Oh no! You press down on it.
That one's Jupiter's fault. I pressed down. Is it up? I
thought it was worth a try.
I think you weren't on top of the hitbox of the cat. You had to be, like,
my god! Alright, I'm not doing that again.
Of course, the cat has a tiny hitbox.
Something small about Dominus is okay. I'll be smart and do it like this time.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yes. Okay. There we go.
Okay, this is the run.
All right. Surely the demon lets me get through this time.
I would heal, by the way.
Oh, I do have heals. You're right.
Yes.
The other runs I didn't have them. Thank you.
All right, don't troll us, please. Nice.
That should be out.
Yeah, we're definitely out of wits now. And there we go. Now we got Strength Ring, and that's like a 4 attack boost, I think, somewhere along those lines. And it's gonna be really useful because like damage is really low in this category, as we've seen. So anything helps.
This is a big moment here and a very new trick.
Yeah. I'm gonna go for this unbuffered once. This is like double or triple frame perfect, depending on how you want to define frame perfect. So if I get this unbuffered, then that's a huge moment in Brook history. It would be a huger moment if I had the right glyph equipped. That doesn't count. That doesn't count as my unbuffered attempt, by the way.
We're still going for it unbuffered. Cat popping off for you saving the cat, by the way.
So we're actually using the giant sword here to skip the crab, which is why we collected it earlier.
Basically, something about the way this sword's union animation is corrupts memory in the game. There's a few different glyphs that do it. Alright, hold on. Dang. Okay, nice try. That was actually pretty close.
Yeah, that was really close. Yeah. You almost got it.
Alright, now I'll do it buffered. So yeah, there's something about the animation that corrupts memory, and basically, if you screen transition while using it, you can break the game pretty hard, like you're gonna see here.
Nice. Good job.
All right. Shouldn't crash. Good. All right. There's one more important part of this, which is I can't press up, or else the elevator will go up. Okay, good. And I'll soft lock.
We just skipped a whole 1 minute boss fight there.
Nice.
Huge skip.
And the glitchless route, it's actually like, because normally if you fight that boss, you would have to one cycle it, each of its phases. You can't really do that in level 1 because our damage is so low, so it actually ends up being longer. So yeah, that skip is like really good for this category, and which is why like Restrict is such a cool like route to learn.
And it's extremely new as well. For many, many years, Crab Skip was like the barrier skip for Order of Ecclesia, and it finally happened thanks to a new task. I think it was, what, a year and a half ago?
Yeah, about that.
Now it is real-time viable, which is very exciting.
And we found so many variants of it too recently. Like that's actually an older version of it, I think. Recently we found like a new slide one, and there's also some categories have gone back to the very old like Ignis skip, which is crazy. That's even being like seen now.
Yeah, thankfully the Ignis version is not frame perfect. Yeah, there's no way to get Ignis before Crab, so Ignis is kind of, or without like other glitches that aren't allowed in this category.
And here we have Calidus channel, Lower Calidus. This area is actually kind of a chill area. Not much RNG besides those blue guys right there that Lonely just killed. And we get a save right in the middle, which is very useful. And here we're gonna get a new glyph called the Scudum glyph, which it's the shield glyph of this game. We're gonna need it for a boss skip near the end of the game, and it's also just generally useful because its union gives us iframes for about 2 to 3 seconds, I believe. I forget the exact timing on it, but
yeah, it's something like that. Extremely useful glyph for this run where where everything kills you in like 2 hits.
One thing that's something about this category that's like a bit tricky when running it is that like since Magnus dashing is our primary form of movement, we use a lot of mana, which we also need for attacks in this game. And since we have like such low MP, Magnus dashing actually kind of like makes it a bit tricky to like fight in this category and also do fast movement. But sometimes you want to opt for like crouch cancels or regular jump cancels to move. So this is Tomeo Mountain.
Yeah,
this
pretty dangerous area. I can't believe I didn't get hit by that.
That was crazy, yeah. So the problem with this area is that we have these super fast spider enemies that we're about to see that poison you. And along with that, we have yellow Medusa heads, which they don't one-shot us anymore because we have more than enough health to take a hit. But they do hit us with Petrify, which can allow something else to kill us. But here, Lonely's going to use Hatred on these spiders here to kill them. And we're going to grab the ring called the Empress Ring, which is also just another flat stat boost, which ends up being super useful for this category.
Those spiders seem pretty fast.
Yeah,
they are really fast.
As fast as I was expecting, they were faster.
I didn't think that would hit me.
This room is also, we keep saying it, but like there's so many worse areas in the game, like in this category.
Yeah.
Like this room is another one.
Basically any room that has guys flying around is the worst room in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that one in particular sucks because they can petrify you and then you can fall into the spikes and you're just dead. That's it.
Yeah, this game has 2 separate sets of invincibility frames, basically, so that one for like enemy contact damage and then one for like hazards and projectiles. So you can get comboed really fast.
Y'all were talking earlier about how some of the flying enemies are like the worst part of Ecclesia, but also I think that's been generally a theme this entire weekend. Like flying enemies tends to be just the most brutal part of Metroidvanias in general.
For sure, yeah. It's convenient that Dominus Hatred one-shots the spiders too. Alright, nice. Shield Union helps a lot there because we're kind of just throwing ourselves into the unknown there with the Medusa heads. So the Shield Union guarantees we don't die. And we're using it again here to get past that crazy set of enemies there. It's a crow and a rock armor, and plus all the flying enemies together.
Should be fine as long as I don't get hit again.
Yep.
And then cool strat here.
Cool.
And then there's a random cave troll at the end of this level.
Yeah, this guy is so stupid. He's just there. That's supposed to be a castle enemy, which, if you know this game, the castle's at the end, obviously, and it's just sitting here in like in one of the early game areas, which is just insane.
Sorry, here we go. There's a castle.
Yeah, surprisingly, in a Castlevania game.
Whose castle is it?
I want to say it's Dracula's. But
Dracula's castle. That's later.
I really did think you were going for It's Vania's castle before thinking another 3 seconds.
All right, do you want to talk about this? Yeah, the stage up there.
Sorry, one more time.
Do you want to talk about the Mysterioglyph we're getting here?
The Volmacere.
Well, it's an upgraded hammer. It's tier 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
How much use does this actually get in this run, Lonely? I'm guessing for Skeleton Cave it's very important.
Yeah, as well as a boss fight in mid-game. Ooh. Oh my god.
Nice. I think that's exactly what happened in my glitchless PB right there. I got hit right at the end.
I'm not sure what the most up-to-date strats are. I'm hoping we see the zombies.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice. This is such a cool strat.
So there I turned in the quest for getting a sage, and that's the cat.
Want to buy something?
Priestess. That's not normally there.
You do not come back again.
Okay.
We tried figuring out a way to not use the zombies in this category, but it's just like impossible, man. And we'll see why soon.
Okay, final, really scary area for a while.
And this area is infamous. Like, every casual player hates this area in level 1, from what I know. Yeah, so Volmacere putting a lot of work here, allowing us to 3-shot these enemies. But here's why we need the zombie glyph, because of these bone pillars right here. So they spam fireballs at you non-stop. Like the fire rate is increased by 10 times in level 1, and there's really no way to avoid it except for using that zombie glyph because they block the fireballs for you.
If I didn't get hit there, I would have been huge, but...
This is another infamous room. It's really tight, and the skeleton knights just fly everywhere.
You notice once again the flying enemies.
Yeah.
Definitely a pattern.
And then you can pop up from the bottom here.
Yeah, one of the worst and most unfair things that you can just be walking here, and for no reason like that, right there.
Oh, that's so unfair.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the double hit.
What a brutal body check.
I should not have mentioned it. I feel like I willed that into existence right there.
Yeah. I'm gonna do this.
That's a good damage boost right there. Avoid killing that skeleton Rex. This room is funny, and this is why we get the zombie glyph. There's bone pillars everywhere, from on your left, on your right, and there's almost nowhere to avoid them unless you have this guy with you. And this bone pillar tower is exclusive to hard mode.
They went way too far. It's one of the reasons I love level 1 hard mode. It's relentless.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Also, good RNG right there. Lonely got the skeleton Rex to jump over her, which is great. We don't have to kill it. And now we're gonna have Maneater, which I think personally is the hardest boss of this run. This boss coming up.
All right,
Maneater. We're gonna use Dominus Hatred and Volmacere to kill it quickly. Nice. Oh no, what is he doing? Nice, okay, good.
Hold. Okay. Nice. That was really clean.
Oh my god. Came back for revenge.
GG. Seeing in chat, this is where Silk Song got its flying enemy ideas, and that's brutal.
For Sakari, because there's another Sakari glitch coming up.
Yeah, we're actually used to get a late game shoe item early, which is gonna be pretty cool.
What's mine? Oh, I'm actually silly. I didn't grab this.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And you did Skeleton Cave nerfed.
Yes.
Yeah, so normally we're supposed to grab those hearts before Skeleton Cave just to have an extra union. Didn't end up mattering though.
Yeah. I got
we're
really
gonna
good
head back
dominance hits on.
Yeah. So we're heading back to Tamiya Mountains here. We have double jump now, and we're gonna be getting a movement item along with a villager here.
This one's a little annoying, but not nearly frame perfect.
Nice, there you go.
Whoa! What happened?
So Jupiter, so remember in Calda's channel in like any percent where you could get the hearts early with Sakare? We're doing something similar here with the Moonwalkers. We're using the Sakare Union to despawn, like, I think the chest entity to get Moonwalkers early, essentially.
Okay, this category is sick. The problem with Moonwalkers in this game is that it's awesome tech. You'll notice Shinoa has gotten way faster with these cartwheels. Also gets iframes on the backdash, but normally it is parries locked, so it comes very late. However, here, that's earlier than I was expecting for sure.
Yeah, and this doesn't exclude to level 1 either. You can do this in normal restricted too.
Yeah. Did I?
So here we're saving one of the villagers.
I actually didn't check my ticket count, but I bought some, so surely I have enough.
Yeah, I think you're okay with that. Are you grabbing Magician Ring? I forgot.
No, I usually don't.
Okay.
Oh my god, he dodged it.
Here we have another spider here. He always dodges the hatred hits we do from up top. It's kind of annoying sometimes.
I'm saving a lot if you didn't notice.
Yeah.
You died in this category, in case we didn't fill it in. So another
we're going to be doing the
villager.
Oh, you can go.
Detour.
Yeah, the last of the cleanup here. With double jump, you have access to 3 villagers from previous areas. This is the last one we're going to grab here, and he also comes with a special ring. We're not going to see the effects of in this category, but we are going to use it as money to sell. Because as we said before, we need a bunch of those potions and mind ups for the entire category.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something that would be a sin in a normal glitchless run and sell the tonic or sell the tower ring.
Come back again.
Actually, I just
want to buy something
as well.
Come back again.
Nice, we're fully stocked there.
Yeah, that is probably enough tickets for the rest of the run, I think.
Should be, yeah. I don't think we need any more. Alright, and here we have Somnus Reef. This area can be pretty mean. It also has RNG flying enemies, of course, but we also have these giant starfish guys, which, without the Magician Ring, which we opt to skip in this category because it's not really worth it, we can't actually one-shot them with the Dominus Glyph that we would, and which is what we would traditionally do. We would get the Magician Ring and one-shot them with Dominus Hatred, but since we're not doing that, we have to kind of maneuver around them and dodge them with the Shield Union and just like going through their hitboxes.
Yeah. Let's see an example of that here. Also, shouts to the song here, one of the best songs in the game. Beautiful piano track.
Yeah, it's such a great track. I love Somnus Reef. Like, both water areas have great music in this game.
A lot of people would say that Ecclesia's got the strongest Castlevania soundtrack. and that's steep competition as well. This whole series has got amazing music.
I might be biased, but I already won those people.
Probably me as well, yeah.
Well, this is where I have to ask all of you the question. What is the greatest Metroidvania of all time?
Low-key, it's this one, even though it's low-key not a Metroidvania, but whatever.
Yeah, I agree with Lonely there. Like, if we're not counting this game, then maybe, like, I would probably say Metroid Fusion for me. But that's also kind of like iffy on if that's a Metroidvania or not.
Fusion. Right? That's. I was surprised by how many people were going to the map for Metroid Fusion this weekend. I have not actually played Fusion. I gotta check it out. I also have to play Ecclesia, but don't tell Lonely that.
I'm going Aria of Sorrow. And I'm curious if anyone in chat has thoughts on best Metroidvania. Please do share. See what people have to say on this.
I also really, how do I say this? I appreciate Super Metroid for what it's done for speedrun culture. It's like a very historical game with a lot of runners over the years. Oh my god, this pattern.
She is trolling you. So Rusalka here, before she ends up dying, so this boss ends up being like a bit tricky because it's really hard to react to a lot of the attacks she does because her like wind-up animation is very similar between the two attacks she does. So we kind of try to manipulate her by crouching in front of her and hitting her to where she constantly does like one specific attack and we can always avoid it. But yeah, these tsunami waves will definitely one-shot you. But that was a great fight by Lonely right there.
I also thought about it during that fight instead of thinking about the fight. My probably second favorite Metroidvania is Ori 2, Will of the Wisp. That game is incredibly good.
Great game.
I played it for the first time this year.
Games.
Got a lot of good variety in the chat. Obviously, a lot of Castlevania franchise rep. I see Aria of Sorrow, I see Portrait, I see Soten. Also, some love to Blasphemous and Bloodstained as well.
Bloodstained's great.
They say we're getting a new Bloodstained this year. I haven't heard anything about it, but apparently it's still happening, so that's exciting.
Getting a new Castlevania this year. That's exciting.
That's ridiculous.
October 15th.
Yeah, it is. First new Castlevania since I started speedrunning Castlevania. Oh, Moonwalker iframes there. Safe. And I'm going to buy battle boots.
Oh, I was about to remind you about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here we're going to buy a quick footwear accessory called the Battle Boots. It just gives us a bit more strength for increased damage. And yeah, from here on out, it like compared to the early game, these areas are very like a lot more relaxed. They're definitely not easy, but it's definitely like it's definitely a lot less unfair.
Temperance.
That ring is also there just to sell.
Yeah.
So the main threat in this area are these ectoplasms that are floating around in a circle here. They have RNG patterns as they fly around, but they can also curse us, and that's bad for us because it completely depletes our MP. And because of that, if we lose our MP, we can't Magnus cancel, obviously. So that slows us down.
Here picking up Volsicare, which is the upgraded sword glyph. It's going to be useful. We're done with Sakari glitches, unfortunately, right as soon as we get the guaranteed one.
This room is so scary, but nice. Alright, we made to the save. Alright, so this is Goliath, and we were talking about how we actually have to fight a lot of the bosses here. This one, in particular, is a very long boss fight in this category, because we really don't have any quick kill options here. We kind of have to fight him with like the most basic stuff we have, which in this case will be the upgrade sword glyph that we just got. And the difference between normal mode and hard mode is that he is like 10 times faster with all of his attacks, which we will end up seeing. Jupiter, do you have any thoughts on the hard mode version of these fights?
They're hard.
Yeah.
I am essentially stupid. It's fine. I'll just clutch it. New-ish tech here.
Cool little strat here. Yeah.
Yeah. You can duck.
You can crouch in front of his foot. Yeah, and his grab will miss you, which is pretty cool. Yeah, look how fast he slams his fist down there. It's crazy. One thing you'll see Lonely do is sparingly use her unions throughout the fight, and that's just to kind of be more efficient with the damage, because usually while you're low on MP, you want to use a union to offset the time waiting for your mana to regen.
Yeah, or when you're like far away from him and only the union will reach.
Yeah.
It's another time you often use unions.
Oh,
that was mildly scary.
I never doubted.
Also, we're using the shield glyph here because it's kind of impossible to avoid those crumbling things from the ceiling without the shield glyph. I don't know what they were thinking with that attack. Like, I don't know how they wanted you to avoid that traditionally without that. Maybe they thought of Scudum when making it, but yeah, that was
Very clean.
Yeah, when I got hit, I said I was going to clutch it. That was like 90% sarcastic.
And yet,
100% thought I was going to die there.
Back to the Moonwalkers here, and we're getting our second piece of Dominus, which I think we all call the meatball.
Yep. Doesn't actually, I don't use it in this run because, well, it's just not efficient enough with the MP.
Oh wait, we don't use it on Albus? That's surprising.
No, because please don't die. Okay. Hold on.
And confirming this upcoming save is where we'll take our break?
Yes, we can take a break right now.
Perfect. So we'll go ahead and pause the timer here. For those of you just joining for the Vania action, for the longer runs on Hotfix, we take a break in the middle of them so runners can get a break, so production can get a break, and so that we can run ads on the Switch channel without you missing any of the speed running. So thank you so much to everyone who has supported the stream so far this weekend. It truly does keep us able to do what we do. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break, and when we come back, the second half. Welcome back, everyone, to the marvelous menagerie of Metroidvanias. We are back right into it with the thrilling conclusion of Order of Ecclesia Level 1 Hard Restricted with Lonely.
All right, we're going to get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, where were we? Tristus. This area has one screen that is absolutely horrendous for Level 1 Hard, but the rest of it is not too bad. This area is really cool. The waterfall. Gotta unfreeze it.
Super pretty looking.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're gonna get to that screen that she's talking about in a second here. If you remember earlier, we were above a bunch of spikes with Medusa heads and everything. It's gonna be that same room, but not only do we have Medusa heads, we have infinitely respawning bats as well. So it's a whole combination of...
I'm also going to grab levers here. I probably don't need this.
So here it is. Really toxic, and one hit equals death, but nice. We got through it really smoothly.
Not completely out of the woods yet, but that's a big hurdle.
This next room here, it's a vertical room with a bunch of ectoplasms. They can be a bit scary. Nice, okay. And we're coming up to a save here, which is going to be very useful. I think these Altairs here, they spawn much more frequently on Level 1 Hard.
I agree. I thought I was just like doubting myself, but if you say so too, I agree.
Yeah, because I was doing some like normal mode stuff, and I noticed that they just weren't spawning as fast as I thought they would. Like I was like preparing to dive kick on top of them and everything, and they just But here we got Bull Hosta. It's gonna be our primary attack for Albus, and also we used it a bit on Barlow, the two final bosses of the pre-castle portion. But here we go. We're going to Oblivion Ridge here. Are you gonna regen hearts?
No, it's fine.
Okay. So yeah, here, I don't like this room at all. I lost a lot of runs in this
union.
Yeah.
I don't even bother.
It helps that you have moonwalkers here. But yeah, getting through a room is really annoying because if you can't get through it fast, these birds with flea men, these guys right there that we just saw, they keep spawning on top of you while you're trying to deal with everything else. And it's just super toxic, but here we have the next boss, Grave Dorcas, which we're going to use our hammer glyph on to kill as fast as we can.
Also, really quick, battle boots.
Yeah.
You do 5 more damage on this fight per hit with battle boots, which adds up to a lot.
Yeah, it's a really huge increase. So basically, the key thing with Grave Dorcas here, or Gravidorcas, however you want to pronounce it. I always say Grave Dorcas, but is that you want to be far away from him when he comes from the sand, because if you're not, then he'll do this poison cloud attack, which does a lot of damage, obviously, but also poisons us, and that will lower our damage for the entire fight, which we definitely don't want to happen. And we tend to just want the boss to do what he's doing right here, which is just standing still and allowing us to hit him.
That spur was incredibly poorly placed.
Yeah, those spike balls that he spawns can be in really annoying positions. And I've seen a lot of runners also die just like after the fight finishes because they don't despawn or anything.
Yeah,
they just end up running into them.
So if you watch the Metroid Prime 2 run, they talked about getting centered. In this run, you actually want to get centered when Grave Dorcas pops up in the center here. That's my epic Echoes joke. I'm here all week. Please, center me.
He is just digging, man.
Yeah.
That's insane.
And I should go here. Yeah.
Nice.
Alright, we're not out of the woods yet. The next screen in my new PB that I got last night died on this next upcoming screen.
Yeah, this screen is also kind of toxic.
So I'm gonna focus up here.
Nice. Really good. Yeah, so the problem with that screen is that sometimes that plant enemy can shoot just a tad bit earlier than we're expecting, and we try to dive kick off of it, but it ends up hitting us and it throws the whole like room cycle off. But luckily that didn't happen here.
I definitely don't need this ring. While getting all 3 rings is probably overkill, but better safe than sorry.
Yeah, it's just like insurance, because we like if you ever need potions.
Permit.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, am I really full? Okay. Well.
Come back again.
Yeah, you just haven't been healing that much, which is insane. If anything, I guess you could buy like tonics after Blackmark.
I could. Yeah.
All right. Here we're going to Barlow, and actually, this is a small like perk of restricted. Normally, you have to like walk out of Ecclesia after this cutscene plays for a story trigger, but we can just use the magical ticket glitch and we can leave, which saves
a few seconds. Really nice.
Yeah. And here we have the swamp, which is my favorite area in level 1, because it's all just dodging and dive kicking across every single enemy here. These human-like enemies here, they're called the Chosen Oons, which is like a play on Chosen One or whatever. You want to dive kick on the right half of their hitbox, because if you don't, you have a high chance of doing a poor trade on the dive kick hit, and then you'll end up getting hit, and of course they also poison you, which is a common trend with a lot of the attacks in this half of the game. Everything poisons you when they hit you.
See how many iframes I got from the Moonwalkers? I was like halfway into that guy before he hit me.
It's insane how many iframes the Moonwalkers give you. They actually give you enough to where you can actually backdash through the entire spike floor in those previous 2 rooms we were looking at.
Yeah, you have to have very good timing though.
Yeah. All right, and here we're coming up to the penultimate boss of the pre-castle portion here, Albus. This area is pretty chill. It's pretty much unchanged from normal mode.
Good thing I healed.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so here we're going to be fighting Albus, and we have every villager, so we're going to get the true ending. So we're going to be using Vol Hosta here to just attack him and try to manipulate him as much as we can. So as you can see, Lonely just hanging out in the right here, and she's doing that because what we're trying to do is get him into this attack right here, and just keep on looping this flame kick from him. And he'll just keep doing this for the entire fight, and it's a really useful manip for level 1 modes and hitless runs because you basically don't have to interact with the boss fight at all. You can just stay here and loop this entire thing over and over again. There are times where he does break out of it though, yeah. I've noticed, but I think it's just because he doesn't want to spam torpor, like he's like programmed not to do it all that time, like right here.
A little scary.
Ball? That's crazy. I think the flame kick one-shots you too, if you do get by it.
Yeah, of course it does. Why wouldn't it?
The one unfortunate thing I think about the way we handle this boss fight is that we don't get to see his new attacks. Well, I guess we just saw one right there.
Yeah.
He has elemental gunshots in level 1 or in hard mode compared to
that's also a one shot. Yeah.
Wow.
Alright, don't forget to re-equip battle boots. He was close.
Yeah, those elemental attacks can get you.
Oh my god.
He was, yeah. So we were talking earlier about how there's a bad ending skip in this game, right? But it requires you to fight Albus twice, and normally that's not a big deal because we can kill him pretty quickly in a normal mode run. In this category, however, fighting him twice is just a huge time loss, and because we just don't have the hearts to sustain fast fights across this boss fight and then the next boss fight after this, so it ends up just being overall slower.
Yeah, that attack I died to, the vertical shot, is extremely dangerous. You can sometimes dodge it with like a perfectly timed double jump, but most of the time, if you are in a situation like that, you're dead.
You gotta go behind him or usually just crouch.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's tricky. There's another elemental attack right there, the Ignis.
Yeah, the elemental attacks are really cool.
We actually see that in a New Game Plus run to skip Crab with Albus, which is pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Nice. Good fight.
I know.
Here we have the last piece of Dominus. This is what Jupiter was talking about if he wants to go into it again.
It's good. It's really, really good. We'll see it right here, as a matter of fact, versus, spoilers, Barlow. It turns out he was a villain all along.
It's actually a very interesting quick kill for Barlow, because the Dominus Agony plus the Ice Sword doesn't actually kill him in one...
that's where I meant to go, yeah.
It doesn't actually kill him in like a full set swing, so we have to do a bit more attacking afterwards.
Oh no,
too.
Or I have meats. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, I think you're good. You're on potions and everything.
So I actually do something that only I do here because I'm a little strange person, but I changed my controls because the default controls, it's complicated to explain. Basically, just trust me. It lets me do this.
Nice, that's such a good quick kill.
Yeah,
great job.
Got the best pattern for it.
Yeah, you always want him to do the electric cage there, and never. He has a fireball attack, which you don't want to do because you just can't avoid it while attacking him. The electric hit allowed you just to get those last 2 hits in really simply. But as you saw there, exactly what Jupiter was talking about, the Dominus Agony Glyph just increases your damage like tenfold basically, and lets you kill stuff super fast.
Come back again.
Okay, now we're moving on to the castle.
This ending game is usually pretty quick, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the slide into the cutscene.
Oh no, I was talking about the shield dash canceling you're doing right here. That's cool.
Oh yeah, because I can't really Magnus dash on controller with default controls, I just switched to shield canceling, which is the same MP. It has there's a few weird oddities with it. Like you can't go up slopes. It's extremely strange. I would love to learn about why it's different than Magnus, but
I did not know that. That's interesting.
It's also hard
this
to
one can be
turn
scary.
around. A lot of weird things with it.
Because I think you're locked into a direction, right, with shield.
Yeah, actually that makes sense.
We're gonna grab a free piece of healing right there, called the Tasty Meat. It pretty much fully restores our HP.
At level 1, it is a full HP restore.
The zombies are back in these rooms. These can also mess up a run. I've actually had a couple level 1 runs die in these rooms because of these red guys here. It's a bit easier to manage because you can double jump, but sometimes they just decide to spawn on top of you. But luckily that didn't happen to us there.
Can do a cheeky dive kick off this guy, but I won't.
It's really difficult. Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate. Just in case you forgot, we die in 2 hits.
Yeah,
what a journey! What a journey it's been. You're at the start of the game, you die in 2 hits. Now we're at Dracula's castle, you die in 2 hits. Really is something, this level 1 hard mode. At least it's not 1 hit.
It was on Albus.
True.
It also can be if you just don't get any HP max ups. I think like everything, like if like you probably won't be skipping them.
Yeah.
But like you can be in one hit kill range if you're.
Ooh. Like that was Moonwalkers bailing me out there. Yeah.
Yeah. But as you can see, they spawn right on top of her, and it's just unfair.
All right, this time with bailing.
Nice.
First try, every try.
And here we're gonna get another HP max up, rounding off our health to 228, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
And coming up in a room here, you're gonna see exactly how powerful Moonwalkers are. I believe this is consistent. At least I've never gotten hit doing this. Okay, well, shouldn't have said anything.
Oh no.
That's an unfortunate trade. That's just kind of unlucky.
Yeah, sometimes those foamers just dive kicking them, like because of like because of how they like fly. Sometimes they just fly into you with a dive kick. But it's okay. We're like right there.
Yeah. All right, I'm not gonna go for the backdash through the tin can man again.
That was sort of the most marathon performance thing of recent memory.
Yeah.
I hate these cats, by the way, for many reasons, but in this category specifically, if you try to jump over them, they can just jump into you too, and just steal half your health.
You should tell them about the other categories. There's a deeper problem.
We have a minute here. You can talk about it. Like a frustration.
Okay. So yeah, any percent for this category, it relies on a 4% drop rate, which specifically drops from those cats, right? And you need it in order to do a bunch of the boss rush stuff later on with all those glitches. And since it's relying on that, a lot of runs just die to you grinding this cat and not getting the drop for like 5 to 10 tries. And it's just unfortunate how like pivotal like the RNG is to those any percent categories. But here we go, we're going to Wallman here.
Yep.
So this is the
Kick
hardest
him a
boss
few
in the
times
game.
for good measure. Yeah.
And there we go. We beat the hardest boss in the game.
I alt tab. My controller does this awesome thing where if I press start and select at the same time, it alt tabs. And I've never been able to figure out why that happens. So sometimes when I fat finger start, it does that. Sorry about that. Hopefully that didn't break layout or anything.
Nope, all good.
Okay.
We grabbed Hanged Man, right? Oh, you don't grab Hanged Man.
Oh my gosh, I do. I just forgot.
Okay.
Thank you for the reminder.
All good. Okay, so this ring is actually a kind of a new find with the New Game Plus and restricted categories. So traditionally, we in an Ecclesia like glitchless route where we're doing the full game, we would get this glyph called Redire, which is a glyph that allows us to like fly across with Magnus. But we don't get that in this because we can't justify it with all the damage we take. Yeah. So we instead opt for using the speed up glyph and this ring called a Hangman ring, which negates all falling and lag. Like, so usually like when Shino falls from a very tall height, when she lands, she will do this like crouching animation on the ground, preventing you from moving. The Hanged Man ring disables that and lag completely, so we can freely use dive kicks and the speed up glyph together, which we'll see a bit later, but to dive kick and to dive kick across the entire castle, which is a great speed boost.
Yeah, someone on the dev team was like a fighting game player, because it's like straight out of Melee, like a lag cancel, except it's automatic.
This room is so scary with the cards.
This whole trip to castle is kind of scary. Gonna go right this time.
And here, I think we're getting our second to last HP max up, if I recall correctly, or the last one.
Second to last. I'll be grabbing one more.
Okay. Yeah, so even with most of the HP max up in this game, like we just don't have that much health. All right, here we're gonna get a really powerful glyph if Jupiter wants to talk about Knight's Go.
Yeah, so this is the lightsaber glyph. It's very good on its own. If you've played Soten, you might be familiar with the beam skeleton. Well, now we get to turn the tables and use that ourselves. But more importantly, it is an amazing combo glyph. You combine Tesco with any weapon glyph and you use a lightsaber. That plus Dominus Agony is optimal for, I think, every single boss remaining, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
It's good. And I think it's pretty stylish as well. We'll have a boss coming up here that is a good case in points.
And this boss coming up is actually really cool because we recently found a faster way to kill it, which we'll see in a second.
Yeah.
Nice. That was a pretty clean. I don't know why I'm blanking on that labyrinth. There we go.
Yeah.
All right, but here we're gonna restock.
Did I? Back again. Did buy a tonic.
Is 2 tonics enough? I think so. Right?
It was enough. Yeah. I usually just use 1.
Nice. Okay.
Also, I'm going to say something incredibly that I shouldn't say, and say I've never died to this guy in a run of this category.
Now,
there is no way you will die.
What we've got here is a perfect example.
100% guaranteed win coming up.
Well, the stats say so. I need to focus for this. Okay, to be fair, that's the first time he's given me the bad pattern in a run.
Now, chat, what have we learned from this?
That I was also almost a clear on the bad pattern, which is something.
Yeah, you were like a hit away, I think.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
I will take your shadow.
Alright, this time good pattern, please.
Nice.
Very cool.
I love that quick kill.
Yeah.
It's so cool. So the new strat we found for that fight on level 1 is that before we weren't using tonics to regen our MP in the middle of the fight. We found that it's actually like 30 seconds faster just to use a tonic in the middle of it and just save the whole waiting around part of that fight. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, really cool. There's been a lot of really cool developments in this category lately. Mostly just like small stuff, but a few big things like that still too.
Here we're gonna grab a free super potion, which is always nice, and we're gonna grab shortly our primary movement in this category. It's called Rapidus Fio, and if anyone's played Aria of Sorrow, Dawn of Sorrow, Portrait of Ruin, there's the Black Panther and Speed Up items respectively in those games. We're gonna be grabbing the Ecclesia equivalent here.
Tried to get the dash there because it was.
You almost got it, yeah.
Yeah.
But here
now
we have.
Time to go fast.
Yeah, Rapidus Fio, and I think you want to equip Hangman Ring too, right?
I did. I think.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I did. I usually do it.
Yeah, so as you can see, like, yeah, right there, she dive kicked from a really high, like, point in the map. When she landed, it didn't matter how high she was. She doesn't get any end lag. So it allows us for really quick and fast dive kicks here, which is always nice. And here, from pretty much like from this point to the end of the game, we're just gonna be abusing the shield union. Oh, that was a crazy dive kick over that guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna be abusing the shield union and Rapidus Fio for just to get through all these tough enemies here. We're basically just not gonna interact with like half the enemies in this entire section. These squids can be pretty scary.
I'm not healing. If I die to this guy, then that'll be it.
Oh, he is being mean. Okay, nice.
Really made you work
save
for
him
it.
right there.
Yeah. Gonna refresh this room here just to reset the positions of the Tin Man.
Yeah, if not, the guy on the right like gets really close to you and just is mean. Cool background here, by the way. One of my favorite backgrounds in the entire series. The clouds and everything.
And final HP max up.
So we end up at 268 health, which is honestly, it doesn't prevent us from being one-shot by so many things that bosses do, unfortunately. But it does let us survive a lot of enemies at this point, which is the most important part.
Down
here we're gonna grab a warp.
Yeah, you could grab Valkyrie Mail here without too much time lost, but you can do all the quick kills without it and all the damage boosts without it, so it doesn't really add too much.
Yeah, it's a shame. I think in recent time, the Valkyrie set has really fallen off in speedruns. Like, even Glitchless just doesn't grab it anymore.
Yeah.
And it sucks. It's a cool set, I think. I like the Valkyrie items in this game. That hammer is so dangerous.
Yeah.
Like, if you get caught by that, it's over. Here we're gonna do some cool tech. We're gonna dive kick off on that glyph statue to just like skip the entire left side.
Yep.
That's a strat courtesy of New Game Plus. And yeah, I love that dive kick too.
I'm also out of healing, except for the super, which I really don't want to pop. So hopefully
I didn't even know that. That's unfortunate. It should. The good part about Rapidus here is that it gives us a hitbox to one-shot the Medusa heads here. So normally, like if you didn't have Rapidus here, you'd be at the mercy of RNG Medusa heads.
Also, I lied. I'm grabbing this, so this is the final HP max up.
Oh, I forgot about that completely.
So did I.
But yeah, the Rapidus this is why we go for Rapidus or Redire here. There's like, if you used Redire here, you likely wouldn't like survive, and also you just take too much damage. Like the time lost from healing all the time would just not be worth it.
Shockwave, build me up.
What did we just pick up in that chest?
Oh yeah, 1 second. One final scary room here.
Yeah, you can get petrified into the spikes there, but luckily that didn't happen.
Yeah. And yeah, I picked up the Death Ring if you want to talk about that.
Jupiter, do you want to do it?
So when you have this Death Ring equipped, you die in 1 hit, but check out the damage. Peep the damage.
Yeah. That's silly. That's why we save before death.
It's good damage. It's really good damage, and it stacks on top of Dominus Agony. Yeah. So, and I think we're gonna get one more ring later that stacks on top of those two as well, right?
Yeah.
So
Oh, that's just unlucky.
Endgame Ecclesia gear gets really OP.
By the way, I think this boss is like the hardest boss in the franchise on level 1. Like if we're talking about completely vanilla games, like no mods, no like ROM hacks or anything, Death on level 1 hard mode is the hardest boss in the series in my opinion. And it's all because of the mini sites that spawn around him. They spawn like 10 times faster than normal mode and they pretty much one-shot you. And they're complete RNG. But nice, we got through him.
Yeah.
Hey, want to buy
the cat still being there is sending me. It's great.
I can sell
a token of appreciation from the run.
Yeah, I didn't realize that cat would be there. That's funny.
Did you unequip Death Ring, by the way?
I did.
Okay, good.
I'm so confident.
That is a speedrunner classic. You defeat a boss with the Death Ring, forget to unequip it, and then you run into something and you die instantly. Happens to everyone.
All right, we're coming up to the penultimate boss here, and it has a really cool quick kill. That Jupiter, I don't think you've seen this quick kill for Eligor before.
I have not. I'm only familiar with the Redire one. So
yeah,
this will be new to me.
Yeah, you're gonna love this one, I think. But before that, we gotta go through a bunch of scary rooms here and a bunch of hard enemies.
Nice.
But luckily, we have more than enough healing to get through it, and we can use our defensive gear to just lower the damage. Plus, we got a save room up here, which is always nice. Cool dive kick here, all the way from up there. Really fun, always.
That dive kick is really precise. If you do it too slow, you will get hit by the aim.
And actually, that Scudda Union right there, that Shield Union is also pretty precise. If you do it a frame earlier, I think, you're gonna get hit there. You have to do it like right before with the Lizard Man.
Surprisingly frame tight thing.
Yeah. And here we have the Arms Depot. This area isn't too scary. There's a lot of bad stuff can happen here, but because of Shield Union, a lot of these giant enemies right here, like this guy, they kind of don't like really bother us or tend to. And like these guys, we can just go through their legs because for some reason their legs don't have a hitbox or whatever.
Yeah, they don't. The hitbox gets like loaded in late. It's really weird.
Yeah. All right, and I'm just gonna let this quick kill for Eligor speak for itself. It's really cool.
No pressure. Yeah, I unioned like a frame late.
Yeah, it's pretty tight to do. Basically, what we want to do, we want to dive kick off the knees, double jump again, and then do a union to stand on like his body in the middle.
Yeah, there's a little Metroid Prime standable on like the front of his head.
That's such a good way of describing it. That's actually such a smart way of describing it.
Again, like a frame late.
Yeah, it's tough.
How recently was this discovered?
Like 9 months ago.
Yeah, I think Algorithm found it.
Yeah, like Algorithm.
Experimenting. Yeah, definitely. He found logic strats for this game.
Yeah.
But no one really adapted it until like the New Game Plus runs were done because we had no way of getting above Eligor fast in those runs, except for this. Nice, there we go. And then we heal up here.
Should be enough.
And then we just kill him.
Nice.
That is really, really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember seeing an old Redeere versus Rapidus comparison, and there's a way to get behind Eligor, but it involves more complicated damage boosts and it's slower. Does this mean that Rapidus is now better for regular glitchless as well?
It's unfortunately not. We tried experimenting with it, but it just ended up being overall slower because like you don't really dive kick. You don't have a lot of options to dive kick throughout the castle with Rapidus. So you like Redire still let you go through most of the really popular enemy rooms like a lot faster.
I see. I still think it's good that Redeere has some categories because it really is amazing movement tech, but
yeah.
All right, friends. All that's left is Dracula, the big man himself. So I guess we didn't really talk about it, but the objective of this castle area is to get the 3 Kustos pieces and which open up the way to Dracula.
Oh, that's an evil spike right there.
Yeah, that spike jump is surprisingly precise to do with. You're supposed to magnet over, but
it's slow, yeah.
Yeah, you can make it with Rapidus.
Here we have Cloister, or not Cloister. I forgot what this area is called.
No, it's called the
No, it is Cloister.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, nothing really to speak about there. There's a cave troller that can one-shot you, I think, but besides that, all we really have is this climb right here with the Medusa heads.
Medusa head will
which I don't think
HP.
Will they? Yeah, that's surprising. I thought you had enough of defense for it. But there we get a free heal, and our second to last save here.
Yep.
As we go into the final area, which is actually very tricky, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, have to make really good use of your shield unions here.
Luckily, we do get a heart refill at the end, so we can be pretty liberal with our heart uses here.
Yep. Oh, did you can walk under this guy? I didn't until like
that's cool. I didn't know that. That's sick. So, yeah. So as we were saying, since we don't get Redire, we have to get the intended form of flight, which is Velaticus here. And we're gonna, before we continue on, Lomi's gonna do some quick menuing to get the Dominus pieces set up. And then she's gonna grab this rightmost chest here, which has a heart max up for us. Which is very convenient.
And you can really see the power of the shield glyph union. There's a reason I call it the most important glyph in this run.
It's like if we used Redire here, like we would just be stopping constantly and menuing constantly to heal, right? And shield unit stuff does not have to do any of that.
You can make it through those 2 final guards without you getting hit, but it's extremely frame tight, even more so than the other one. The 2 gladiators.
And here's our final heart max up of the game, and as we approach Dracula here.
By the way, this one's gonna be over in like hopefully like 30 seconds, so get ready on time.
So on top of everything else, we just got the Judgment Ring. That increases the strength of union glyphs, or sorry, glyph unions rather.
Yeah.
Death Ring, Judgment Ring for glyph unions, and the lightsaber. This is gonna be a fast one.
And
nice.
Time.
GG. What a great run.
Amazing run.
I was super nervous for this because this category is ridiculously hard. My PB is a 109. Looks like I got a 121 something, which is honestly better than I thought this run was going to be.
Yeah, that's a great time.
Yeah.
For sure.
Shout out to my 2 commentators. You guys did incredibly. You are awesome. Shout outs to both of you. shout out to the Castlevania community. If you're interested in speedrunning any of the handhelds, we have Discord that is for basically all the handhelds except Circle of the Moon. That they have their own community, but they're awesome too. Don't get me wrong. And then if you're interested in me, I stream this game somewhat frequently nowadays on twitch.tv/lonelyrta. I am going to be going for like a 103-ish time in this category, maybe. I don't know, something like that would be a really nice time. But yeah, shout outs to Mallory Metroidvania for having us, and the final run of this amazing special. I've never been like the finale of anything before in my whole time speedrunning, so it's really cool. So thank you so much, and yeah.
Amazing. Chat, please give it up one final time for Lonely, Sphere Kuriban, Jupiter Climb, and indeed the marvelous Menagerie of Metroidvanias. I think that was a banger run to end on. As you might be able to tell from the absence of hat and jacket, my name is Quacksilver. And before we wrap things up here for good, I just wanted to say a few last words. First, I would be remiss if I did not shout out our 2 backup runs for this event. There were a lot of moving pieces in the Menagerie, in case Mallory did not make that explicitly clear. So shout outs to Nardy20 with Environmental Station Alpha and Waffle Soup with Time Spinner, both games that got name checked for greatest Metroidvania of all time. You owe it to yourself to check them out in addition to all 15 runs from the Metroidvania Menagerie. It's starting to wear thin, I can feel it. If you missed out on any of today's runs, we are going to be going back into a replay of day 2 of the Menagerie starting in just a second. Back from the top from UFO 50's Metroidvania Triathlon. In addition, all of the VODs from the marvelous Menagerie of Metroidvanias will be up on YouTube in about a week, so I hope you enjoy re-perusing some of your favorites from the marathon. Please pick up some of the indie games. One of the reasons we do this is to shout out a bunch of games that you may not have heard of, as well as dipping your toes into the classics. If you want more from Quacksilver, I forget which character I am. Make Your Own Victories season finale will be this upcoming Monday, a week from tomorrow, August 10th. And of course, Hotfix returns tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern with a Metal Gear Solid episode of Perilous Paths, also a very Metroidvania-friendly show, as well as a dance pad showcase from Scenic Routes. There is always more absolute nonsense speedrunning, and I say that with all the love in my heart. Thank you so much to GDQ for letting us do this weird little menagerie. I hope you have found a Metroidvania that interests you. And for the final time, I have not been, but she has been Mallory Metroidvania, and this has been the marvelous Menagerie of Metroidvanias. Thank you all so much. I'll see you on the internet.